Sunday morning tune. Welcome in, everybody. Mezzo here. It's Atheist Sunday School, Sunday morning. Just getting warmed up, and my camera's way over here. Hi. Hi. What a beautiful way to start the day. Let's get everything in order here. My mic a little bit louder, just a little bit louder, so I don't have to be as loud. We're gonna have a kind of quiet morning here. Why not? I hope you're all just like so well. So well. Little wobble here. Can you guys hear that? Just a little. Let's overdo it. Okay. There's something really fun about making sounds go wow 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 wow. I don't know what it is, but it's like when you turn the knob and it just goes wow 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 wow. And like there's something fun about like I think it's a hand-eye coordination or hand-brain coordination thing, like doing hand-ear, doing this and then like feeling instantly. The piano and the guitars, like they all have the same effect where you do something with your hands and then your brain experiences it. But this has an extra like, I don't know why that's so fun. It just sounds like you're altering reality a little bit more. Flower power. I love this shirt. H&M. And I just can't find another one. It's a deep, dark black. And I've washed it so many times and it stays so dark. H&M has a lot of terrible clothes. A lot of terrible clothes. And then they have some really good stuff. Don't look at my nails. H&M. I should open up the Discord. What do you guys think? You want to chat on the Lay Discord? The BBD. The BB Babble Discord. Okay, let's tell everyone that we're live. Oh, there, did it. Okay, it's kind of like... Usually I do that. Okay, that's fine. You guys can do it sometimes. Yeah, they have some good shirts. They have some good stuff, but they also, like, some of their stuff is just, like, not good. This is fine, though. All right, everybody, we're going to take guests today. We're also going to, throughout the day, accept atheists. I can't even say that word. Because we want to give you guys a chance. Now we'll just do like a quick, like if you have one quick thing, like I have a question or a comment or something like that, hold it to one. Like I got a minute here or a 2-minute thing, and we're gonna do that because it's Atheist Sunday School. It's your chance to also talk and share, and if you want to say something, we want to give you that opportunity. So I'm going to try that out this week, see how it goes, and see if I hate it. But if you want to jump up and say hello, and I'm not quite started yet. It's probably still going to be like 8 more minutes before we're really doing anything here. But, that's something I was talking about with a really, really good friend of mine, and I hope you guys get to meet him today.
Who's that?
Hey, buddy.
Who's the really good friend? I know it's me. You don't even have to answer. Actually,
don't even have to answer it.
Please don't answer.
Please don't.
It's going to be your wife. Please don't answer.
It's you. My wife and I are enemies. We just are in love.
Yeah, oh my goodness, I love that. Mr. and Mrs. Smith toxicity. Is that what they do, or they kill other people, or like what?
Yeah, I think they're fine with each other. They just kill other people. My wife and I don't do that.
I thought that they fought each other a lot in the movie, at least. I think the movie, I watched only some of the show.
I feel like maybe they just coincidentally had the same last name. I never saw it.
I think they beat each other up and then fuck.
I don't like that. I'm not into that.
It is what it is, it's a movie.
Yeah. Well, hey man, I was just telling the friends here, you know how we have the fellow friends, the freaks, the dumplings, the atheists, everyone who's not a subscriber. You're probably my best friends of all after Joel. because the freaks are over here stealing my thunder on Discord and like doing my announcements for me. So that's kind of annoying, but that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Appreciate your support. But for everyone who's an atheist, I'm going to allow atheists up today. Just for like a one thing. If you got like, hey, I got one thing I want to say. That last caller sucked. I got one thing I want to say. I'm an atheist. You know, if you just have a quick like question, you know, for me or Joel.
What did you have for breakfast?
Well, I'm just having coffee. I haven't really eaten anything. Oh, that was an example?
That's an example. Like they could use that, but it's good to know, but also they could use that.
I thought you were
I haven't had breakfast yet. So.
Yeah, I haven't either. I don't usually eat breakfast though.
I do. I have banana and yogurt with some like cereal, grainy type of cereal, you know, that's got the grains in it.
Yeah. We had a guest there for a second named Colby that was just about to let up and then they left. So if you're still around, come up. I was just about to push the button. But Joel, you were saying something about grains?
I eat grains in the morning.
That's so cool.
But yeah, so you're saying if anyone has any little questions or comments, they can actually come up and ask them today.
Yeah. We're going to try it out. We're going to do a little test run on this and just see if people have a quick thing they want to add in. We'll allow it. And then just, you know, don't stay too long because we do want to get to the guests and stuff.
Don't abuse it, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll try it out because it's Atheist Sunday School and this is your time to let go of the Bible God.
The Bible to God's.
Yeah. You got it. Logical Levi. Did I say that right?
100%.
Uh-oh, your microphone's a little bit grainy.
How you been, guys?
It's like it's in a vat of yogurt.
It is hard to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Get that banana out of your mouth and...
It just sounds very fuzzy. It's like...
How about now?
Oh, that's much better.
How you been, guys?
I've been good. I've been better, but not much. Like, this is pretty close to the best I've ever been.
Awesome. I just want to say I'm atheist. But you know what I think? I think if there is God, a mother God would be better than a father God.
Oh, that's interesting. A little sexist, but probably true.
Because a mother would have more empath, more love towards people, not the father that was in the Old Testament.
Sure, the idea of Father God versus Mother Earth is the Earth seems more fitting to call Mother because it's like closer to us. It's more present. It's like it's involved in nurturing us. We can hug it. We can hug the Earth. Whereas the Father God character is kind of like off in the clouds, not really around, and has like seemed to escape reality somehow. That kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Although I'm a really good father, and so I am a little cautious to say that it's necessary that a father sucks at parenting and a mother's good at it. I think Father God could have just been a better dad.
But I wouldn't think a mother would sacrifice her son into a bloodshed.
No, I don't think so. No. She would have been like, "You guys can all eat shit."
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what they should have done, Mother God or Father God, is how you go around the house when you're about to have a baby. You guys know about this, and then you put those little plastic things in the plugs. Yeah. Those little things that cover the outlets. They should just put one of those over the tree, in the Garden of Eden. Just be like a big, huge one of those to cover that up. Don't touch this, and don't even give them the option to.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. Thank you for being our first atheist guest on Atheist Sunday School. You're a big fan of ours, and we appreciate it.
One more question: When did you become atheist? Like, when did you wake up to reality?
I think it was a Tuesday in I want to say 2001, around that time. Maybe two. Sorry, my alarm clock was going off. But yeah, it's been a while.
That's awesome. Yeah, I was about 14 years old when I started, because I started. I'm originally from Iraq, born Christian,
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it was the Muslims that were unaliving all the Christians in the Middle East. That's why my parents had to flee the country, and we went to a different country. And so the more I started reading the Bible and I started reading the Quran, I started reading Hinduism, Buddhism, and I was like, this doesn't make sense. Like, absolutely nothing makes sense.
These are all fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a bit of that after, like, when I say 2001, that's around like September 11 time.
Yeah.
And so I did have a little bit of like, after that happened, I was already like going through the process of like, you know, unraveling this stuff. But when that happened, I was like, whoa, religion can be a little bit scary. And I like looked into that a bit more and looked into Christianity a little deeper and was like, this is all fucked. Yeah.
100%. I agree.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for coming up. I appreciate you, man.
You too.
All right. Well, we have another guest now. Joel, how do you think that how does that feel to take like that? Oh, is that you, Joel?
No. Daniel, turn off your record. I know records are fun to listen to, but while we're talking,
Spotify was playing. I don't know why that happened. All right. So,
wait, Daniel, hold on. I gotta ask Joel a quick question. I'll be right with you. Joel, how'd you feel about having the like atheist thing? Was that cool or is it weird?
I thought that was pretty cool. I thought it was nice. The thing is that he asked 2 questions and you didn't.
I noticed that,
but you didn't like push back at all. And I think that we need to like keep it tight. We got to say, we said 1 comment or question. You can't just do it.
He kind of did. He did 1 comment and 1 question.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I guess. I guess that was a loophole that we didn't anticipate. Okay. So yeah, fair enough.
As long as you don't do 2 comments or 2 questions.
Yeah,
I think that's okay. And if there's a third, is there a third thing besides a comment or question? An exclamation?
Well, there's exclamations, but those are like big comments. Oh yeah, if you just want to come up and swear, that's
do a quick swear. Yeah, we'll accept that. Okay, 1 of the 3 or 2 of the 3, but not 3 of the 3. Daniel, sorry about that. We're just working out the kinks in this, and you know, Joel knows kinks, so I got to check in with him on that kind of stuff. But Daniel, what's your age and religion or non-religion?
I'm 19 years old, and I am a Christian. Okay. I found Jesus recently in my life, but I'm not even here to talk about religion. I just want to ask just strictly the idea, like, how is it not logical to believe in a creator?
Sure. I just got to mention, because in the Discord, Mech Jack said that the third kind of thing is slam poetry, and I almost fell apart. That's great. Okay, why is it not logical to believe in a creator? Sure. Yeah, well, it's definitely not skeptically proper, is how I would first of all phrase that. A lot of the creators are illogical. The Christian God, the Muslim God, probably a bunch more. These are like definitely impossible the way they're described, right? They're like all powerful, all good, all present, these kinds of things. That can't happen. That's like just a logical contradiction. Now, as far as calling it illogical for there to be any kind of creator, I think it's more just like, why would you think there is? Like the idea of a mind, like a brainless mind floating in nothingness that thinks the universe into existence doesn't sound very like reasonable to me without any evidence. That's a big, weird claim. You know, it's like a bizarre thing to claim with zero evidence. And the idea that a bunch of like ancient people kind of guessed that right without using science is too far-fetched for me.
Yeah, I get that. If you really think like, if humans and life doesn't believe that it came from God, then we would have to think that it came from the universe.
Right.
But then if we came from the universe, something would have had to create the universe.
Okay.
Because I don't think that it's like, I know that it's hard to think about, but like, I don't feel like you can even get like this without being
Daniel, your microphone's getting a little choppy. I don't know if you're like near a Wi-Fi or anything. It sounds like you're losing a little bit of signal. But I also, if you can hear me, I understand what you're saying. Like it's weird to think of like, where did this all come from? But the word create has a lot of question begging in it. Do you know what I mean when I say begging the question?
Are you saying begging?
Yeah. Begging the question is like, it's like when in the question, you sort of like lead the answer a bit. So by saying create, how did the universe get created? That question implies that the answer is going to be a creator. A better question might be, how did the universe come about? Because then that could be from a creator, like a thoughtful, mindful, intentional creator, or it could be like, did it naturally develop, like the way a tree grows, or the way, mountains come to be because of like plate tectonics, this natural phenomenon where things are moving, and when they go into each other, they do this, right? And so no one's going like, I'm going to think a mountain up. It just happens naturally. So I wouldn't say mountains are created. They seem to come about.
So mountains are
what?
So mountains are eternal, and the universe has just been.
So mountains are natural, and so I think that when we look around and see how many things develop naturally, it's a much safer to assume that the universe was also developed naturally, not created by someone thinking of a universe, but because just whatever natural occurrences happened, that the universe started. Well, it's also more likely, by the way, that the universe never started. It's just been going eternally.
I don't feel like that's possible, though, because then if the universe has been going on forever, how would life begin? Like, how would have life began? Like, don't even think about, like, life can't come from non-life. Like, energy and matter cannot make up life.
So they absolutely can. Like, life is literally just energy and matter. That's like really exactly what it is. There's some chemistry, like specific pieces of matter come together in a way that make some specific pieces come together in a way that make rocks, and some specific pieces of matter come together in a way that is we call life. It's literally just like absolute chemistry, and it's very natural. Like the way that life came to be is complicated and hard, but we have a hard time kind of like just as like normal, like scientists can do this, but like for people like you and me, it's hard to think of because we seem so complicated and stuff. But early life 4 billion years ago was much simpler, right? So like to make a single cell organism, it doesn't take as much chemistry, and the earth is like covered in all the stuff that's needed, right? So, if life came to be and then evolution starts going, then you got yourself a human eventually,
But life, I don't think, can come from non-life. Like, it can't.
Why do you think that?
Because life has to be created. Like, every person has a mother and a father, and it has to go back to something. It's not like, it's almost like if you've seen life come from matter or energy, like fall from the earth. Like, nothing has been created without a creator.
Well, a lot of stuff maybe did fall from the sky to earth to get here. Water
like
and
humans?
Other ingredients. No, not humans, but like, I'm talking about like carbon, like just the ingredients, nucleic acids, proteins, lipids, these kinds of things, right?
But those things don't necessarily make like a human or an animal.
Exactly. They make early like RNA life, like super basic life. And evolution is when you slowly over time, that stuff turns into animals. Yeah, you can say like for mammals, every mammal has parents, has like a mommy and a daddy, right? You have a mammal mommy and a mammal daddy. Mammal mommy, that's right, mammal mommy. And they have mammal mommies and mammal daddies, right? But like when you go back in that chain, there is a point where like sex for procreation like comes about. That wasn't always the case. It was replication, and some things still replicate, right? There's still like forms of life that don't have parents, they replicate. right? That's how they reproduce. They like the cell splits.
Yeah, but does that apply to humans and animals?
Yeah, we're all related in this chain. Absolutely, yeah.
But okay, all right. I have to get going. I'm at a hotel right now. Thank you for having me.
Sure. Hey, you're welcome back anytime. I'd like to talk to you more about this. It's a weird and confusing thing, but there's tons of evidence for evolution. There's evidence for abiogenesis, which is the theory, like the scientific theory about how life came to be from non-life. And keep in mind, in the God view, that's also life coming from non-life. So you have the same problem there, really, but ours just has more explanation to it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave a follow, and I would love to come back.
Yeah, for sure. Nice having you, Daniel.
Thank you.
All right. I'll drop you down. Oh, he did it. Okay. All right, that felt pretty good too, I think.
I think that was a good first conversation, not counting the dirty atheist one. But this is something that I was thinking during that conversation. I know that this is feels like not a reasonable perspective to hold, but it's like, what if? Because we always say like the universe or what all the business could have always existed, right? The business could have gone back infinitely. What if life has always existed?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. But what if it has always existed? Why not?
I think that it's just, to get the ingredients of life, you need, a little bit of time. There's some time to develop those. Like the cake can't always have existed, even though the ingredients did.
I think that when we think of life, we always think of human life or plant life, right. But like a simple form of something alive. And people in the comment are saying it has, in the sense that energy has always existed or whatever. But I wonder if that's, I don't know enough about this stuff to have an opinion.
I think that once we start calling it the word life, I think there's some specific. Felix, are you meaning to be up here? Felix? Holy shit! I'm just gonna mute them for a second. I think that in order for us to use the word life, there's a bit of a just something that can self-replicate. I think.
Yeah, it's it's kind of the we're calling consciousness God. It's a misnomer to call just energy life.
Yeah, totally. That's just not right. Look, stars explode and then recombobulate into other stars. Are they replicating? Are they reproducing? There's still and there is a type of evolution that happens within the galactic scheme of things, where galaxies that are set off spinning in a direction that's unstable will disassemble, and then the ones that are more stable will last longer. So there's arguments to be made, but when you look up the definition of life, it's just not the case. There is I'll look it up.
It's weird because it's almost it's starting to sound like the universe is alive. There's an energy, there are laws of how that govern how things behave, and they behave a certain way, and there's movement and action and changes. It's what is life if that's not life,
Yeah.
I get it that I'm not committed to this, but
it's interesting. Look, and we've talked about this before, where because we're thinking fractions of the universe, we're a little tiny piece of the universe that thinks, but we are also coexisting as part of the universe. Part of the universe thinks. Part of the universe has a mind. In fact, the universe has a lot of minds, right? Different minds. And so, can the universe think? Kind of, but not all of it. And so, the whole point of the word life, I think, would. Biological life, at least, if you're calling it that way, then maybe it's worth making that distinction. But the idea of things changing and growing and evolving over time, I think, goes beyond biological life. Sure.
Wait, so I have a question. Are you
Sure. Hi. Let me just introduce you real quick. All heart. Welcome into Bad Bible Debates. It's Atheist Sunday School here. I'm Mezzo. That's Joel. What's your age and religion?
My age is 30. My religion is, I want to say, like, unknown, in a balance. I'm exploring everything.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
In the balance is a cool. My religion is just in the balance.
So, are you an atheist?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you define
Big
atheist?
time. I'm a big time atheist. Yeah, I don't believe in God. That's all it means.
Okay, so you don't believe in God, but you don't believe in a higher power?
What is that?
Well, what is your definition of a higher power?
I don't have one. That's why I don't use the term. I don't know what
Okay.
that. Like I hear people say that, and I don't know what that means.
Would you believe? Because I heard you talking about universe, and would you believe the universe is a higher power?
Higher than me?
Yes.
Sure, but I mean, I think that like John Cena is a higher power than me. Like I don't think that makes him a god.
Is it a higher power or like a
John
different power?
is sick.
What do we mean by like more power? There's more power in the universe than there is in
I
us.
guess it's just a term, but like, okay.
So,
That's the question.
I love that.
all heart. The
I
reason
love that he said John Cena.
I know, like,
That's
and we'll
so
probably
cool.
say it again before this conversation's over. But here's the reason I have a hard time with the term higher power is that when religious people use that word, and which is where that phrase came from, religious people, they made that up. They're using higher in like a ranking, like the government has more authority than you. And then there's a higher authority over the government, and that's what they call God. I don't think the universe has authority over me.
That's cool. Like I like that.
That's why I don't use it, because fuck the universe. The universe can eat shit, man.
I guess not higher power, but I want to say like, okay, if we are people who have little to no control over our life other than what we can do with ourselves, right? Because we're a vessel, we have more inside of us. We have energy, we're electricity, we're all these things within ourselves. So what we do influences what happens around us and all that, right? And the universe is reacting to that, right? Because I like, looking at everything. I like how everything connects, like whether it's religion or, some smoked out DMT trip or wherever it is, like there is something to be said about it. And I want you to let me know what you believe it is that we should do as a people.
Sure.
Right. Well, like if you could break it down in simple terms, like in 3, like 1, 2, 3, then I would love to hear that.
Sure. So the first thing I'll just let you know is I don't think there are any supernatural things.
Okay.
So ghosts, psychics, gods, miracles, these are all fake things. Unicorns, I don't believe in them. Not convincing. I think that things do follow the natural orders of the universe. Now, we do as well. We do have influence over each other. Like you mentioned that we're all like interconnected in the way we influence each other. I think that that's a really valuable data point, leading us to like come up with a why we should take care of each other. I think it's a moral data point. I think we now, like as understanding, like we've gone above sentience and gone into consciousness. And what I mean by that is like a snake is sentient. A snake can like be aware of its surroundings, but we are aware that we are aware of our surroundings, and we're like understanding that it's weird. So we have a little bit more duty because of this rarity.
Oh,
We're able to think, learn, tell stories, question authority, like, higher powers and stuff like that.
okay.
And because rocks and snakes and plants and suns, stars can't do that stuff, I think just based off of the rarity of it, I think it sort of becomes our cosmic duty to do those things, to question what we're doing here and how we can take care of each other and to learn about the universe, because the rocks can't.
Can I input?
Yeah.
So I know Joel's there, but I don't mean to take up all the time and stuff.
I think he's having breakfast or something. You're fine.
Oh, okay, bet. For everyone that's listening, I understand that we are probably the most animated things in our existence. Like, look at us, we're on TikTok, we're talking. If we're on TikTok, we could be dancing randomly in front of our grandpa just to spaz him out and stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just have fun and stuff. And, I like looking at everything. Like, I think growing up, like, I wasn't very internet involved. I'm not that old. I'm young and stuff. Like, so a lot of things I did was like just deal with the outside world. And one of the things I realized is that the world will respond to you. Nature will, people are nature.
Yeah.
And I like that. And one of the things
because we're teeny tiny parts of the universe doesn't mean we're meaningless. I think for me, that's kind of the takeaway of that. Like, although like I seem insignificant in the grand scheme of the cosmos because it's fucking huge, it's still like we still have value because we interact with our own surroundings and we still are doing stuff here. Yeah. And
I gained this from when I was young, and I think the thing that I realized that so as long as you are kind, you can.
Sure.
Really,
you've got a bit of background noise happening there. I don't know if there's a train going by or something.
I'm so sorry. I'm right next to the airport. Would you mind repeating that?
Yeah, it's really loud is what I'm saying. But and look, I understand what you're kind of saying, and it's sort of hard to put to words what it is that you're going through. We all do it. We go through this existential moment where we're like, what value do I have here? What am I doing here? What's the point of all this? But I want to point out, like, yes, as long as we're kind, that seems to be fine. But some of these religions have unkind, like, reasons or unkind activities that they participate in, let's just say, right? Whether they're like, anti-LGBTQ plus community, or or if they're like making people suppress guilt and like or like they're promoting the patriarchy and misogyny, like bad things. And so when people participate in that that cult, or even say, yeah, I believe in God but not that specific one, it kind of like rises up the validity of those negative cults. So I think it's really important to like say no to that stuff. I think it's worth saying, like, these religions are false. It's not true, Okay. And I think you can safely say that because God's out there, apparently, but like hiding. Like, come on, that's not like he's walking around going, "You can't see me." Like that doesn't make sense at all. But we as humans, we can hustle, we can have loyalty, respect, and we can never give up. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
I want to give Joe a moment if Joe wants to. If not, I would like
nobody here. It's all you. I'm just the co-host.
Joel's my best friend and debate coach. He kind of helps me get through some of the harder debates and stuff.
That's cool. Oh, that's
not really much of a debate. It's more like just a pleasant conversation. So
is it cool if I speak on my experience? I'm glad you brought that up, by the way. Like about religion in these hard situations and stuff. But I could speak on an experience
Did you hear all the John Cena quotes I did throughout that though?
Bro, I
Oh man, I was laying them on thick.
But yeah, no, I seen someone commented, John Cena is kind of like God, you can't see him. I was like, yo, that's funny.
You can't see him. That's his whole thing, right? I don't really know that much about it.
That's pretty funny. I like the people in the comments today. So I would like to speak on my experience in the duality of being in the balance and being with somebody who is faithful to a cause, I would like to say, right? So I am dating a person who is Christian, but I like to say that Christianity is often mislabeled and misinterpreted. The only reason why me and this person could even get along is because it's not that I saw that they did something great. I thought they were just cool, like overall, like they're chill person, you know. I like them. They were pretty. They were
personally, like I've dated Christian. I love having sex with Christians because they're always so flexible, and I think it's from constantly having to bend over backwards to make the Bible make sense. But they're really
mental gymnastics.
Yeah, they're really flexible, and that's fun.
Wait, Joel, chill.
Well, no, that's true. That's a true thing. Joel really does like having sex.
Okay,
I love it. I love it. Sexual intercourse. It's one of my favorite things.
Wait, but let me finish. They're cool.
Well, that's his favorite part about it.
You know, they didn't deny me for my lack of faith. They accepted me for my acceptance of people and my.
She's doing a long con. She's trying to convert you. She's gonna try to take you to church eventually.
No conversion.
Yeah, she's gonna say like, let's get married in a church. It's no big deal.
I can guarantee no conversion.
She's gonna try to raise your kids Christian.
There's a saying of it for it in the church. It's called flirt to convert.
No, I promise you, it's different. I know what you guys are talking about.
Okay, bring her up.
I got homies and stuff that are on some shit like that, but I'll tell you this. So nah, it's because I'm from LA. You know what I'm saying? But like
I'm in LA.
Yeah, but I'm from the harder parts. But I'm not gonna go into that. What I want to tell you guys, I'm trying to speak very coherently.
I'm from a part of LA that has like a lot of purple curtains and like floating books and stuff. I don't know if you can see behind me here. This is like Los Angeles landscape back here. No, I used to live in the hardest part I lived in was like I don't know, Venice, probably.
Venice is cool. You know, I got homies out in Venice, but I'm from Watts. I'm from Compton. I'm from all these.
That's where my wife is from. I have like half of my family is down there.
That's cool. I respect that. But this is what I'm trying to get at. What she liked about me, like she aligned with me way harder than I could have ever expected out of a person that she was, but because how she saw I treated people, that's it. It had nothing to do with where my faith aligned with or anything. Yeah. She liked how I believe kindness is the way to go about treating any and everybody. It didn't matter who they were. It didn't matter what they looked like. It didn't matter how they even spoke to me. I could have been
all hard. Look, I think that's great. I think that's beautiful. I hope you guys have like a wonderful sex together. But I also think that like it's worth. How long have you been with her?
8 years.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, like, are you guys going to get married, or you think, or is that like in the future?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And kids?
Yes, sir.
Make sure you talk to her and see if she's going to want to take the kids to a Christian church. What'd she say?
They're going to grow up to find out for their own.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's powerful. I think that's a good thing. And by the way, bring her up here because we can work on that. We can get her to not be a Christian anymore. That's pretty like
Nah, it's not so much that she doesn't choose his faith because she's delusional or she's lost or anything. It's because it is something to identify with, and it's cool. Like, you know,
but that's what I'm saying. All her just identifying it sounds all good, but then the leaders of her church or whatever, like the leaders of this group,
she has no leaders. She has what
she doesn't go to church at all.
It's the church is what we talk about. Like it's more of like education. Like when
I bet you when there's kids on the scene, someone's going to get way more devout. That's the way it works.
Sometimes, yeah.
They're kind of worried. They're worried. They're like, oh, we got to raise these kids with a foundation.
You want me to trip you out?
One trip out, and then we have to go on to our next guest. We'll do one trip out, though.
I'll trip you out. We ain't even worried about having kids. We're worried about spending our life together.
Oh, man, that trips me out. Allhead, are you performing oral on your lover?
That's a fair question.
I am performing
Everything.
nothing and being my authentic self to this person and showing her everything I could be because
you do not perform oral?
I don't perform anything. I am myself completely and I love this person. That is
I missed it again. Did he say he doesn't perform
he doesn't
oral?
perform it, but he demonstrates it. So he like shows her what it will be like one day.
Like, would you get a peach and you start sucking on the peach, and then you go, picture this as your vagina. Like,
our personal life is truthful, and that is about it.
You gotta perform oral.
Just
if you don't perform oral, break up with her. Like, don't be a piece of shit.
So
we're here to end Christianity and then also to like replace that with oral performance. So all heart, we do have to go on to our next guest. I appreciate you being up here and come back sometime and bring her up. I'd love to chat with her as well if she's willing to. Of course, don't force it. Okay.
Love you guys. Have a great. Sunday?
I love you so much. Thank you.
It's like I know that I wouldn't have to ask her if she performs oral. Like, it's just like a given, and that's what's so sad. And for him,
I don't think that is.
You don't think that she will, like, he automatically expects oral?
Oh, yeah, that part, yeah.
And then she just like,
yeah,
it's going to perform oral, but like we'll see. You know, I don't. Maybe eventually I'll perform oral. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Sickening.
It's all good. Like, it's all wonderful, and all should be like, none of it should be expected, but it should all happen though.
Yeah.
Debonair, welcome in. Love that username. Love this profile pic. What's your age and religion?
Mezzo, I'm a big fan. I am not in opposition.
That's okay. It's Atheist Sunday School. We're letting atheists come up to do one comment and or question. If you want to say something, this is your chance.
I requested on accident. I have a lot to say in comments when I'm listening closely. I like to go off in comments, but I requested on accident this morning, man.
All right, I'll take note of that one accidental request. Okay, I got that in. Thank you so much, Debonair. Appreciate you being here. I'll drop you down. Oh shit! I hit Joel. I have been on such a good streak. I haven't done that in so long. I've been on a winning streak, and I just did it. I think it was you saying something was disgusting. Was what like? What'd you say it was?
I think I said it's disgusting that people.
Disturbing. It's disturbing.
I think I said disgusting.
Try disturbing next time. I think that's going to be more fun for you.
If you don't perform oral, it's disturbing. It's more.
It's like it's scary. It's more than like
that's disturbing.
It's like I don't want to. I'm scared to live in a world.
I can't even look at that. I can't face it.
All right, John Stowe, welcome in. How old are you? What's your religion?
I am 61, and I'm an atheist.
All right. Well, it's Atheist Sunday School. This is your opportunity right now to share a comment and or question or some slam poetry if you prefer. What have you got for us today?
I hadn't pre-recorded any slam poetry, so if it comes to me, I'll go into it.
Yeah,
you know?
I think that's true for everyone. If it ever just like starts happening, just let it flow. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to let you guys know, I was country before country was cool, I guess. Deconstruction wasn't even a word I'd ever heard of. I've been an atheist for 40 years. And I stumbled onto you guys, I don't know, a few months ago. And there are several creators that do what you guys do, but I will say no one does it like you guys. You're by far my favorite.
Yeah. Fuck the other content creators. Joel and Mezzo are the best. No, we like all of them a lot.
I mean, everyone has their place, but the way you guys do it with authenticity and intellectual level, and then you also do it with the fun, and it's a good time. So I really enjoy every time I ever listen to you guys.
Thank you for that, Johnston. Do we have your permission to clip this and send this to all those other losers that do? Because we've been sending them
in a private message.
Send it to Thinker.
We've been sending paragraph after paragraph telling them how to improve their streams, and if we can just send them this, it would be really helpful.
Yeah, so we'll start doing that. If you're a Christian and you want to come up here, you can do that. If you're an atheist, you get one question or comment, and then if you have tips for other content creators, come up here and we'll clip those and we'll send them. No, that's fucking funny. I love the deconstruction community here. I also had not heard that word before TikTok. That wasn't something that I was familiar with. Like you, like I was an atheist for a long time. I just didn't know that was like the word for it. I just didn't believe, and I had skepticism, I think is what I would have called it. Or there's a whole bunch of different words for it. Unbelief, ex-evangelicalism is one I've heard, which is a funny, witty play on words. So, I think it's interesting. And I like hearing other people's deconstruction stories, but also just the way that they contend with the apologetics, I think is really interesting to hear. It's enjoyable to watch Christians squirm and do mental gymnastics to try to figure out how to respond to the like ever shrinking God of the gaps,
I agree 100%. Yeah, I went to Catholic schools 12 years.
Did they hit your hands?
My family was extremely devout. Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, man. The sisters, the nuns were insane back then. It's changed a lot. But I was just basically, I was immersed in it on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. And really it was, I think my senior year in high school, in Catholic school, at least here in Memphis, you had a 1 hour religion class every day as a sophomore, junior, and senior. And a lot of times it wasn't just your religion. We would study world religion, or we would study some, basic form of theology or something like that, try and look into it. And those were my first big questions. They're the ones that
wait, I'm sorry. In Catholic school, they told you about some other religions, or that's when you got out?
Absolutely.
Oh, interesting.
No, they told me about other religions and stuff.
I love the idea. They're like, now it's time to learn about Islam, and they're just like, like we kind of did that.
They really did.
Our church did that. Like we talked shit about the other churches in town, and how like they changed this word in the Bible, and they're gonna go to hell for sure for that. Like we were kind of like doing that in just our church level. Yeah.
But it was just reading books and just mine was it wasn't one event. It was just a slow realization that this is nonsense. This is obviously written by people that were in some form of power or wanted some authority. And it's you can just look at it. And then I would look at things like the Mormon stuff, which is so obviously a fraud. And then I would look back at the Bible and think, it's not that different.
Looks the same.
It looks the same to me. You just, you just put it in New York.
Joel's talked about that a lot, about how he's still so like his conversion or deconversion, I don't know what you call it, his leaving faithness happened so recently that it's still hard to like. He remembers believing the stuff so clearly, and like it doesn't sound as like cuckoo bananas as Scientology or Mormonism or these other ones, but like it's the same exact thing. If you were raised in something else, you would be like, what the hell?
Sorry, it happened last night.
Oh, it does.
Where I noticed this one thing. This guy came up and he was like talking about all sins being equal, right? That Christian idea. And so he was saying that like lying and murder are on par. And I was just like, I used to agree with that. Like I'm familiar with that language, and I like it seemed so familiar that like I could almost get behind it. But then I was like, no, that can't be true. So like I was just like, that's not real. Like and so it was more. It's like another deconstruction moment for me where I was just like, yeah, obviously those two things are not equal.
For
like,
me, it's more stuff like
but they
Lord,
felt equal when that's all you'd ever heard.
For me, it's more the stuff of like magical, the magic of baptism. Like when you're doing it, it's like this dip cleanses your sins, and it's symbolic and stuff. But like now looking at that, it's like that's like a weird ritual, and like the eating and the drinking of the stuff and all these things. Like it for me, it's more like the ritualistic stuff where it's like now having been out of it for a while, it's like this is strange.
Yeah,
this is very strange.
Very, very absurd.
Yes.
Yeah.
And over the years though, every now and then I would get some kind of little weird like Christian pang or something like say I had a little bad luck streak. And it would enter into my mind that, you're not living right. Maybe you need to rethink this. And I'm talking about years after I was completely at peace with no God. But that stuff, when it's in you from a little child, it is deep. It is really deep, and it's hard to get it all out. I mean, I'm pretty much 100% free of it now.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one quick little aside, and then I'll let you guys get to the next one. But my mom, who worried about me her entire, life because she wanted all her children in heaven with her. She had cancer for a couple of years and they did all that. They prayed and this, that, and the other. She passed away this last year. And 1 week before she died, I was sitting on her porch with her, and she looked up at me and she said, "What if it's all not true? What if I've lived a lie my entire life?" And I said, "Mom, I think it's a bit late to question all that right now. I think you just need to be at peace with what are you going to do? Deconstruct with a month left to live, But she just told me, she said, look, she goes, I think I understand why you've always been so skeptical.
Yeah.
And, man, it was weird, but she was honest. And I told her, hey, either it's going to be just like you were promised, or it's going to be like a year before you were born. You don't know anything about it. So it is what it is,
There's definitely a bit of peace in that. Like I remember feeling like my afterlife was ripped out from my grasps, and plural, and I like felt haunted by that. But also there's a little bit of like relief. I wish I could live longer than like 100 years. Like I wish I lived 1,000 years or something. Maybe even like 10,000, that'd be cool. But like infinity is scary. Whether you're in a happy place or a scary place, it's like it's a long, long time.
Yeah, I don't want to do anything for infinity. I don't want, at my age, I don't want to do anything for more than about 4 hours anymore.
I get that. Yeah, yeah, that's about Joel's limit on performing a role anyway. Do you do 4 hours, Joel?
Yeah, I mean, I can do marathons, but I get your sentiment, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, John Stowe, I appreciate you coming
up.
But
I think it's a more honest way to live. I really do.
Yep.
I think that once you deal with the fact that we are all that we have, and we are responsible for making all that we make, and if there was a way to get everyone on the same page, obviously the world would be an awesome place. So I guess you guys are doing your part to get closer to that, and I appreciate it.
I think a lot of the world is an awesome place, but I agree with you that I think it could be a bit better if we had a just based it in a bit more of reality. If we kind of like take this opportunity of this short-lived life that we get here to live realistically and to be able to help people get through their short existence as well. I think it's a beautiful thing. So thank you for coming up, John Stowe. I appreciate you. I know your name is longer than that, but it cuts off right at the O. So
Stone Cipher.
Stone Cipher. Okay. All right. Thank you, man. Come on by some other time on next
week. All
right. Take care.
Yep.
That was cool. Cool guest. Yeah. Wow. Interesting. So an elder mother, like, considering deconstruction near the end of their life. What an interesting.
Well, you start really, analyzing things or breaking it down. I think that that's where I am with my parents. They're not sick, but it's like it's it's over. Like they got a few more years. It's like, let's not, rock the boat and make them feel like, oh, did I just fuck this up? Like live in your lie,
Yeah.
I want to change it for younger people who have their life ahead of them. But like,
I think with my mom especially, if she I don't like to go and deconstruct people who aren't kind of looking for it. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to go push that on somebody. But if she joined up this live and found me here and called in, I would talk to her about it for sure. I don't think that she would regret her church life because she has a lot of good friends from the church. She's had cool experiences and stuff like that. She would probably regret converting a bunch of people, but I don't think she's converted that many. She's not super convincing of a person, she's not like an apologetics expert. She's just kind of likes going to church and thinks that God's real. So I think she'd probably still be she'd probably keep going to church and just she'd be like a Grandma Xana type.
Yeah.
Grandma Xana might be my mom. That's actually
We're not sure.
That's really possible.
Yeah. Has she been hanging out in Darth's lives or something?
So I don't think we should get too much into that. But I know what you mean. Yeah.
When he mentioned the pang, where you get those sort of what's it called?
Great word. Pang.
Yeah.
With a G. Yeah.
I love that word. But when you've done the some substances and it comes back, what's that called? It's like an aftershock, or what's the a flashback?
Oh,
you get a flashback.
Yeah.
But that's the reason we push so hard against the fun cult jokes, because it's not hard to slip back into it.
Right.
And we know they're jokes that people are doing, but whenever there's that kind of culty thing, we're no, we want to be hardcore no cults, just to get us out of that language, to get you away from that mindset entirely, because those pangs are going to come back and you're going to go, am I living a shitty life? Is that why I'm having a bad time right now?
Yeah.
Could all sins be equal? Is sin really a thing? I'm back in the cult, right?
Yeah. You might accidentally fall into church. I think, and by the way, to get sort of personal, I've experienced that thing with substances. I don't know how to exactly to say this on a live, but in high school I did an O, and then after that it was followed by a D, those two letters together on a thing called Reds, and I don't even know what they actually are. And I also, while doing those things, did devil lettuce. I think people call it that. Heaven's lettuce, maybe. And so, which is mostly harmless, but because I did them at the same time, 10 years later, if I just tried the devil's lettuce, all the pins and needles and numbness and horrible stuff all came back, and I would have days of it. And so it felt like I was back on the other things. And so it was I had just stopped doing it entirely. It was just I can't do this, because people are hey, let's just have the smallest, the weakest
little puff or something.
And I'm just suddenly in a full train spotting movie, and just things are flashing by. It was a bad trip. Sorry, Xena. She doesn't like when I talk about that kind of stuff. It's okay.
I have the exact same thing. One time, this is going, and trigger warning, this is going to be about meat. But one time I came home and my girlfriend,
bring this meat sack up.
Yeah. My girlfriend at the time had made a crock pot full of ribs, barbecue sauce ribs,
Yeah.
And I was ooh, these look good and smell great. So I ate all the ribs. They were so good and just fall off the bone. And then however long after, I just puked my brains out. I just got so sick.
Wait, were they bad, or is it just because it was too much?
I don't know what it was. I don't know why they would be bad, but it may have been too much or something. Anyway, I vomited all over the place. And now I can't eat ribs without feeling nauseous.
Yeah. I had that with oatmeal because oatmeal, like I can do it now, but for a long time I wouldn't eat oatmeal because I was on a TV show once where I had to throw up. I was playing a character named Queasy Pete who puked a lot. And we used like oatmeal for the fake barf. And so I would like remember just going blah, and oatmeal chunks coming out. And then when I would try to eat real, I was like, even though that was fake and I know it was fake, it's still just like, it just made me think of barfing. Yeah.
Yeah. Gross.
Yeah. And God's the same way. And God is like the exact same thing, which is why
God, guys, God.
Yeah. Think about how that's God. Peter Pan, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
20 and Christian.
Okay, well, welcome in. I think you were a guest recently on a live. Is that right?
Yeah, you cut like I don't know what happened like last night or something. I think it was like last night, but I wasn't able to say anything or do anything.
Yeah, I had, I think it was near the end and I was having a technical difficulty. I have a thing where my music automatically starts going near the end of my live and it's hard to control it and turn it off. But hey, we're not about to end now. You're here, so we can chat. It's Atheist Sunday School. I'm saying it's time to let go of the Bible God. What are you hanging on for?
I just think, well, are you talking in terms of like the actual Bible God, like the Abrahamic God, or like...
Yeah.
You
Jesus, Yahweh, Elohim,
okay, then my question to you would be like, all right, say like, I know that you don't, but like, say that you assume that there is a God. Okay. Which religion is more probable than not?
Which of all the fake religions, which one's the least fake?
Yeah.
I think it might be easier to like...
That's hard.
Surmise a new God. Like, what would the God have to be? So we would have to say that, like, he can't be tri-omni. We know that. So that's the Christian God, and the all the Abrahamic gods are out. Except Judaism, I don't think he's tri-omni. So we may have Judaism still, but we don't have Christianity and Islam.
Yeah,
right?
and Hinduism has a trimurti, which is similar, but they're very distinct. But yeah, I mean, I would say the ones that don't have like the source isn't like a mindful being, you know, like with Buddhism or Taoism or something like that would be like more possibly likely, where it's not like, oh, the thing that created all of us is like this, it's describable, you know. I think that like for sure isn't it, but like with Taoism, the whole thing is like we can't really describe it, it's just like this source of like existence, you know. I think that might be a bit more like believable, but I still think like it's not properly describing reality, if that's what you mean.
I mean, you would have to also agree that God would exist on the outside of the confines of like human logical reasoning. God, it's like 10 a.m. and I'm stuttering all over myself.
Oh, if God's outside of logic, is he like outside of reality?
So I would agree that he...
I agree with that.
I would agree that he exists inside of reality and outside of reality simultaneously.
Okay, yeah, I don't understand. Like, so that's a perfect logical contradiction that can't exist. Like, that's why I don't believe in God. So, like, that's perfect, yeah.
Yeah, but like you just agreed that he existed outside of human logic reasoning, and I just said that he exists inside of reality.
No, I said outside of reality. I think he's outside of reality.
Okay,
I don't think things exist outside of logic. I don't think that those are real. We can conceptualize them kind of. Mm-hmm. Like we can say like I talk about my omni purple cat sometimes. I just have my gray cat was just up here, but I have another cat who's all purple. Have you ever heard of this? Have you been on the show long?
No.
I have an omni purple cat, and its name is even purple. I never really shared that because I didn't want to dox it, but its name is purple. It's head to toe, top to bottom, inside and out, all purple. Its tongue, its tail, its ears, its eyes, its brain, its guts, every piece of it is purple, and it's also half yellow. So try and figure that out. I can say this thing, I can like voice this, but in reality, what I just said cannot exist. It's impossible to exist. I've described a contradiction. Logically, this thing isn't. It can't. It can't be. So if you're saying God is illogical, that means he can't exist. He can't be.
Well, I mean, would you agree that there's like contradictions in your own belief systems that you would still adhere to?
No.
So like do you think trans fats are bad for you?
I don't know.
Like you have monosaturated fats, you have polysaturated fats, and you have trans fats, which are like well known for being bad for your body, right? They exist in what is it called? Artificial sugars, sweeteners, all those things. So like, say you go to a donut store and you believe that's bad for you, right? And you think like, oh, I'm just kind of hungry, I need something to eat. So therefore you have like a donut in front of you, which like provides sustenance, provides bodily nourishment. You grab it, you eat it, you know that there's trans fats in it, it's bad for you. That's an internal contradiction inside
False.
of your
That's not a contradiction.
Okay, so define contradiction then.
It's a conflict that you're experiencing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like a logical contradiction.
Can I say real quick, and I'm sure the entire audience thought that when you first said the word trans, that you were trying to pivot to like a transphobic thing, but the fact that you said trans fats was like so relieving and just like a breath of fresh air. Really, we hear that a lot here, where people are like, well, you take contradictions, and then they say, do you think a man can be a woman? And then they get bigoted. But that was really good. I appreciate this. Yeah, this isn't a contradiction to say this is bad for me and I'm still going to eat it. The contradiction is like logical contradiction. So like when we talk about like the classical laws of logic, these are like things from Aristotle, right? Do you know about like P and not P? Like, have you heard about these things?
Not the P example, but I've heard of like statement A, it's raining, statement B, it's not raining.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of it, right? So when we do logic, that's what we're talking about with logic. Not that something is like it's good for you in one way and bad for you in another way. Like it's good for you because it tastes good on your tongue, but it's bad for your other part of you. That's fine. That's not a logical contradiction. But to say that like just like definitionally things can become impossible, which is why I brought up the omni-purple cat. A thing can't be all purple and half yellow. That's impossible. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
It's something that as soon as you say it, you go, I know that doesn't exist because the way you described it, it can't exist. Maybe you described it wrong, but the way you described it is impossible. Yeah.
So the way that I would ask you, right, is because like it could be true in some respects and then false in some other respects. So would you agree that God would be able to exist inside of reality and outside of reality if they were under two different respects?
I don't know like how something can exist outside of reality. Reality is the inclusion of all things that do exist.
Yeah.
Once you're outside of reality, you don't exist. That's what it means. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I would ask you, right, since like this is kind of like a metaphysical concept, right? We adhere things that are metaphysical to physical concepts. So two, like the number 2 isn't real, but you have 2 sticks inside your hand. You know that these things are sticks and that you have 2 of them, but the 2 is the thing that is not necessarily physical. It's a metaphysical concept. So saying that 2 exists inside of our reality, but it's not necessarily based in reality since it's a metaphysical concept used to describe that physical concept.
Sure. Yeah. Look, I think that concepts exist in a conceptual way for sure. Like, I'm not really convinced on the Platonic form thing. I know that like some people are. Whoa, we just got a whole bunch of subscriptions from somebody. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I don't know how many came in, but do I have like a subscription goal, or I've been slacking on that? How to do that stuff?
There's some sort of a subscription like thing where they get them done real quick thing. What's it called? The subscription rush or something?
All right, thanks for the sub rush thing. We don't know what that means, but I think we appreciate it. They're good, right, Joel?
We do appreciate it, and there were 12 that came in, so thank you so much. We need 2 more apparently, but that's okay.
I don't know what to do with them, but you guys enjoy them, and then you can like put pictures in the chat and stuff like that. I do appreciate it. It's very, very helpful to me in my life. Now, see, yeah, so there you go. Hannah Grace. Oh, she's doing that because earlier I reprimanded her. You think this is going to win me over?
Thank you, Hannah. I'm definitely the good dad.
Am I a bad dad?
Yeah, I'm good cop. You're bad cop. Like I like to be in this position because
Okay,
I've been
but
on the other
Hannah,
side.
if you ever help promote my live again, I swear to God. All right. Sorry. Let's get back to the conversation. Peter, I'm not totally convinced of like Platonic realism, like forms and stuff like that. I don't fully understand that. It's a bit outside of my, like, I think about it a lot and I don't really know what it means to like exist as a form. But if there are infinite forms, then I kind of get like, okay, sure, but it also makes it seem like moot at that point. So the idea of two doesn't exist, but two sticks exist. Once they're sticks, in reality, they become the existing two. Right. I don't know if two-ness necessarily exists or not. I don't know if that like really, I don't know if I would say that it exists until it's like actualized in reality. Then it exists as those two things, but I don't know. It's kind of weird, yeah. But if you're saying that God is only a concept that exists, then like that, I'm with that, yeah.
Yeah, so then I would have to say like, right, when you have these metaphysical concepts, such as like you have like a bunch of things that are kind of like outlandish that would be comparable to like God being real, right? Like you have your string theory, you have your temporal loop theory, you have your whatchamacallit? Oh my gosh. You have like infinite in itself is a concept based out of metaphysical reasoning. It's just like a whole bunch of different other things, cumulative, right? And I would say, right, I would propose to you that God is not more probable than those things. I mean, I say God is more probable. Sorry, flip-flopped on my thing. God is more probable than the metaphysical concepts that you describe.
Why? What makes God like likely?
So from my basis, right, I'm not necessarily saying this is entirely true, but from my own individual research, I hold the Bible to be at least like 55% historically accurate. And I'm just off of like, yeah, I know it's insane, right?
It's a specific number.
Like I would say over 50%. That's why I meant to say 55.
Okay.
But over half the Bible, I hold to be like historically accurate, archaeologically accurate, scientifically accurate. These things have been proven. I've
like
held
the stories from like Genesis and stuff.
No, like the stories of talking about like the fall of Babylon, Jerusalem, like the numbers, but it's not just those specific times in the history, but like the fact that it describes in like infinitesimal detail, and it was quote unquote made beforehand, which I have actually held the Hebrew manuscripts that have been dated before the actual events even occurred.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't know what you mean though, but like you're saying that they prophesized them?
Yes. So it's like a prediction. I'll just say a prediction.
So, okay. Well, look, I mean, it's also very possible, first of all, that like someone could like see that, you know, a downfall of something was coming and then write about it. But are you saying it's like 1,000 years in the future, something's going to happen?
200 years to 100 years, but like
I don't know if our dating is quite that accurate.
Yeah, you'd have to prove that one, I think. Like you'd have to, because like 55%, that's a huge number, and if it's just like they're speaking of true things because they're experiencing them or they know that they happened, then that's not saying anything. And then if you're saying there's 55% prophecy has been fulfilled within Bible or something, like I don't know what your claim is anymore.
My other point, just real quick, I want to say too that like if somebody predicted the downfall of a nation, would that mean God's real, or does that just mean psychics are real?
So I think that's an oversimplification of what I'm really saying. So let me clarify my position so you have a very good grasp on what I'm saying, right? Okay. If I describe me right now, I like Parker right now. If I describe something 200 years from now, right? Say like it's a fall of, let's just say Russia, for example. Okay, fall of Russia 200 years from now, and I describe it to an infinitesimal detail. So I'm including the amount of people that are there, the amount of warlike materials that are used, the people and what they did, people what they said, people what they held inside of battles. The leaders, the just a various amounts of different other things that I use to describe that situation into an infinitesimal detail.
When you say infinitesimal, do you mean like down to exact perfection?
like almost down to not exactly perfection, but down to almost exact perfection.
Yeah. Okay.
Like decimal
It would be
points.
held
of
with a higher level of
perfection.
validity, right?
The accuracy is just like so spot on.
It's
Like I would say like
staggering.
roughly like 90, if you run a number, I would say like 90 to 85% of that specific event was held to be true. That would help like
Okay, well,
for
if
me,
you're
with
using
the
infinitesimal
level-
decimal, you mean 99.99999%.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then and then you're saying that the reason that you know that is from God?
No, the reason that I know that is from just like actual proven studies from like theologians and
No,
archaeologists.
I'm so sorry. I mean, if you predicted Russia,
right.
how do we know if you're a psychic or if God is real? You might just be a really good psychic.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that concept. But what I'm also saying, if I were to say, right, like if I'm able to predict that thing to an infinitesimal detail,
It's impressive.
my true, yeah, you would say that's impressive. But like also what I'm saying is held with a higher level of validity than not. Would you agree?
I don't know. I'd have to like look into it and see myself. But let's do this, since we have a very special guest here who knows the Bible better than I think anyone on the TikTok, at least to an infinitesimal decimal. Which particular like story like are you talking about? Like that you held in the past, the manuscripts that were from before the downfall of something happened, Babylon, maybe?
I would. Let me go back to my notes so I can have a very constructive conversation about this.
To be clear, there's not a single manuscript that predates any of those wars.
That's what I thought.
I'm referring to the Hebrew codexes. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they're not codexes. Those are books.
Yeah, those are books, but they're named.
What's the
they're
difference?
called-
A codex is a book. A manuscript is typically a vellum scroll.
A what scroll?
Vellum,
Oh, is that like a rolled scroll?
leather.
Oh,
Yeah, they're typically like inscribed for like 2 years, and so they do that like every 10 years or so.
No, that's not true.
Well, I'm like they do so they don't take the previous Hebrew manuscript, sit there for about a year, and inscribe the new Hebrew manuscript on the new piece of leather.
No, they last hundreds of years.
Yeah, but I'm describing the way that they basically copy it.
There was no system of copying the ancient scrolls until the Masoretes existed. So 200 years after Jesus, they started the Masoretic tradition.
That didn't exist in that timeline. I'm talking about like roughly 2,000 years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, that didn't exist 2,000. Why do we have copies of Hebrew codexes then?
we don't.
We do.
We don't.
Okay, source that.
So, a codex is a book. It has binding
Yes.
that didn't exist in the old Hebrew days.
Oh, sorry, Hebrew manuscripts. My bad.
Yes, we have Hebrew manuscripts. The
Yes,
oldest,
Sorry, that's what I'm referring to. I thought, okay, we got
the
lost.
oldest of them are in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they
No.
date between the 3rd and the 1st century. So hundreds of years after the events.
Wait, which one did you say was the oldest?
The Dead Sea Scrolls.
which
The
one
oldest-
which one did you hold, Peter? That was the oldest one that you're talking about.
I held the Book of John. It was in the
John is New Testament.
Yeah, but it was also like made like 800 years ago. So not even
You're
just
talking
that.
about the destruction of the Israelites by the Babylonians.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Which thing are you talking about? Because now you're jumping through the timeline. Like what is this,
I got
timeline
lost.
jumpers?
I got lost in this. I was talking about
All
codexes.
right, here's what I really want to know. You said that there's some ancient prophecy of like a downfall of a nation. Which prophecy? Which nation? What are you talking about?
I said I was going to my notes, but we got lost. The conversation pivoted to codexes when I was still looking through my notes.
Okay, go ahead and get to your notes. I thought it was like you were saying you held a specific ancient manuscript that like
I did.
prophecy, but that was New Testament. It was. This isn't the one you're talking about. That was the prophecy one, was it?
Yeah, so I don't distinctly remember because it was like written in Hebrew, and I had my like professor translate it to me.
But what you said was the one that you held predated a war that came later. Was that? Did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, that's true.
But wouldn't the one you held be in Greek if it's the Book of John?
No, this was in. I think this was in Hebrew. I might be mistaken.
It sounds like it.
But
Get to your, Peter, get to your notes, because I feel like you don't remember anything here.
That's why I'm trying to get to my notes.
Yeah, let's get to those, because it just, we're all over the map.
Thank you. So the War of Gog and Magog.
Okay.
That didn't happen.
The War of Magog and...
Yeah, that's Ezekiel 28 or 38, 39.
Yeah.
That's a future prophecy that didn't happen yet.
The land of Gog and Magog.
Yeah, it's a future prophecy. That's why it shows up in Revelation.
That's Justin being very generous, saying "yet" at the end of that statement.
Yeah, are they on the brink of war or something? Is that what you're talking about?
It's supposed to like be kind of towards the apocalyptic conflict, but
where is Gog?
Dude, I don't even know. Okay, we can talk about the
Keep scrolling.
Yeah, go down the notes.
Daniel 11.
Sure. What about it?
Wait, what 11? Samuel 11?
Daniel.
It predicts the wars with the king of the north and the king of the south.
Yeah, that's Game of Thrones.
No, Seleucid, and I don't know how to say Ptolemy.
Did you just say
Ptolemy and Seleucids?
I heard
Because it was written after the events.
No, that was predated before it happened.
No, it certainly wasn't.
So why was it written in AD?
It's written in Hasmonean Hebrew.
Wait, when did the war? What year was the war, Peter?
323 BC and 164 BC.
And Daniel was written in the 2nd century.
Yeah, I just looked up. The book of Daniel generally believed to be written in the 2nd century BCE. So that's 100 years. You got to remember, once you get to BC, the years go backwards.
Yeah, my mind's on the fritz right now.
I think this is a common thing, Peter, where a lot of people think that these prophecies like were really predated these like wars that came later. It's just not true. It's a thing that like Christians taught other Christians to believe, and their timeline's just way off. These people were writing well after the war saying this stuff was happening, or maybe during. Sometimes even like if it was like during this downfall, they're writing about it, but no one is going like 200 years from now, this is going to happen. Like the way like Nostradamus did, the way Nostradamus was like trying to do that. And the people who did those predictions, their shit was wrong.
But Daniel's predictions were written in 530 to 160 BC.
They certainly were not.
Okay, so can you source that? Because I have a source saying it's not.
It's written in Hasmonean Hebrew, which didn't even exist until they defeated the Greeks.
Yeah, but that still can be derived from a separate translation that was not Hasmonean Hebrew.
No, we don't have the manuscripts. We have no manuscripts that predate the Hasmonean Hebrew.
Okay, but like if I write on a manuscript that was translated from another manuscript saying that it was, that means it was, no?
But we don't have the manuscript. Okay. We have no manuscript that predates the 2nd century.
So do you think that like people like 3,000 years ago just said, hey, we're going to say that we translated something 50 years ago so it's more believable?
It's not claiming to be retranslated. You're just saying it's been retranslated. We have no evidence that it was ever written in...
Theologians widely agree that it was translated.
No, they don't.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia for the book of Daniel, and the way they say it is that it's a 2nd century BC biblical apocalypse with a 6th century BC setting. So if they wrote it around 200 BCE, but had it like take place in the past, right? Like they kind of like used their knowledge and stories of the past and then like wrote it about that time, just like we can write historical fiction right now. Like if I wrote a thing right now that said it's the year 1500 and my name is Mezzo and I predict that Donald Trump will be the president in 2025, it seems like a prediction, but it's just I'm alive right now writing about it, right?
Okay, what about the Assyrian conquest of Israel?
Okay, hold on.
What about it?
Closing Daniel.
Would you agree that the text predates the actual conquest?
No, it can't. It's written in Aramaic Hebrew. Aramaic Hebrew didn't happen until the exile.
Okay, So this is what you're telling me, right? So if things are translated beforehand, they just don't hold any level of validity anymore. Like if I translate,
you don't have evidence.
If I translate, if I make a Word document right now in English, right, and then I make another one in Russian, does that mean that it was only written in Russian and not in English?
No. What I'm saying is you don't have the evidence that it existed prior to the actual events. That's what I'm saying.
Bring up the English one and we'll talk about it. Right? Like that. Yeah. If you have the one that is in the original, then we'll talk about it. But until we find that, it's not worth saying, like, it's a big stretch to be like, I think that even though we don't have evidence for it, there was a different language version of this that was predicting the future magically. Like, that's a big, weird claim to make.
Yeah.
Right?
So the great Isaiah scroll, the entire copy of Isaiah was dated at 125 BC. And then the Assyrian conquest, the Babylonian conquest, was at 586 BC.
Yeah, so it came 400 years later.
I think you got your BCs backwards again.
Am I not like reading this correctly? Like 125
500 comes before 100.
Yeah, the timeline goes backwards in BC. Right.
It's counting down to CE. Like Common Era.
Yes, has confirmed the book Isaiah existed form well before.
That was confusing for me too. When I started doing these like lives and stuff like that, I really didn't understand dating stuff. So people would say those numbers, I'd be like, yeah, okay, because I had never learned that stuff.
It's also, like geopolitical predictions aren't unique. We've got a ton of them from the ancient Near East. Some of them in pretty good detail. Like Ashurbanipal in his palace, we found lots of predictions about his military conquests, and they came true, and they survived to this day. We have them.
Wait, of who?
King Ashurbanipal.
Oh yeah, I have not ever heard of that name.
Okay, I got this wrong. The radio.
How many? Wait, hold on. This is a real question, Joel. I want you to know how many historical like names from history do you think Justin knows that we've never heard of? Do you think it's more than 600?
Well, I don't know. Like, I know infinity. Like, it's hard to say. Is it like that's a practical number?
Infinitesimal.
Yeah, it's
infinitesimal decimal. How many? Justin, what's the answer? How many names do you know that we don't know?
I'm gonna probably land it around 150.
Oh, it's more than that.
Let me say this. I feel like Justin knows how to correctly pronounce more names that I mispronounce in Bible than I know names that he knows. Do you get what I'm saying with that? If I don't think I said it right.
Is that true, Justine? I got him with that one.
Like I'm reading like Leviticus 10, and I'm like Nadab and Abihu, and I know that's not right.
Abihu is a great biblical story. Peter,
I read it
look,
wrong.
I understand that like these can be convincing, but here's what I want to just for a thought experiment here. Let's say that you cooked us on all of these, and every single one of them was a prophecy about the future, and then later that future came true, and we have undeniable proof that someone predicted the future. What does that have to do with God?
Like the Bible would be held with a higher level of validity than not. So then I can infer based off of that probability that the Bible is not necessarily entirely true, but more true than not.
Sure. So you'd have to check other religious texts and make sure they all don't have prophecy, right?
Yes, but would
have you done that?
That's why I asked you beforehand if granting that God was real, which religion would be more probable. And then you said you didn't know, and I said, okay, well, this is how I know.
Well, but given probabilities, I'm going with the Babylonian religion. Marduk is Lord.
Yeah,
Marduk's predictions are really good.
By the way, you're wrong in the Isaiah manuscript. I said the 125 BC. I'm saying 125 years before the 740 BC, which was when.
That's impossible.
That's dated. It's
not dated. You're lying. It's literally written in a form of Hebrew that didn't exist until after the Babylonian exile.
Yes, which was translated from a text that existed before the Babylonian.
We don't have that text.
Yes, we do actually.
We don't.
We do.
We don't.
Okay. Tell me, instead of saying that we don't, tell me why we do, because I have the source saying that we do.
We don't. It would have to be written in a form of Hebrew that wasn't using Aramaic letters.
Okay.
You know that the Hebrew text you're referring to is written in an entire different alphabet than biblical Hebrew, like proper proto-Hebrew?
Okay, I have a source saying that it was translated from another text that dated beforehand. So
We don't have the text.
Okay, the text was dated beforehand, and yes,
It was not.
They have to have the text in order to date the text.
They don't have it.
Yeah, how would you know that that text exists if you don't physically have it?
Because you can't carbon date something that doesn't exist.
I agree. That's why we don't have one.
Yeah, why would you even think that it exists?
What's the? I got a little distracted. I was looking at something else. What's the text that we're talking about, Peter?
The Isaiah scroll.
Isaiah.
The Isaiah, like the
Great
oldest
Isaiah scroll. And we have the oldest one, but we don't. Apparently, there's an older one that nobody has seen or read or dated or really knows exists. But Peter is relying on that as being.
So
Great Isaiah scroll is only as old as the 3rd century, maybe the 4th century.
Is that from Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So 2nd, 3rd, or 4th-ish century, we're talking minus 200 to minus 400 BC. And when did the thing take place that you're talking about, Peter?
So it was a. Hold on, now I have to go back.
The Assyrian invasion happened between about 730 and 705.
740 and
BC? Make sure we say BC. So he got confused by that earlier.
BC, 740 and 680 BC. But the interval. The interval for the radiocarbonation being like the margin of error is around like 300 years. So we cannot definitively state.
Yeah, exactly. We cannot definitively state. So when you were saying that it predicts it to an infinitesimal decimal, I think we can kind of reject that because now you're just only working with a margin of error. Like now you're like hoping things are wrong a little bit enough to help you make your point, and I think that makes it really unconvincing.
But the problem is what Justin is saying is that like the actual writing that like the type of writing that they didn't exist around that time. Like it existed around.
And if there's an older one, go find it and like we'll look at it
just
for
doesn't
sure.
exist. That's the part that's just like a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah,
So
Isaiah would have been writing in Paleo Hebrew.
If it was so
in
brick and
what?
mortar.
In what would Isaiah have been writing in?
He'd be writing in Paleo Hebrew.
Oh, Paleo Hebrew. Is that like the paleo diet, like same spelling?
Yeah, you just had to eat a lot of meat while you're writing.
Yeah, a lot of protein.
Yeah, so if that was true, they would not they would have had definitively said that it was made after. They wouldn't grant you a 300-year margin of error if that.
The 300-year margin of error is from 350 to 100.
Yes, but that would incline me to believe that
That's all still after the thing happened.
Regardless, I can argue God's like reality from like a naturalistic standpoint, but like I was just trying to go from this because it seemed more fun.
It is fun, Peter, but like we're just showing you, and this isn't like to be contentious or anything. It's just like reality, man. Like the Bible doesn't offer some sort of fulfilled prophecy. That's just not real. And that's something that's like good to deal with. And then like if there's other things that you think validate your like the cult for you or whatever, let's talk about that. But for now, I think you should like be honest with the text stuff and go, all right, that's
it's inconclusive.
Yeah,
we'll keep looking for older scrolls. Like, keep looking for sure. I think it'll be really interesting. If someone predicted a downfall, I think that's really cool. I want to read it. I don't think it proves God or validates the Bible, because keep in mind, there are also some prophecies or predictions made in the Bible that fail, that can't ever happen now. Like it's too late, right? Like when Jesus said he's going to come back before these people all die, and then they all die and he's not back, right? So there are prophecies made, predictions made by omniscient creatures in the Bible that don't come true. So even if you get some right, you have to like now say, well, there's some right and some wrong.
Yeah.
And so far, none of them are right.
I can argue from a naturalistic standpoint, saying like the conception of the universe is way more inclined for me to believe that there is a God than not.
Okay. Well, hold on a second. Okay, we do have some other guests in the box, and we've been talking for a while. I would like to talk to you about this, but let's do it another time so I can get through some other guests who have been waiting, and we'll start afresh and do that other conversation. If later today, you just left. I was gonna encourage it.
Come back if we run out of gas.
Yeah, I was gonna say if later today we're still on and there's no one around, then jump back up. I'd love to get. I just want to be fair to the other people.
Yeah. Hey Justin, I haven't gotten a chance to speak to you, but like your full-time debate content creation, you don't have a day job anymore?
That is the case. Yeah, my day job now is getting smarter.
Congratulations! I love that.
Hey, thanks, but I appreciate it. I mean, the deconstruction community is what makes it possible.
Oh yeah, I mean it's well, and to be fair, it also you're offering so much value. I mean,
yeah,
you give
we just saw it.
A lot of substance. Yeah.
So everyone, please give to Justin while he's up here. He's an unemployed bum. He needs your support. Please help him out right now. We appreciate that. You're at 4 coins. That should hold you off for like a week or two, I assume.
Yeah.
So
I think that'll get me through.
Get you through that. When did you start that?
This is my first week.
Oh, well, congratulations. Like that's really cool. Like you genuinely get to follow a passion, and you're really good at this. It's like it's fun watching you do it, you know.
Hey,
I turned off GIFs. Oh, fuck, sorry. Wait, how do you have those? How do they have these if I turned off GIFs?
No,
it's a miracle.
It's a miracle. They prayed. Mezzo, can I ask Justin a Bible question, or
it's Atheist Sunday School, and the new rule here is atheists are allowed to ask a question to the panel. So, like I think you can do that according to the rules. Yeah.
Justin, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So I was reading Deuteronomy 15, and it was talking about how, like, if you have a slave that sells themselves to you, let them go and give them a bunch of stuff. But there was also this other thing in the chapter that was like, hey, if someone owes you money after the 6 years and the 7th year, pay them back. And if they're looking for money and they need money in like 3 years away from the 7th year, still give them the money, even though you might not get paid back, right?
Mm-hmm.
How are there debt slaves in the ancient Israel if they're gonna forgive these debts in the 7th year? Like, what do you?
Maybe
do you have
it's
any
like
insight
petty
on that?
cash levels. It's like if someone owes you $10, then it's fine. But if it's like
a big one, you got to
$100,
be a slave. Like what? That's so weird.
So the general idea is, so you can be in debt to somebody and not be enslaved, right? Typically, when you became enslaved, it was because you were so in debt that your entire estate was in peril.
Yeah.
But
that's what I said.
Yeah, like if you just had like a really bad weekend bender and gambled all your money away, like you could recover from that.
Hey, can I borrow $5? Oh, hell yeah. You'll be my slave for 7 years. yeah. No, it's only for major. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so it's just these little, almost like, why is that even in the law? Isn't that just stuff you can work out amongst yourselves? Like, you owe me $10, but you know what? In the 7th year, forget about it. It's like, all right, let's.
Do they put a number to it?
No, it's just like, it seems like a general rule for everything. So I was saying like 20K, like when I was reading it, I'm like, so if someone owes you 20K, like I need 20K to live, it seemed like they're in dire straits. Give them the money they need to keep them afloat. And in the 7th year, don't expect to get it back. I'm like, how is there ever going to be a debt? Like,
what's 20K shekels in nowadays times? I don't know how to do the conversion.
Nobody knows. That's too difficult. But okay, good to know.
But for some of these questions, this is why we've got a lot of writings, like the Talmudic writings, that are trying to fill in the gaps, because some of these passages are a little bit vague, and the rabbis were like, well, you could have filled in some of those gaps for us, guy. And so they've got the oral law what kind of fills in those gaps, and they'll give you some preciseness that's not in the text, but you just got to take it with a grain of salt, because there's a bunch of rabbis trying to do their best.
Just sorting it out. Yeah.
They'll give you a ton of preciseness.
Justin, you're obviously welcome to hang out as long as you like. You can hang out this morning if you want to. If you have to go get off and do your job, then everyone raid Justin. If you see him live, make sure you go support him. Our next guest here is Queer Seminarian. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Thank you so much. I am 26 years old, and I am a Christian.
Excellent to have you here. Let go of the Bible, God. Come on.
Let
Come
go
on,
of
just
let go of the
this.
Bible, comma God.
The idea of this God from the Bible, we can probably move on from it. I think it seems like it's not doing anyone any benefits. What are you getting from it?
Oh, dude, I'm getting so much.
Name one.
God is love. 1 John 4.
Yeah, but we have love. We don't have God. Like Joel and I love each other.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so happy for you.
Also, the love of God is very questionable. Like, it's not a love that I recognize from the non-God universe over here. So I would reject the love, the God version of love, and do the atheist version of love.
That's fair, but the atheist version of love that you have inherited is deeply formed by, I mean, like, I'm assuming from your accent that you're in an American context. Is that right?
I am, but he's not. And
Well, we consider it North America still.
North America. Yeah, that's fair. That's
I'm in-
Justin,
I'm in
you're,
Canada.
I think you're Japanese, is that right? Or Filipino?
I'm Japanese living in the Philippines.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't want to mix those up, so sorry about that. Yeah.
That's cultural context that I'm not as familiar with, but in the
That's
North
fine.
American context, your understanding of love has been deeply, deeply formed by these Christian stories.
Yeah, I mean, I was raised Christian, so that kind of makes sense for sure too. But then when we look at the stories and really analyze them based off of what I feel for my wife, my kids, my friends, is different than what God seems to be told as. You know?
Are you saying that because of like the ways in which God is violent and
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would say that the author of 1 John 4 is a hugely different person living in a crazy different time with a crazy different theology than the author of Deuteronomy.
Yeah, and I think maybe the author of 1 John had a better idea of what love is, right?
Yeah,
And
I would
so
agree.
he believed in God and tried to attribute it to God, but I think in reality that was just like written by a human. And I love humans, and I don't mind getting my ideas of love from humanity, but the idea of this God doesn't seem to match it, right?
Yes, but
Because he didn't make up the idea of the God. He like adjusted the idea of love to be more, to sound a little better, and we use something closer to that now. But the idea of God goes way back, and he used to be just like evil, right? Like fully fucking evil,
Yeah, I don't know if I would affirm that the idea of God used to be full evil, but
Well, just if the stories of the Old Testament were true, like they're not true, but if they were true, that'd be evilness happening, right?
Some of them, yeah, not all of them. In some of them, God does things that I would consider evil. And in many of them, God does things that I find incredible, wonderful beauty in.
Yeah, I think that that's true of some people, right? Like there's some really like beautiful people out in the world, and then if they do something bad, we are kind of forgiving of that. But then there's a limit. Like at some point, someone does enough things, and we go like, all right, that's too much. Like Jeffrey Dahmer, you did some really cool stuff early on, but we're done. We got to move on from you can't just fucking eat people. Right, that's too much. We're not okay with that. You're now considered evil, and I think God did way worse than Dahmer.
And I will say, I am going to be totally with you. Eating kids bad, eating people bad.
Would you say threatening someone? Say like, I'm gonna fuck you up so much that you're gonna eat your kids. Like threatening them, cannibalism is bad.
Certainly not a thing I think is good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean the God does that. So like that's a good example. Yeah.
And I don't like that. I think that's bad. I also think that the authors who wrote that in a context that I disagree theologically with the authors who wrote that, who said that God said that. I don't think God said that.
Yeah, neither do we. You're on our side with that. Yeah, it's a great way out of it. Like to be like, yeah, he only said the good stuff. That stuff they nailed perfectly. They like perfectly attributed all the good stuff to him, but all the bad stuff that's attributed to God, that was just their fault. They messed those up. Well, that seems like a little bit of that's a little convenient, isn't it?
I'm sure it's very convenient. But I'm not saying that the people who got it perfectly right. I'm saying that the Bible is a library of different books written by different theologians and historians and whatever. And some of those theologians I agree with, just like a lot of other Christian and Jewish theologians. And some of those theologians I disagree with, just like a lot of other Christian and Jewish theologians.
Why do you think God inspired the Bible?
In a sense, yes. Not in the sense that the words of the Bible are the words of God.
Yeah, because it seems like he would have done like better inspiring.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
but I also
botched that one.
Yeah, so fair. I mean, I really believe that God only ever speaks through human freedom.
What does that mean?
So one of the interesting
he gives people the free will to mess up the descriptions of him, and he doesn't correct them.
Yeah, that would be one way of what I'm saying. It's not the thrust of it, though. The thrust of what I'm saying is that, like, when God speaks, God uses humans to do it, and this is reflected through a lot of the miracles, all the miracles, in my understanding, in the scriptures, which all require a human agent to be part of it.
But like, what I think I'm hearing a little bit is like, it's God speaking through humans for the miracles, but not God speaking through the humans for the killing of the Amalekites or killing people with quail. It's like when he does something bad, that's these theologians, quote unquote, getting it wrong. But when it's something beautiful, then it's God being, revealing himself through a human being. I feel like that's just like picking and choosing and wearing Jesus' blood-colored glasses or something.
Wearing Jesus' blood-colored glasses. Honestly, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy.
Yeah, I think it's just like it's a separation from reality, though, right? Like you kind of have to like admit that like whatever's really happening isn't what I'm focused on. I'm trying to just like hyper focus on the things I want to believe, and I get the like desire to do that. I have that sometimes. Like sometimes I have to do that with my kids. Like when your kids are really annoying, you have to like, let's look on some good stuff that they're doing over here and ignore that they're like, hitting each other over here. You have to do that sometimes in order to like get through life. But with this whole God thing, I think we could probably hyper focus on something else, instead of something that's not true.
I think even using the term like these, sorry to interrupt, but these theologians is also like kind of begging the question. Like it could also be like ancient superstitious people,
right?
And they may have gotten it wrong. Well, probably because they're ancient superstitious people. To like slap theologian on them is giving them probably more credence than necessarily is true or they deserve.
Why? They're people talking about God.
Yeah, but like I can make up a God and start yapping about it and claim some experiences, and then am I a theologian? Is that how loosely we're going to be?
Justin did that, so
yeah.
That's how loosely. Okay, so theologian just means someone that made up a God. Okay, then that's
theologian
fine.
means someone who talks about God. It's God talk. That's what the word means.
Yeah. So and a fairyologian is someone that just like talks about fairies and all of those things are. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
That's what the words mean. Yeah.
As long as the word theologian.
Well, in that case, I'm a theologian, right? Because we talk about God a lot, and as an expert theologian, God doesn't exist. That's the theological thing I would say. So.
Yes,
now the word kind of like you kind of just like now the word doesn't have any meaning,
No, I don't think so. Consensus then among theologians is that God doesn't exist.
Right? Yeah.
I would say among theologians of this day, I think that's true. I don't think that's true historically, but absolutely in terms of theologians of this day.
Why do you think these mythology things are real?
Ooh, well, what do you mean by real?
Yeah, I you know what? I should have said it with you because I knew that was coming.
We're not referring to the metaphysical substrate.
Like you mentioned these miracles, right? So like you think someone turned bread into more bread?
Yeah, I think that happened. I could be wrong. I don't know that there are objective reasons to believe that happened, but I believe that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's like logically inconsistent, right? Like I do this sometimes with just like as a logic test, where when I'll have like 2 quarters.
Yeah,
that's all the quarters I have, and I don't have any more, and I put these 2 in my pocket. There's no more quarters in there. Can I reach in and pull out 5 quarters? Can 2 equal 5 just logically? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, are you God incarnate?
Well, I think it breaks the laws of logic, right? So if 2 equals 5, and you can just do that, you can like literally spawn things out of nothingness. Now we have like logical inconsistencies that we have to deal with. So if God can do that, now you have to deal with all the like, can God make a rock so heavy he can't lift it bullshit, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that miracles are specifically things that exist beyond our understanding. And that I don't think there is a problem with things existing beyond our understanding. I think that the world is
beyond our understanding, or beyond the possibility of our understanding. There's a big difference.
Beyond our understanding. Beyond our understanding.
Oh, I think that's a really broad term for the word miracle. There's a lot of stuff that like we don't know about, but that are natural things.
Yeah, and I would say that the whole of life is a miracle. Also, but you know, that's maybe my just poetic bullshit.
Yeah, it is. No, but I remember watching The Miracle of Life in like 7th grade. We had to watch that movie. Did you guys have to watch that? It was like 7th. Well, Joel probably didn't. You probably just watched it live.
My mom gave birth, and we all
just watched it live. Yeah, yeah. We had to watch a video of it, but you just were there for it. Yeah. Yeah. Look, if you're going to use miracle to be like just stuff we don't understand, I think there's some problems with that, because then different people understand different things. And so like to some people, a miracle, like I don't understand what we were talking about with the last guest. So is it a miracle to me, even though Justin gets it? It's not a miracle to him. That makes miracles subjective. So that's a big problem. And then there's just a lot of stuff that like we don't understand because we haven't like come across it yet. It's like we haven't like completely like unraveled the mystery of what dark energy is yet. And so does that mean it's a miracle, or is it that we're going to find it out soon? Like you're like in real time doing God of the gaps. You know what I mean? Like we don't know that. So now that's God. And as soon as we figure it out, it stops being God, and it's now a thing we know.
Sorry, I think I'm speaking pretty imprecisely, and you're right to point that out. Couple things. I think that one is that there is one understanding of miracles that is a posture, in terms of, right, like when I go outside and I wonder at a tree, and I look at it and I see a great deal of beauty, and I think there's like a miraculousness to that experience. I'm not saying it's not natural. I'm not saying there's anything like.
I have deep reverence for nature. I got married in the sequoias. Trees are people joke about the look at the trees thing. Trees are fucking dope. Like I look at the trees, and every time I see one, I see godlessness, like overflowing godlessness, like the awe of godlessness, like spirals.
What does that mean? What does godlessness mean to you?
It's just like nature, just like natural things happening. The process of nature, I think, is awe-inspiring, and I don't think that God is involved in that. A being isn't involved in that. In fact, the lack of a being is what I think makes it so much more powerful to me.
So that's interesting. You're actually kind of in line with one of my favorite theologians there.
Well, I'm a theologian, so that's...
Well, ha ha ha. But so there's this theologian Paul Tillich, who I really admire. One of the major theologians from the 20th century, and he says that God is not a being like other beings. God is not a person who lives in the sky somewhere, who intervenes into nature, but that God constitutes nature.
But you believe in Jesus and stuff, so he was a being for some part of it.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that part of it. Yeah.
Well, and that's fine. I'm not saying that you have to. But I do think that I think that it's wonderful, and I think that we likely have a very similar spiritual experience, even though when you look at the trees and you see godlessness and this wonderful godlessness, and I look at the trees and I see this wonderful godfulness, I think that we probably use different words, but have a very similar spiritual experience in that.
Yeah,
in that
which
moment.
is why I think that there's a lot of, if I can have the same experience and I can like still like be filled with reverence, but I also don't have to take part in supporting an organization that, the church has a lot of problems. Right.
Yeah.
And I also don't have to take
look at my
part.
username. I fucking know it.
You know it more than anyone. And I also don't have to take part in the picking and choosing, twisting apart the Bible and the ancient works to like make all the slaughters feel okay. I don't have to, like, look at my my page, and I have 2 pinned videos I want you to see, actually. I think they're both still pinned. One of them is a bunch of Christians saying, as a Christian, I think sometimes the morally good thing to do is slaughter children with swords. That's a thing that a lot of people say. You have to like, grapple with that and cope with that, whereas I don't. Yeah. That's not a thing I have to twist up. I have no anxiety in my mind about that. It's like, yeah, that sucked. That's it. God's not real. And the other thing is a miracle thing. We're kind of past it now, but the miracle thing where I flipped a penny heads 11 times in a row, which is like almost statistically impossible. It's like, people would say that it's like a miracle, but I just found a trick of how to do it. And so it just like explains why some people think miracles happen, but it's really just, statistically low things that happen, but because they happen so many times that it's not that statistically low anyway. So worth looking at. And I am just plugging myself there because I think you would like both those videos.
Absolutely. I would love to.
But I find it interesting that like both of you are kind of like in awe of beauty and like the power around you, the power of nature and trees, or what you might think is the power of God within nature or something. But like, why are we looking for this extra language? Why don't we just say, wow, I'm in awe of this beauty? And that's all, because that's what we know, right? I'm in awe of the power of nature. Look at this. It's like it always charges back. You can cut back a forest. It will charge back. Like it's pretty spectacular. Why don't we just leave it there? Because isn't that like exciting enough?
Yeah, or even the mystery, right? Like there's some stuff where it's like, I don't know how that worked. And I love that. Like that's fine, Yeah.
Well, and I'm a big fan of mystery as well. But I would say that there is a unique beauty to being able to inhabit a tradition, to be able to see that beauty in the world and then make it relevant to you through the lens of how you relate to the past.
But like these traditions, like we've mentioned, are harmful, right? Like these traditions are full of things that aren't true. Like, why do we have to like keep those traditions alive? Why don't we? Yeah, like as Peter is saying, start a new tradition.
Let's make up a new God.
Yeah, or well, not do that, but like connect with the thing that is real. Why don't we go into the new real tradition, or tradition of reality?
I mean, that's partially, that doesn't necessarily take the meaning of the word tradition, because what I'm saying is
a new tradition,
what you need, because you can't start a new tradition. A tradition doesn't become a tradition until you die, I guess.
You got to do it now, and then like someone else will continue the tradition. How about that?
Indeed. Yeah. But I mean, I will say, like, I want to, like, I'm going to be a minister someday. I have a lot of non-traditional views, and I want to work in a context, or at least, or potentially even establish a context that does tradition in a way that I think is a lot less harmful than at least what I received.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I think that would be better than where we're at now. But I also think that like just, kind of living in reality would be even better. I think like finding a way that's like, look, you don't have to have false hope. You don't have to have belief in things that aren't real in order to get all this all this extra stuff out of life that you're trying to get. Now, believing in an afterlife is all like, seems like well and good. It doesn't really seem to hurt anybody, but I think it kind of does. I think there's a little bit to that. Like I sometimes run Lapsac's wager, of course, which is the what if you're wrong, and you've spent your life doing one thing when you could have been doing another thing, and then that's all you get. So like I really think there's some value in before you go off ministering and preaching these ideas to other people. You can't just preach off of faith. Like there has to be some certainty. You know what I mean? And I don't know if, I know that religion can't really bring that. But I also saw Justin had unmuted for a second. Did you want to jump in?
I was just saying, we certainly can start our own traditions, and we can worship things that actually do exist, like the rocks.
Say more. This sounds like it's a long argument. I'm excited.
Abort. As a prophet of Doug, I implore
Justin,
you to seek the firm footing of foundation.
Stop proselytizing on this live. By the way, if Doug is just another version of Christianity, and we know this because if we all stop worshiping God, even the rocks will cry out, and that means that they're Christian. So stop sending more Christians to stop.
Yeah, and obviously, if Justin. Doug were real, then kidney stones kind of like wouldn't exist. So like this whole thing is stupid, and we don't believe it. But
calcium is.
Can I get a rundown of the basic doctrine of Doug? The basic Doug doctrine.
I don't know if we want to platform that here. We're kind of like anti-cult here.
Yeah, it is a cult. It's just another cult.
Oh, that's so fair. Okay, I mean, I didn't realize it was a cult.
Well, just like Christianity is, so I guess like you get to
sure
have enough platform. All right, it's maybe do a quick one. It's a rock.
Yeah, it's an offshoot that's sediment based. And
sediment based offshoot. Nice.
Yeah, but it is still grounded in Christianity because they use a lot of Christian like Bible verses in order to perpetuate their cult. But everyone's like barebacking on Christianity, and that's what I would say to you is like don't bareback.
More like raw dogging.
Yeah, don't raw dog.
More like raw dogging. Fair.
Yeah, don't raw dog off of a previous cult tradition that's full of lies. Like, why do you want to raw dog lives?
Because it's a long history that's really complex and full of a lot of beauty and a lot of ugliness. And yeah, I want to take the beauty and not the ugliness.
I get that too. I do that with like constellations. I've talked about that before, that when I go out and like point at like Perseus in the stars and show my kids with a laser and tell them the story of Perseus, like I feel connected to history in a cool way. I was like, this is a long story. People thousands of years ago were telling their kids this same story with the same green lasers. And like now, like I'm doing a different version of it, but I'm continuing the story. We look at the stars and tell these cool stories. And I think that that's really fun to partake in. But I never tell my kids, by the way, the story of Perseus and the sea monster are true. Those are real stories, right? Like it's a story. It's fine. Like if people were just like, a long time ago, there was a character named Jesus and he had a happy story, and like that's all it was, fine. That'd be like not that big of a deal to me. It's because they go, this is real, that it starts to be a problem. Same with Doug.
Well, and I would say that in the case of Perseus and in the case of Jesus specifically, and I'm not talking about a lot of Old Testament historical records, I'm talking about Jesus here, Old Testament stories here, I'm talking about Jesus. The genre that we are dealing with when we deal with the text about Jesus is one of a historical biography. It's a hagiography. It's definitely like it's like a legendary biography, absolutely, but it's historical record.
When you teach someone that it's possible to turn bread into more bread in that way, as long as you're God, you're teaching them that like the uniformity of nature isn't real. Science loses all meaning because we're doing it based off of like kind of inductive reasoning, right? So now we have this thing where it's like science says gravity will always make the pen fall down, so we can use science to say it will. But once miracles exist, once people can turn bread into bread or float on water, bread, or like fish and bread into more bread. Sourdough does, like they do turn bread into bread, but it's like it's a yeast thing I don't want to get into. But like, walking on water, literally floating away after coming back to life. Now there's impossible things that can happen. So will the pencil go down? We don't know. It's a 50-50 chance whether or not God's going to let it. It could be a miracle this time. So all of our like science goes out the window because now it's chaos. There's no order. We don't know if things are going to like follow the rules of the past or not.
But I don't think that's entirely the case, because when you talk about Jesus, which are the only miracles that I would say that I believe in from the scriptures, are the miracles of Jesus. And then
you don't think God intervenes now?
No. I don't think God intervenes now.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah. And he also didn't part the Red Sea.
Probably not. We don't have any archaeological evidence of like 1 million people going from Egypt to Israel. So that seems extremely unlikely to me.
On Roi Fainéant, that's the lazy king.
The lazy king?
Have you heard that? Like the idea of a do-nothing king. It's like, some people think that God is. It's almost like deistic, right? He like starts the universe, does a few things, and sets the laws of nature in motion, and then kind of like he retired.
I see. No, I don't. I'm not a deist either. I think that the way that God's agency is fundamentally different from our agency, that the way that God acts is in a fundamentally different way than the way that humans act. And that God only ever acts through influence and through working on people's hearts. Yeah,
I'm not sure what that means exactly. Go ahead.
That's fair. I think that if God was in the business of stopping bombs, bombs would be stopped.
Well, why isn't he?
Because I don't think that, because God's not material, right? Like, God's not a material being that can act in the material world like that.
That's so like, unless
aren't
he becomes
people's hearts
Jesus.
and minds. Like, so you're saying he can influence people, though?
In a way, yeah.
Yeah. So influence the people who are pushing the button on the bombs, to not do it.
Yeah, but
also, did he create all this shit?
Yes, I do believe
he acted in the physical realm, in the sense that like he planted all the trees and he put the sun in the sky and he formed the earth and he knits us together in our mother's wombs, and like it's untenable.
Yeah.
I'm also a pantheist. I'm a panentheist. Precisely.
I can tell. But like, but he was Jesus for a little bit, and Jesus came, and Jesus could have stopped the bomb while he was here. If a bomb was flying, I know they didn't have those back then, but he could have jumped up and stopped it. But then Jesus left. He should have stayed, right?
Well, no, because then we would not be able to have the Holy Spirit. Because then this is a crucial part of my Trinitarianism. While Jesus was here, I mean, I think it was a wonderful thing that Jesus was here. But while Jesus was here, we could only receive God didactically. We could only receive God in this very immediate way.
Yeah, I know that. I know exactly what time. I'm not looking up. I just got
Actually, just for the chat, they might want to know. So if you can read the definition for them, because
I was just sending an email. This wasn't what I was. I know. Obviously, I know what it is.
I know what it means too. But if you just because you got the good mic, just say what it is.
Sure. Yeah, and I'll just look at the directly at the camera here and say that didactically. I think it means like in a way that is intended to teach with a moral or instructive purpose. I guess that's how I think of it.
Yeah, that's. I would agree with that. I concur. I would confer with
one more
you
email
on that, and that would be
email here. I think, and I just got this email out. I think you would concur.
Yeah, I concur. Then
I don't know what's happening, but
we agree that like what you're saying is that when Jesus was here, the only way that you could be saved was through his teachings.
Yeah. he was here didactically, and that's why it's okay that he was just here to teach.
But thank goodness he left, because now more people get the access. Yeah. And before him, no one had access at all. Everyone went to hell.
Oh, I don't believe in hell.
Everyone was forced into heaven. Well, why didn't he just never come? What happened to everyone before Jesus?
I don't think that Christianity is about the afterlife, even a little bit.
Oh my goodness, this guy's. So, like, what is it about?
God
like
forbid someone have nuance.
Yeah, no. What is it about? Someone like living well or something?
Yeah, living well, developing greater intimacy with God and each other.
What does that look like? What does intimacy with God look like?
It hard to describe in a visual sense, certainly, but I would
probably
say
just like made
draw
up
it out.
Yeah, try it out.
Yeah, sure. I would say that. I mean, honestly, it's the sort of thing that Mezzo was describing earlier, with looking at the trees, and even though your frame is a godless one, then that I mean, that's perfectly fine.
You know what? I think that what happens every single time we talk to any kind of theist ever is that like it's unnecessary. Like you're just doing something unnecessary, and what you're doing is you're dragging all sorts of horrific baggage with you to do something and offers nothing. Like it's just like complete useless waste of everyone's time and energy. We can just enjoy the world and each other and love each other and be good to each other and be in awe of the world around us without attaching it to a God that says to kill your kids, but let's ignore that part and just believe that Jesus was a person, but there's no afterlife, so don't worry about most of what he said. Like, what a waste of time.
Yeah, Jesus did not mostly talk about the afterlife.
I'm going to agree, and I think that I'll just run my cat in the hat thing here real quick, because I think it's worth mentioning that since you think like half the Bible's not true, as far as like how people describe God, that you know about the cat in the hat, right?
I do know about the cat in the hat.
Did you know that Dr. Seuss was a piece of shit?
I do know that Dr. Seuss was a piece of shit,
but he wasn't a neo-Nazi. We looked into that, but
okay, that's good to know.
He was a little bit
or an OG Nazi. He wasn't an OG Nazi.
No, he was no kind of Nazi, but he was racist and sexist. Okay. But he wrote this book called The Cat in the Hat, and if you read it, you're like, this is so much fun. There's a cat, there's thing 1 and thing 2, there's all these inventions. I don't remember what else. It's not that great, but then you realize, you look at the back of the book and it says you got this from the library in the fiction section. And you go, oh yeah, sure. Well, that kind of makes sense. This is a made-up fiction story. You go put it back in the library. They file it under fiction. And then you go home and go, I still think the cat's real, though. I know that story didn't happen, but I think that the cat with the hat, that part's still real. That's what it sounds like is happening. Like you're finding awe in the trees. You're doing all the same stuff we do. You're carrying on this lineage, but you still think the main character from the fiction book is real. And I think that's I don't know, it's just problematic, and it's, at least like Joel said, very unnecessary. And so I'm not sure what it offers.
Is a different kind of being than the cat, right? Like God.
No, it's not.
Yeah, every society.
They're both.
Not every society. Almost every society in human history has had a conception of a god or a sacred realm or a sense of the divine.
Yeah, but what do you think the Sphinx is? Like, the Sphinx is just a type of cat. So, like, all the different societies have, like, some of them have worship cats. There's always been different, like, house cats, and then, like, different, honoring of cats. Exactly the same as a god.
Is Osiris a cat? Who else is a cat? Who's a cat?
And if they're not worshiping cats, they're worshiping pussy. So like it's always like the cat is basically God. Same difference.
Bastet.
Yeah,
it's Egyptian for pussy.
The nice thing is we actually have access to cats. That's the nice thing.
And hats, but the story's fake, and so it's not worth kind of like basing our future on or teaching it to other people. Queers, I'm going to let you say one more thing. We're going to move on to another guest. It's time to move on.
Yeah, that's so fair. Every culture has had a concept of God. God is not a character like other characters. And this is how I understand God. And this is the place that I inhabit to understand God. And I find a lot of richness and beauty in it.
False. That's my response to that statement. Thanks for coming by, though. Next time come by, we'll do suffering and stuff like that some more. We'll have some fun. Okay. All right. Take care. Nice guy. Just like, what's the point?
You may be onto something. You know, God's character in the Bible reminds me a lot of cats.
I thought for sure you were going to do a rock thing just now.
So much hissing.
You got me on just like I'm tense. Like he's gonna preach about the rock.
Sometimes cats do eat their own young.
That's
very rare.
Okay. My cat is like vengeful and has wrath. I see that.
My cat chews on me sometimes too.
Who said?
I find the Ricky taking that. I find that like God, something about hairballs.
God is something about hairballs. All right. Well, just a quick announcement here for everybody. Since we're moving on to a new guest here, I want to let people know it's Atheist Sunday School. We're doing some bad Bible debating with Joel. Justin as a special guest hanging out here on the panel today, and I'm Mezzo. And if you are a believer in any God, you can jump on up. We're specifically talking about the Bible God, but if you want to come up for a moment, you're welcome to. In fact, if you don't believe in any gods, if you're an atheist or an unbeliever or an ex-evangelical or any of those cool words, you're welcome to jump up today and just say one thing. All right, so you can do a question and or comment. You can do two if you do one comment, one question. Yeah. I think we figured out. Is that how it worked?
Yeah, and if you want to do a swear or some sort of explanation, that's a bit of an extra.
Just a quick swear. That's so you can do three things. You do a question, a comment, and then a swear. But you only have to do one, or you can do zero, I guess.
You can't do two questions.
Well, don't request up if you want to do zero. That'd be like if I put you on and you just don't say anything.
That's like basically like that last guest, a waste of time.
Yeah, at least do a swear. Okay, so Ricky or just
Ricky is fine.
Ricky, okay. Well, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
35, atheist. So it's just gonna be one quick question.
Great.
And it's to probably Justin, but anybody, y'all are knowledgeable. I'm just interested on the Lazarus story, on whether Jesus actually touched Lazarus, whether he spoke to his spirit or touched the coffin, which is correct. Because I'm just interested on whether Jesus could even be a Messiah at all, since he broke the Hebrew halal or whatever.
So Lazarus is in John, and Lazarus gets raised from the dead.
Yep.
After being dead for 4 days. Is that how long?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, Justin will probably have some. I feel like I've heard Justin say something about this, but I was reading in Deuteronomy that necromancy is wrong, and
it's like sorcery.
Sorcery, and those are things that are gonna, are sins. So, Justin, is he a necromancer? Is Jesus a necromancer?
So I think it's nuanced, because typically necromancing meant you're bringing somebody's spirit up from the dead, like what Saul did with Samuel. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily reviving a human body from the dead. But what Jesus was doing was acceptable according to the law, but he's not supposed to touch dead bodies. Mm-hmm. I don't recall in the story him touching the body of Lazarus. He just says for him to get up, doesn't he?
I think he calls, Lazarus on him.
I have it right here. Let's see. It says, Jesus said, "Take away the stone." Martha, the sister of the dead man, said to him, "Lord, already there is a stench, because he's been dead 4 days." That's gross. Jesus said to her, she's like, "I don't want to open this door. It's going to reek. What are you talking about?" And said, "Did I not tell you, if you believed, you would see the glory of God?" So they took away the stone, and Jesus looked upward and said, "Father, I thank you for having heard me. I knew that you always hear me, but I have said this for the sake of the crowd standing here. This is like kind of funny. So God's like, Jesus is like, God, I know you always hear me, but I'm just saying it out loud so other people can kind of like see what I'm doing here.
I'm doing a bit of a show.
If you're wondering why I'm saying this out loud, God, it's just because they're watching. Just so that's so funny. Father, so that they may believe that you sent me. When he had said this, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come out. And the dead man came out, his hands and feet. Also like this, Lazarus is alive. And he's waiting inside the tomb, like waiting for Jesus to call him out. And then it's like, Lazarus, come out. And it's like, come out of the curtain. Yes, exactly. Yes, like Job throwing handkerchiefs and cards around. Amazing.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. Well, since I only get one question, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, y'all. You guys are hilarious.
Wait, did you want to do a swear?
Oh, yeah. I guess reggae satanas, I guess that's kind of swearing against
I don't know what that means.
Just hail Satan, rise Satan.
Reggae? Reggae music?
It's Ave Satanas, reggae Satanas. It's just Latin.
Reggae?
This guy's too smart. Can you swear dumber?
Yeah, do a dumb swear. Can you swear dumber?
Is good.
All right, that's pretty good. All right, we'll take it. Thank you so much for being here.
It's so interesting that like I'm going to call it apologetic of like the Lazarus spirit not being far enough away from his body yet, so it's not necromancy. Like, where do we get that notion, Justin? Like, what's the system there?
Yeah, that's actually a good point, because theoretically, if Lazarus is dead, we would presume that his spirit would have been in the afterlife or in Sheol, which means it's a pretty blurry line between necromancy and raising the dead.
So wait, what's the Samuel one?
So Saul goes to the Witch of Endor to raise up the ghost of Samuel because he needs advice.
Return of the Jedi. No.
So like he's like, oh, I really fucked up this time. I got to go talk to Samuel. Samuel's already dead. And Saul already cast all the necromancers and sorcerers out of the land, but he went and found one in his secret to pull up the body or the ghost of Samuel. And Samuel's like, WTF, mate, what are you doing? I was sleeping, bro.
Yeah, so
trying to be dead.
Necromancy is like you're getting an Obi-Wan sort of like spirit. Was it Obi-Wan that was the spirit?
No, I think that's more of a conjuring type thing. I think necromancy is like the body comes back to life, and not in an undead way. They're just biologically alive again, and they will die again, which is always like a weird part of like when someone comes back to life, they just like have to go die again later.
Then what, like, is there a definition of this stuff in the Bible, Justin, or are we just
That's the problem with necromancy. Typically in English, it's just communication with the dead. So like a seance would be considered necromancy.
Okay, so yeah, maybe I'm wrong on that then.
Okay. All right, because that's how I took it too, Mezzo. I took it as like you bring a person back and their like body reanimates.
Resurrection magic.
But that's not necessarily the thing. Okay, interesting. Because so Jesus wasn't a necromancer.
I don't believe that to be the case.
Did he never speak to a dead spirit?
I'm sure he did.
I guess he didn't call about a ghost.
He preached to him when he went to Hades, but technically at that point
he was dead too.
He was dead? Yeah.
Yeah, they're allowed to preach to themselves, I think.
Yeah. So you can die and then go talk to the dead and then come back, but you can't be alive and talk to the dead. That's a weird loophole.
So guys, if you want to do necromancy, just fucking die, okay? Stop trying to do it alive. It's not going to work. 13, welcome in. What's your age? Was that supposed to say Bun?
Yeah, that's Bun.
What's up, Bun? What's your age?
33.
Are you religious?
No, I'm an atheist. I have a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so in one of the verse or whatever is where it says that this generation will not pass before I come back. So if they know that didn't come true, why did they put that in the book?
Yeah, I think they messed up there, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. I mean, that seems
Okay.
Right. I mean, that seems
It's an issue.
so. They've made some corrections to the Bible over time. Like there are, as translations happen, there's things where they go like, oh yeah, let's fix this up a little bit. I think that's what we see happen in Samuel and Chronicles during David's when he's the plague over the census. Is that the chronicler later is doing a like, wait a minute, this is really fucked up. Let's not say God did this. Let's say it was Satan who did this. That's probably what happened there. But yeah, I think in this case, well, first of all, there are some people who think like John is still alive. That's a thing we get people come up here saying. So that's their like loophole to that. And I think that like maybe the word generation is going to be, Justin, you're here. You probably know more about this. Is that like the Greek idea of generation means something more vague than the way we think of it? Or what's the like thing there?
Well, yeah, so in Matthew 24, he says, this generation will not pass away. And Gene in Hebrew could refer to a physical offspring generation, I mean, in Greek. And that seems to be with the way Jesus is using it. It's also possible that, you know, the earliest Christians thought that a generation could be up to 100 years. So generation was elastic. It could be 40 years, it could be 100 years. So the early Christians, my reading of Matthew 24 is that they probably thought Jesus was coming back within 100 years of his death. And they're like, it's okay. This is part of the tradition now. He's going to come back eventually. Because if you look at the early writings of the church, like Origen and some of the early authors, they address some of these things. And they're kind of like, they don't know what to do with them either. They're like, well, I mean, he obviously said it and he can't be a liar, but we don't know how it's going to come true.
Yeah. Here's what I think is my hot take. Everyone who translated that or kept being like, I'm writing this down, they were like, this time it is going to be my generation's not going to they keep thinking it's going to be them. And then like the next people do it and they're like, yeah, but now it is going to be this one. So we can write it now as he's going to say it because for sure it's about to happen because they always think it's about to happen.
Yeah. And they all do. If you read the writings of the church fathers, all of them up
They're
until
ready.
like Jerome are like, any day now, our generation's the generation.
Yep.
And then the more problematic one in Matthew 16 that the guest brought up, they seem to have situated that right in front of the transfiguration on purpose.
Oh, those sneaky fucks.
Yeah, I think they put that story in there because they're like, well, I mean, Jesus said it must be meaningful. And then they're like, but it's weird because it doesn't seem to come true. It's like, but then again, what about this whole transfiguration nonsense?
That's funny. God, that's just not what he was talking about. Also, the transfiguration seems like that wasn't, it really seems like they just added that part, right?
Yeah, it certainly is 99.9 to an infinitesimal degree probability that story was made up to justify Matthew 16.
Nice callback, dude. Nice callback.
During the transfiguration, Jesus talks with some dead spirits.
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
We just found our necromancy.
Wait a minute.
Moses is dead. Elijah's still alive.
What, how the fuck?
He did one necromance then.
He got half of it. He got a 50% necromancy.
You can do it as long as half of them are dead, are alive. It's fine.
New caveat.
Hold on, I want to see it. Okay, this is around 12. Wait, when's Transfiguration?
It's going to be Matthew 17.
Oh, okay. That's farther. Okay, 6 days later, Jesus took Peter and James. Suddenly there appeared them. Okay, he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun. His clothes became bright as light. Now, is he the one doing this? Or is God doing it to him?
It doesn't really say.
Yeah, it's just happening kind of thing.
He's God. It's fine. So he's like doing this thing, and then suddenly appeared to them Moses and Elijah talking with them. Then Peter said to Jesus, Lord, is it good for us to be here? That's not what they say, but it is good for us to be here if you wish. I will set up 3 tents. So he does this thing. Yeah, I think you're right, Joel.
I mean, it doesn't expressly say that he beckoned them, but like they, You know what I mean? Like that's the apologetic would be that he didn't like do some sort of a seance to get them there, but they did show up. But he is God, so.
Dude, if you went up on top of a mountain and you started glowing and then like my dead grandpa showed up, I'd be like, Joel did a necromancy.
Yeah, you would, yes. Reasonable people, so not Christians, would see that as necromancy.
Bun, did we answer your question?
Unless you believe that Moses was assumed into heaven like Elijah.
Is that in the text? Doesn't he die?
There is a document called the Assumption of Moses that contradicts the account from Deuteronomy, I think Deuteronomy 34, when he actually dies.
I love that people are just like floating off, not dying in this worldview. It's so silly.
I love that, like, Christians, I bet you any money that if we were to, like, use this apologetic, some Christian would come up to say, well, just ignore the one that's canonized in the Bible. Let's go with this other assumption of Moses and go with that.
Plugging more holes in the boat.
Just to fix this. Yeah.
And I think Jude mentions it. Yeah, Jude 1:9 says, but even the archangel Michael, who when disputing with the devil about the body of Moses, did not himself dare to condemn, so on and so forth.
Yeah, but there's a body.
Yeah, it's weird. Why are they disputing over the body?
Jude is weird. Jude is like my favorite book because there's a bunch of this like weird comments in it that it seem like offhanded. And the translation I have is the one that I use a lot, where it mentions that Jesus was there in Egypt, killing people back in the Exodus. And so it's like it lists Jesus specifically, and that's like the only spot I could find it, but it's not in all the translations. So it's kind of a fun one. Anyways, Bun, did you want to do a quick swear?
Is puss a swear?
What?
Without the Y? Puss?
Yeah.
I don't think it's I think you have to put the Y on it.
I'll accept it. Yeah, maybe just say fucking puss or something like that. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
He doesn't do it. Maybe.
Thank you, Bun, for being here. Our next guest is about to do something, but Joel, I don't know if you noticed what time it is. We kind of fucked up here.
Shit, it's the top of the hour, folks. That's right.
One second. Yeah, sorry. I have a calmer loop this time. I did like a kind of chill.
I'm going to bring it down then.
It's the top, like one of those, yeah.
All right. Well, that's right, folks. It's the top of the hour. It's 12:20 p.m. and it's ass, baby. Oh, yeah. We're deep in ass. A couple hours deep in that ass. We are here with BBDs, Bad Bible Debates, Mezzos, hosting the heck out of the show. We've got Justin hanging out as a special guest. I'm JRB, and we've got Carrie in the hot seat. Ooh, take it away, Mezzo, at 12:20 p.m.
Hell yes, I will. Let's do it, everybody. I like the idea, Joel, that when you say, how deep can you go? And you do it in time, hours deep. That's a good loophole for all you small dickers out there. If someone says, how deep will it go? Hours is the answer. How long is it? All night long. That's how long it is. Hell yeah. That's a sneaky loophole. So now we have two loopholes. If you want to do necromancy, be dead, or glow on a mountain, and then if you want to make it seem like you have a longer dick, just measure in time. Great stuff today. Welcome in, everybody. Our guest here, their name is Carrie. Carrie, what's your age and religion?
Hi guys. I am 52 and deconstructing.
Excellent. That's a perfect age to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. Like, you're no offense, but you're halfway through your life. You have exactly 52 years left.
Don't remind me.
Well, I think 104 is the standard. And so, you have a chance here to live the rest of your life in a free from spirits kind of way. So, what's going on? What are you hanging on to?
Well, no, I'm not hanging on to much of anything anymore, but I just wanted to say that one of the things that really started me on my deconstruction journey was somebody asking me the question, why is Satan the bad guy in the Bible? Because all he's like the Garden of Eden, for example, he tempted Eve to eat the apple. But was he really tempting her or just encouraging her to use the free will that God gave her?
Yeah, the free will thing's always weird of like, God gave us the best thing ever, free will, and what we're supposed to do is not use it and use his will.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's always a thing. But also, that wasn't Satan. And also, yeah, he just says like, hey, this thing's going to make you know right and wrong. And they go, oh, okay, that sounds good. Is it not good to know right and wrong?
Yeah, he's encouraging them to improve themselves.
Yeah.
To use their free will. So how is he the bad guy yet?
He's a self-help snake.
Exactly. God is the one wiping everybody out and killing everybody. Where Satan is just encouraging people to think for themselves.
God gave us life. Satan improved it, and then God killed us all. So like it's it's just really not good. Yeah, I'm with you. That was a big thing for me early on in my deconstruction. I was dealing with problems of suffering, but also just like the Garden of Eden became so unbelievable to me. I was like, this story isn't true, right? Like in any way, like it doesn't make sense theologically or like scientifically or historically. Like it's just not a fact. And so I ditched that. And then later I was like, oh, wait a minute. If we don't have this, Jesus doesn't make sense either. And that kind of started to unravel other things. It was like a thread on a sweater. If you like the band Weezer.
Right.
Mine was like the motivation of the character of Satan. And like, he's just like, always just evil, doing evil things and trying to harvest souls, and it's like, why? What's his motivation? Yeah, like, he's just like a very juvenile evil villain character, and like a comic, like even comic books, I think motivate their villains better. Like it's very silly. And more recently, I just stumbled on this. Like this is like very not a big point, but like if he was going to come to deceive Eve, why would he come as a scary snake? Like, why wouldn't he come as like an adorable kitten or something like that?
Well, that might have been part of it. Like maybe because the snake had legs before, it might have also been fuzzy. Like imagine like a furry, long, like weasel looking thing. That could be kind of cute.
Yeah, maybe it was a lot cuter. Who knows? Maybe
with giant eyes and big eyelashes.
It's just purring.
Hi, you really want to try that fruit? It'll make you wise.
And then God cursed it, and it turned into just like an ugly snake with like reptile shit.
Yeah.
Well, snakes are fucking
man.
cute, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I gotta
think
say,
you're right, Carrie.
I am so excited about the trifecta that's going on here today with the three of you.
Well, Justin normally is going to be doing some unapologetics stuff. Are you doing that today?
So I'm not today. Ian and Blitz are hosting. No, the answer is no. But
okay.
I'll be back with unapologetic mid to early August.
Well, if you ever need a guest host, Joel will do it. Probably, he'll jump in there and help out, or Carrie maybe. But I probably am busy, so don't ask me. Not that you did.
Joel, you've been voluntold.
But Carrie could do it. Probably I'd do Carrie first and then Joel if Carrie's busy, probably.
We do need a Bible guy.
Yeah, that's not me.
I don't know that. Like, I know some Bible, but not as much as you, obviously. I'm not like a scholar.
Yeah, but you cook on Bible, Joel.
I know some Bible.
On Bible, dude.
Joel definitely knows Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joel reads Bible. Joel knows Bible. Yeah. All right, Carrie. Well, thanks. Did you want to do a quick swear, or are you not that far along in your deconstruction?
You guys are fucking awesome.
Oh, I love that.
Nice.
That's a good one. That's beautiful.
Have a perfect.
Okay. Oh shit! I dropped her off.
I think it was going to be day. I think it was perfect day. Thank you,
beautiful death. I think she was saying. So got a little weird with the thread at the end was a little weird, but I do appreciate it. Oh, speaking of of a friend. We have a friend here. I don't know if Crystal means to come up, but we're accepting atheists today. So, Crystal.
God damn it. Of course I fucking wanted to come up and swear on your show. It's my birthday.
It's your birthday.
Oh, yeah, today's your birthday. Yesterday you said it was tomorrow. In the time ways that makes it. You guys, it's Crystal J's birthday. It rhymes. It's amazing. What are you doing for your birthday?
I'm going to go live later after you're done and just hang out with everybody. And I want to talk about anything. So if you've got conspiracy theories, if you've got, stories, horror stories, I don't care what you come up and tell me about today. Come up and talk to me today.
I'll bring this.
For my birthday.
Oh, wait, I can't put this on over my bigger headphones. It doesn't work as
You
well.
just look like a big Hershey's Kiss.
I have a conspiracy that everyone's just chocolate under foil. Sorry, that's
Well, Mezzo, one time I remember you went to do a poopy and you came back and said you just did one big chocolate. So that's...
Oh, my God.
You said little Hershey Kisses have big, big chocolate. And do you guys remember that commercial?
Is it? Wait, I remember. No, the thing was they melted in your mouth.
Little Hershey Kisses have big, big chocolate. Little kisses. Was this just Canadian? Little kisses have big chocolate. You're gonna love. I remember my dad taught me the Nestle theme song that they used to do as kids because they go Nestles. What comes out of ASS? Chocolate. That they would always sing that. And I remember being like too young, being like, I think my dad spelled a swear.
When I was little, you know how did you guys ever say that prayer, now I lay me down to sleep?
Yeah.
So I would say, now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. This I asked in Jesus' name. And then I was like little, like I was really little. And I told my dad, isn't that a swear? And he was like, what?
I asked in Jesus' name?
Yes. I
really?
Assing in Jesus' name. And I was
going to do some assing in Jesus' name in a little bit.
That's kind of what we're doing right now. Yeah,
well, that's true.
You're set off right away because the grammar's weird. Now I lay myself down to sleep is what it should be. But since you say me, now you're like, are we assing things too? I think that's what throws it off.
Now I lay I down to sleep. Me pray the Lord I soul to keep.
Yeah, this was written by a caveman for sure.
Definitely.
Me lay down to sleep.
Well, I just came up to cuss and tell everybody it was my birthday. I love you guys. Have a great day.
We'll come see you, Crystal.
Happy fucking birthday. Happy fucking goddamn birthday.
God damn it. Thank you.
That's so good. That's so good. All right. Thanks for coming, Crystal. Everyone, I hope you followed Crystal. She'll be live later. She's, and I don't normally rank people, but the best.
Mm-hmm.
She's the best of people.
Top of the tops.
Rank as far as rankings go.
Yeah.
Cheesy, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
30, an atheist.
All right. Well, you got yourself to comment, question, or a swear. What you gonna do?
Comment. Love you guys. While I'm at it, fucking love you guys.
Yeah, you see, you can sneak them both in. All right. Well, hey, I can't speak for the whole group, but I can speak for Joel. He loves you too.
Oh yeah, I love you too, and I fucking appreciate it.
Thank you, Joel. I came across you a few months ago, scrolling through YouTube.
Oh, on Joel's? Sometimes I'm on YouTube.
Joel read Bibles, and then followed you, Mezzo, and then Deconstruction Junction.
Yeah, he's on YouTube. God, he gets great YouTube numbers. I do YouTube sometimes through his channel, which is why I get good numbers.
I'm really happy to hear that because I get people in my comments all the time saying Justin sent me, and I want to say thank you to Justin for that because like a number of comments I've gotten, they go, came through Justin and I'm loving this, but Cheesy, you got to Justin through me, so at least I'm giving a little bit back in that way. So that's wonderful. Thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, no problem.
It's not a competition though, like.
Not a competition, but it's nice that we can support each other. And I'm like Justin is doing a really he sends a lot of people to me. So I appreciate it.
Do you want me to give you a tally for that, Joel?
Yep.
Okay.
It's like sometimes I come on Joel, sometimes he comes on me. That's all he's saying, little tit for tat.
Yeah, that's it. We just come on each other all the time.
Yeah, if you're coming on each other's tats and tits, then that's fine. But it's not a competition. It's not some sort of competition.
Nobody. This was a friendly conversation. Nobody was doing a competition or a competition.
You compared it down. Like you were like, coming first or something like that. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Cheesy, thank you so much for being here. I super appreciate you. Keep
Thank you,
rocking
guys.
and keep doing your thing. I got to come up with a better, like, keep rocking and doing your thing. That's dumb. Let's come up with a better, like, goodbye.
Because Doug's in your heart.
I knew it. I knew he was going to jump in with that. I saw
Yeah, I
it
can't
coming.
do
was
that.
like, don't say rock.
Stay godless. How about that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's good. Atheism. Good. Do it. Keep doing your atheisms.
Doug is obviously the grounding of all groundings because the ground is made from Doug.
All right, how do you mute people?
Ground is
hand.
dirt. Ground is dirt, Justin.
I've now
Not
brought up
stones. Unbelievable.
I like keep doing your atheisms. I think I'm going to try that one. That one. I don't know if I'll be able to say it with a straight face because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Hey, keep doing your atheisms. Okay, we'll have to practice that. Nova and Nova and who? Nova and Stella, I assume are a pair of beautiful dogs.
Yes, they are. They are definitely under 18, but I'm 53 if that counts.
I love the astronomical names. Beautiful, beautiful. They pair together nicely.
Thank you.
Stella is like a stellar, right? That's the idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a cool way of saying stellar. It's like Hella.
Like Hella Stella.
Hella Stella. This is Heller Stellar. Okay, well, what's your, you said your age. What's your religion?
I'm an atheist, and I had a question for Justin.
Okay.
I'm always confused about John the Baptist. Did the ancient Hebrews do baptisms? Like, what was his thing?
So this is funny. The ancient Hebrews did do baptisms, but they weren't the way we think of them in Christianity. In Jewish culture, baptism was a form of cleansing, and you would do them ritually. So you wouldn't have one baptism, you would have many. And like if you look at the Qumran sect, the Essenes would like baptize themselves like multiple times a day in like the multiple mikvahs sitting
Is
around.
it like a shower?
It's more like a dunk.
Yeah, but I mean, the idea is like you're dirty and like actual dirt, but also like your sins are dirty. So we just do a quick wash off.
It's a physical cleaning, but also remember to the Hebrews, moral impurity was roughly synonymous also with physical impurity. There wasn't much difference.
Yeah.
That's why you could sin, and Joel's already read Leviticus. You could sin, like commit a moral failure, and then it would contaminate the whole camp, or it would contaminate the temple.
So sometimes if you sin, you have to kill an animal, but by the time Jesus showed up, that was starting to wear off, right? Like that was already kind of on its way out. Is that true?
Yeah, that was kind of a dying practice. I mean, people were still doing it, but it wasn't like it was in the olden days.
Yeah. And so this was a different like thing that they were still doing, which was like use just a water cleansing ritual. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
It was a great way to update the practice.
Yeah, because if they were doing that way back during Moses' time, like the water part also, and then they were like, let's not do the animal one so much anymore, but let's just kind of like hype up this one a bit and say that this works for the same kind of thing. It's a good idea. Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't like I remember like as a Christian being like, well, I don't like that all those animals were slaughtered. So it's good that Jesus came so we can put an end to that. And then later realized that like that was already just going away. That wasn't he didn't really actually do like put an end to that. That's not part of the story.
Yeah, the animal sacrifice in the ancient world is one of those things that really makes the Bible look silly. Because if you believe in the New Testament, you have to believe that God instructed them to do the animal sacrifice. Like he invented this weird system just to like randomly point you towards Jesus one day. It just also happened to be that everybody else was already doing it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Quite a coincidence for sure. That's funny. All right. Well, Nova and Stella, I don't know. I'm not talking to your dogs. I was talking to you, I think, specifically. I'll talk to your dogs after. But did you have anything else, or did that answer your question?
I'm wondering if you guys are still doing the podcast with Bjorn or if that's like out.
Oh, yeah. There's a new episode tomorrow. So we actually, after this is over, Joel and I are going to get on a plane. We will be literally in the air later today. We're going to record an episode. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. Tomorrow's episode 21, I think. Is that right? Yeah, around 21.
Yeah,
so we still have a few left in the season.
Called.
Awesome.
Well, there's something about moose or something.
The last one was balls. Something about balls. We don't really. We're not as involved as we used to be in the podcast now that Bjorn's taken over. So we we record our parts. They edit them. We don't really know which. We don't own our debates anymore. Yeah. So we don't know which ones they use, and we don't have control over the editing. So.
It's less work. It's nice that it's less work, but it's also a little bit like, we've lost some creative control. So it feels a little bit weird. So if this season feels a little bit like out of place to everybody, we're like working on that with them and making sure that it's like still sounds like a Joel and Mezzo product. And every now and then you'll hear Justin on there. He pops by and gets his voice in there. But he doesn't.
Does this one have Dr. Bowen this episode coming up or?
Yeah, this might be the one. Yeah, I think we're supposed to talk about that clip. And so anyways, yes, we absolutely are. And it's going really, really good.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. Do I get to swear?
Please.
Jesus H fucking Christ.
Nice.
What's the H? Holy?
That's his middle name.
Hot. Let's go with hot.
Horrendous.
Jesus, hot Christ. All right, keep on doing your atheisms.
Keep on doing those atheisms.
Oh man, I really tried.
There's always confusion about Jesus' middle name because when I was growing up, I thought his middle name was tap dancing.
Oh yeah, Jesus T.D. Christ for sure. Yeah, tap dancing. God, who started that? That's a really funny visual. Who do you think was the first person to say Jesus tap dancing Christ? Probably Mel Brooks. Who first said?
I mean, he might have had wooden sandals. He could tap dance.
That's clogging.
Classic clog dance.
Jesus clogging Christ.
That's after he's been on the toilet. Am I right?
Oh, sick, Joel. John Belushi.
The Muslims will say that a lot. They like to go like, "What does your God do a shit?" And that's you can say, "Yeah, he's Jesus clogging Christ."
I think it's a John Belushi.
You just debunked the Trinity right now.
How?
Because, Deuteronomy 23 says that God can't be around feces.
Done. Oh my goodness. I can't wait till I get there. I'm going to use that in the episode.
That's why Jesus only lived to 33. He was so plugged up.
So backed up. Yeah. Also with all that cum, because as we've said, I guess him coming would be unclean, but it wouldn't be a sin necessarily. So he could have probably done that.
Does that happen? Like they say that after you pass away, that there's a release of bowels, and so that was probably like just spooling down the cross. But does that?
Oh my goodness! I pictured it.
But does that, like, it's wrapping around?
Yeah, it's wrapping around it.
Does that happen with ejaculate as well? Does that, like, if you're backed up and you die, does it just like come out? Or because there's not a sphincter holding that back as much, so I don't think that would happen. It'd probably just stay inside.
Do you know what a war boner is?
A war boner.
So this is a real thing. So sometimes there's a thing referred to as a war boner where people actually get off through physical violence.
Oh, and like that.
So if Jesus had a war boner while he was getting crucified, he might have some stuff loaded, ready to go.
Yeah, the whipping part and stuff like that could have like loaded him up.
Really,
Hitler, when he was doing his big impassioned speeches, he got a boner and finished in his pants. That's historically true.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but let me say this.
Never
by the way,
heard that.
If God can't be around feces and God has feces in him and he's backed up, like he's around feces more than anyone's ever been around feces. Like when it's inside you, you are around it physically. Like your whole body's around it.
Well, that brings up good questions because technically everybody has feces in them. It's not, you're not polluting anything until it comes out of your body. Like the nocturnal emissions will make you unclean, but while it's in your body, it doesn't make you unclean. It's a really weird situation.
Right. Yeah, that is weird.
Keep it in, or else it becomes unclean.
Yeah, keep it contained.
So the only way for Jesus not to be contaminated is to have a miracle sphincter.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like a cone head, right? It's just there's nothing back there.
Maybe he had a plug.
Plug
That's
of Christ.
probably true. Yeah, the Jesus butt plug.
Yeah.
All right. I have a question for you, Justin. That's not about butt plugs, shit, or cum. Is that okay?
Boring.
There's a guy I was trying to read up on a little bit named Celsus. Have you heard this name before?
Yeah, Celsus is like the best early critic of Christianity. He's a master.
Yeah, so we don't have any of his actual works though, right? It's just other people kind of critiquing his works that we like hear it from.
Yeah, we get most of the writings from Celsus from Origen. He wrote 7 books trying to combat Celsus's writing. Celsus's writing was called the True Doctrine. That's what he called it. But yeah, the True Doctrine hasn't survived as a document. We only know of it from what is quoted by Origen.
It's such a bummer, I bet. And I think there's a lot of stuff like that because Christians were big time book burners. And so they did a lot of like, oh, this one is against us, and they would just burn them. And so we hear about burnings, but we don't know what they said exactly. And I bet there was some really good stuff in here that Origen didn't address. You know what I mean? That was like, he's like, I don't have it. You know, there's probably some really good stuff. But this is a guy, I was telling Joel a little bit about him a few days ago, that this is, I think one of his main things was like, I've seen people in Egypt do these same tricks, these kind of like illusion magic trick things. This is just a thing. You can learn this like David Blaine skill if you go to Egypt, and Jesus probably just learned this stuff in Egypt and is doing it here. It's not hard to see. You guys are all just blown away by someone who like, you know, went outside one more time than you and learned a cool trick.
Yeah, you can. So there's a reconstruction of all of the Celsus material that is quoted.
It's Celsus? Is that
we say Celsus, but back in the day it would have been Celsus. But so there's a reconstruction of it, I think, on early Christian writings, if I remember correctly, or New Advent. I forget which one. But there is a reconstruction of the True Doctrine based on Origen's writing, where you can read everything that was quoted within Origen's writings from Celsus.
Yeah, I see it.
And he says that Jesus went into Egypt because his mother basically slept with a Roman guard named Pantera and learned the magic from the Egyptians and came back. And which is funny.
Like the band?
I mean, yeah. Cool. That's why the band was so badass.
Yeah, I just thought it was like Latin for panther, but that's a sick name. You know that earlychristianwritings.com is good because they have papyrus font at the top of their webpage, so that's good. But yeah, here's fragments from Origen. Yeah, this is cool. Okay, yeah, this is what it is. By the name of certain demons and by the use of incantations that the Christians appear to be possessed of miraculous power. Yeah, so he kind of like... And I think a lot of people back then, like, still sort of believed in sorcerers and magic and stuff, but also knew that some of it was tricks.
Yeah, he does go on later. And Origen explains some of his book, because at one point Jesus is accused of doing basically parlor tricks. And Origen goes on a long diatribe trying to explain that they weren't normal miracles, like the feeding of the 5,000 isn't a normal trick that you can do.
Yeah, I just don't think he did that part.
Yeah,
a lot of them just were like, this was just written down, and then some of the stuff was maybe tricks. Now, I've had an idea for a long time about this movie that I want to make that you'd have to probably be like a, what's it called when you help make sure things are more accurate?
A consultant
on, which is that like the 12 disciples got together and they're like, we have to make it so that people start, believing in this God character more. We need to have a Messiah come up. And then they like find Jesus guy, and they like he's a mark. So they make him think that he's a Messiah, and they don't tell him the truth. And so they're the ones actually orchestrating all the miracles and making Jesus think he's really walking on water, but they're just like, it's like shallow, and they're pretending it's deep and stuff. And he's just a dummy. Like he's just a gullible kind of goofball, and they all like trick everyone to thinking he's doing it. And like they're switching the water and wine out, and he's like, I did it. And he doesn't really know what's going on. And then, obviously at the end, they would all have to like, realize that he goes too far with it and stuff, and then dies, and then they have to like make Judas take his place and come back in a like bloody disguise with holes in his hands and stuff. I think it'd be so fun. It'd be such a fun movie to make.
2 thumbs up already.
Yeah. No degree required.
Boring.
Welcome in. What's your age and religion? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Were you doing a quick insult to my idea before we started?
It sounded painfully boring.
Oh, okay.
It was a joke. Well,
Oh,
it did. I mean, I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
And I'm almost 50.
Okay. Well, good start. Did you want to let go of the Bible God today? We can help you with that.
Heck no.
Why not? What are you hanging on to?
Well, obviously, I think it's the most reasonable position one could hold to.
You've also kind of made it your personality based on your sense of humor, so that makes sense.
Made it my personality?
Like Christianity?
Sure, I guess it is part of my being.
So you think this stuff really happened?
Yes, I actually
Why?
do. Well, I mean, I come from a Christian perspective. I believe the biblical worldview is true. So I just hold that to be the truth.
Oh,
and
okay.
I think that
So you think it's true because you hold it to be true? That's why?
well, I didn't always hold it to be true. I wasn't always a Christian. I was raised in a Christian society, was taken to church and stuff.
What initially like tricked you into thinking that this was like a real story?
Well, I don't think I was tricked. I think it is a real story.
Right. What made you think that?
Well, when someone presented the gospel in a way that really spoke to me, that was pretty much what did it. I didn't go down a deep
So you already believed it was
intellectual
true?
path. Yeah, you could say that I believed it was a true in a sense, but I didn't change everything.
Right, but like, no. So Joel and Mezzo and I, like, we don't believe it's true. So there's no formulation of the gospel that would ever make it true for us.
You don't think if you had a personal experience like I did, it would make it true?
No.
Oh, I think you're adding something in there. I can understand, like, if they duped you by scaring you with the gospel, like, I can see how you might be scared if you didn't, like, think too hard about it. Is that what happened?
Well, I wouldn't. As far as I do remember as a kid sometimes almost having, you could say, a fear or an awe of some of these stories and the Bible. But I don't think that wasn't why I converted. I converted because of I had this idea of what good and bad was, and that if God exists, then I was a good person. But then I realized I wasn't even meeting up to my own standards. And then hearing the gospel, that kind of changed everything. That
That's
that it
interesting.
wasn't by works. Yeah.
So you're saying that like you had a like idea of good and bad, and then once you read the Bible stuff, you like saw that it aligned with that in a lot of ways, and so you thought like maybe, oh, that this must have been like this was written on my heart kind of a thing, and it says it's going to be like that sort of stuff.
It would be more like God is self-evident to all of us, and I was experiencing that.
Well, that's different than the
self-evident
right and
truth.
wrong thing.
Well, I was experiencing that self-evident truth, and I was saying, okay, well, there are certain things I need to do to be approved by God, and those would be good works that I think are good, so he would approve of me in the afterlife. But I realized I wasn't meeting up to even my own standards here. And then hearing the gospel, realizing that it wasn't by works that you're saved, and that kind of changed my view, and it spoke to me in a way that I guess you could say it drew me to it. A Calvinist might say it was, what's the word they say?
Determined.
Irresistible.
Oh, I've heard Calvinists say that about me. Yeah, for sure. But I think like, you know, I'm just having a hard time of you saying like, yeah, I have this like idea of right and wrong and my standard of morality. And so I'm now you're using the Bible for that, but the Bible has a bunch of bad stuff in it. Like, right. Like the main character of the Bible does horrific things in the story. So like, what were you reading that was so like connective for you?
Well, at that point, being presented the gospel, I wasn't actually just reading the Bible here. Somebody was quoting scripture that spoke to me. I had read the Bible before as a non-Christian who thought I was a Christian. And there was some passages in there. I was like, man, this is, I would admit, was pretty troubling, violent passages and stuff like that. But if I'm looking back and being honest with myself, there were certain times where I felt violence was justified anyway. So it wasn't really that I was out of the ordinary.
For sure, there have been times in history where some violence has been justified in an unfortunate way, but some of these ones in the Bible story are not. Like they're unjustifiable violences that happen and occur in here. No doubt. Like
I guess it depends on which ones you're talking about.
Yeah, for sure. The ones I'm talking about are the ones that are like unjustifiable. In fact, you know, we do this every day, so like maybe we can
people mistreating Hebrews.
Sorry.
It's that
Once
time
a day
again.
we do the reading of the opportunity for us to express one of these moments where there's an unjustifiable violence that occurs in the Old Testament. Now, I know you were presented with the Gospels first, but let's just keep in mind the Gospels are the story of Jesus tap dancing Christ. And one of the things that Jesus, his claim was that he was one with the Father, right?
If you've seen me, you've seen the Father.
Yeah. And the Father isn't Zeus or Thor. He's talking about like Yahweh, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's read a little bit of what Jesus was one with. Jesus was one with this particular character, and I'm sure you've all heard this story. We read it once a day in our live here in 1 Samuel chapter 15. Are you familiar with the Amalekite story?
Yes, I even read that before I became a Christian.
Great. And then you still went through with it. Okay. Interesting. Thus says the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and women, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. The laugh is in the original manuscripts, but they took it out of the later versions. It said ha 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 ha. But so this is bad, right? This is unjustifiable slaughter, right?
No, I wouldn't say so.
You think this is good to slaughter these infants?
In this case, yes, I think it was morally justified.
Explain to
And when
me.
you say good, you could say it was good that it was done, but it may not be good that it's in the sense that it had to be done in the first place because of the fall of men. That wasn't good. But the fact that God,
no, I'm speaking just specifically about like this one. Let's say there's one Amalekite toddler named I don't know, like we could name it Justin. And would that be uncomfortable for you, Justin? It's just a coincidence.
I think an Amalekite named Justin probably had it coming.
Well, that's rough.
No degrees.
We could say it was morally justified
on this one.
Let's do Sally. Let's say there's a little Amalekite toddler. They're 3 years old, and their name is Sally. Let's say 2.5 years old.
Did No Degree say morally justified?
Sure. Morally justified, yeah.
How is it morally justified that Sally, the 2.5-year-old Amalekite, needs to be cut in half by a sword?
Well, I mean, there's different views on this. Obviously, the Bible doesn't just give an explanation on this, other than to say it tells them, as you read there, why God is having them to do this.
I think, there's no explanation except for the why. That is the
to say for what they did when they came out of the land of Egypt. And of course, there's other passages that say that God will visit iniquity on those for generations of those who hate me. So the presumption here is the Amalekites still had a fierce hatred towards Yahweh and toward the Israelites or the Hebrews. And so therefore it was justified because they're not going to repent. So I guess you could say their judgment had come at that point.
So if you don't like someone, they get to kill you?
Eventually, God will bring his wrath upon the evildoer.
Right. And I'm saying wrath is unjustified. So let's talk about Sally in particular. What particular acts could 2.5-year-old Sally have done that were deserving of sword chopping?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say there could have been anything that she done in and of herself that was justified. It was just at the moment in time where God just appointed that to be the time to do it. And I believe Sally would have been avoiding the pain and suffering that she would experience growing up in that evil society. So this was God showing mercy upon what would happen to Sally in the future.
So it's a mercy sword chopping.
Sure.
So, I mean, let's just use our imagination a little bit, because God is omnipotent and can go about this in any way, right? This is the way I would have done it. You are God, and you're seeing the future Amalekites, the next generation. Sally, when she grows up, is going to be a real piece of shit. She's just going to be awful. So you have some options here. You're omnipotent. You have infinite options, but let's just pick between the two. You could send your people to go chop her in half, so they have to physically like, just get in. Going through the stuff there.
To be fair, you could dash her head against the stone.
You could do, well, don't bring Doug into this again. That's like, are those the rocks the babies were dashed against? Was it Doug? You really going to claim that one?
That's why Doug had to get rid of the Bible God.
Yeah, so he and God were working together to slaughter these babies. Great stuff, Doug. But here's what the alternative, though. Instead of all the sword sawing and rock smashing, why don't you just sterilize the generation of Amalekites before, so that they stop having babies?
I suppose that could have been an option, but maybe God had a different lesson to be taught here. I don't really know. I would only be speculating, because the Bible doesn't really get into that. But even if he sterilized Sally,
let's go with that. Let's say
Sally would still grow up to commit.
No, I'm saying sterilize Sally's parents. You do the generation prior.
Okay,
So Sally just never was born. So even if there is like the most important lesson that we ever could have learned, now we don't know what the lesson is. You're saying maybe there's a lesson, we don't know the lesson, so the lesson kind of failed. But let's pretend there was a lesson.
You could kind of glean some lessons from this.
What do you think the best lesson we could get from it is?
I think that this would show the effects of sin on the world and the consequences of it. And this would be kind of a representation of what judgment might be like in the afterlife. So presumably people would be like, okay, I don't want to end up like the Amalekites.
Okay.
So whatever I do, I want to honor God and not end up like they did.
It's kind of like the same story as like Noah's flood and Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff.
Just a different way of doing it. I mean, in the flood, presumably they all drowned.
Well, at least the thing with the flood in Sodom and Gomorrah,
and Gomorrah, they were all zapped by fire. All of this,
so the idea is God could hurt you in a lot of different ways, but I think those are different too, because the idea with the flood is it says the reason is because they were so bad. With this one, that's a harder connection to make. Like what Sally did is nothing. And so Sally didn't even go against God, and she still got cut in half. So if this really happened, do you think the lesson that we're like really stretching to make here was it worth it to Sally to get cut in half? Because really more people read this and leave the church. they walk out of church and stop being religious. So the lesson is don't follow God. Like that's the main lesson humanity has gotten.
Well, I think if Sally were here to tell us, to say, yes, I would have much rather ended up this way than following in the footsteps of the parents of those who hate the Lord. So I think that they would.
You're just going to speak for Sally, who got chopped in half?
Well, I mean, presumably based on what I believe here, that's what she would say.
I'll do it too. I'll put words in Sally's mouth, and I bet she would say, "Hey, don't chop me in half with a sword. I don't want that to happen." That's that'd be my guess of what she would say. I don't speak.
I mean, I don't think they were as inefficient as you think there, where you were having them hacking and sawing. I think they did it very swiftly, very precisely.
Why do you think that?
I mean, these were people who they did this kind of stuff. That they were people of war.
They were really good at it
during that time period. Yeah, all of them were good at it. Not just the Hebrews, but the Amalekites.
They had a lot of practice with other people's children.
There was a lot of unaliving. It was a violent time period. Jesus even describes it as.
Did the infants go to war, or did?
No, I'm saying that just the way they unalived other tribes. They were very efficient at it. All the tribes were.
What method do you think they used on the toddlers?
I mean, sword, presumably based on scripture.
But like to the neck, to the heart, like what sort of? What's the best?
Can
way
imagine,
to do that?
but I don't know if it would be something we would want to discuss on TikTok.
Well, it's enough for the Bible. Why can't we? We're just talking about God's word.
Because TikTok's very sensitive. They are to me anyway. If I breathe wrong, I get kicked from TikTok. So
sure. Well, I mean, you are like justifying the slaughter of toddlers. I'm saying that there's no good way to chop a toddler. That's my slogan.
Oh. Okay.
But what do you think the best way is?
I mean, just do like the Bible said. Just put them to the sword.
So start at the toe and make your way up.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how they did it.
Yeah, it could have been gruesome, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure it was very gruesome.
So like these Israeli soldiers had to go home and wipe the toddler blood off of their swords when they were done, probably?
Well, that's kind of what William Lane Craig said is probably the hardest thing would be the psychological effect it would have on the soldiers, more so than the people themselves experiencing.
Yeah, I think it's hard. I mean, I'm for sure.
Now, whether
like,
that's the case or not,
I'm for sure like sensitive to people who get PTSD, especially if they were like religious zealots who thought that God was telling them to do stuff. Like that's a sad situation. But yeah, the victims of the sword, I think, I feel worse for them. Probably, I don't know.
Well, if it's the case that God is really telling them to, as the Bible says, then that should be something that should be carried out. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
Okay.
How many Israelites do you think died by the hand of the toddlers?
That's a great question. Okay, so the score is Israelites have a million toddlers and toddlers a 0. It's not a fair
How many
fight.
would have died might have been a different question, though. Maybe in the future.
Yeah, we don't want them to die, so let's kill them. Right?
Well, I mean, it wasn't like they had adoption agents.
I'm not sure because
They literally did.
We have people that God didn't remove from history, right? Like, so God didn't get rid of Hitler. He didn't kill him as a baby. And 11 million people died because of him. So I would think that the Amalekite babies, it would have had to be over 11 million that they would have been responsible for killing, right? No degree?
I really don't know. That would just be speculation. But it does seem to.
That's the type of math that we'd have to do.
Does,
right?
it does seem to point to the extreme depravity that the Amalekite societies may have been engaging in.
That's what I want to talk about.
That even Mustache Man was spared.
Yeah, you probably think Mustache Man wasn't that bad compared to the Amalekites, right?
Well, that could be. Some people do hold that position.
But not you.
Based on
you don't hold that position. You don't hold the position that the Amalekites were.
Yeah, I don't really necessarily hold that position. I think that there was a certain time where God it was judgment time. Mm-hmm. It was time for the Amalekites to pay up, and God had to use the Hebrews to do it. Just like
Gross.
when it was time for Sodom and Gomorrah to pay
Here's
up.
here's a real question that I have, and Justin, you might have some insight on this, although I doubt it because it seems like a big unknown. With the Hebrew people, they were told the commandments from like Moses, right? Moses talks to God and then tells them, here's what God wants. With the Amalekite people, they're going against God's laws, but how are they supposed to know what they are? Who's the Amalekite Moses that God spoke to that like gave the laws to them? Because if they're breaking the laws, they have to know the laws.
Yeah, so we're not told at all in the Bible that the Amalekites ever received divine revelation or anything of that nature. And we actually have no idea what their society was like because they don't even show up in history. Like if they were like sacrificing babies and doing all sorts of terrible stuff, I would imagine that their neighbors would have wrote about them, yet surprisingly silent.
Yeah, it's a bummer too, because as I'm sure you've heard, when I did the 23andMe, my genealogy goes back to an Amalekite, like the nomadic tribe of the Amalekites in the Levant region. So, like, I wish we knew more about my ancestors, but there's just so little to know. But it's not fair, right? Right? No degree, like they would need to know God's rules in order to break them, don't you think?
I'm not real sure. I think they did know God's rules innately.
How did they know them? They're written on their hearts?
According to Romans, God gives us this moral conscience.
Yeah, but that was something that,
And that
was eventually going to happen, right? Like Justin will probably know where this is found.
I love the idea that God wrote his law on the Amalekite hearts, but not on the Hebrew hearts. He had to write it.
Well, I think he wrote it on the Hebrew hearts as well, but he also gave them the law with the covenant.
No, but like Justin, where is it found that God is telling the prophet that like eventually my law will be written on their hearts?
It's in Ezekiel.
Yeah, Ezekiel 36 says, I'll put my spirit within you and remove your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. And then I'll put my spirit in you and I will move you to follow my decrees and my statutes and whatnot.
Yeah, so it wasn't always the case that the law was written on their hearts. They actually had to write it on their eyelids. Or, well, not really literally, but that was kind of so that they would always
Still say they had an underlying sense of
But
morality.
that's you making that up. You're making that up, though, right?
Yeah, so if you're saying that...
Romans chapter 1 seems to be alluding to that.
Sure, let's read it.
That people suppress the truth in unrighteousness and things like this.
Yeah, let's see what it says here. So obviously we're in the new covenant, and Romans 1, what? The guilt of humankind, the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and injustice by those by their injustice suppress the truth. They don't know what's true, though. For what can be known about God is plain to them because God has made it plain to them. Because God has made it plain to them. Did God make it plain to the Amalekites?
Absolutely.
I feel like there's this like, and I don't know if you'll sense this sort of tension in like God. Moses allowed divorce because of the hardness of their hearts. So these people had super hard hearts. They would not have had like the same moral. What's it called? Moral intuitions that we have, right? That's why God had to allow them to have slavery because they would have done even worse. But you're saying that the Amalekites somehow would have known all the correct things to do and then just done differently, even though like that wasn't even true for the Hebrews.
Yeah, what's the difference between the Hebrews and the Amalekites? They're both disobedient.
Well, eventually there doesn't seem to be much of a difference because the Hebrews ended up doing very much the same thing. Of course, they ended up getting sold into Babylon, and there's some pretty harsh things said about them whoring around.
You mean just
things like this? So
you don't think this stuff is harsh? You think this is all
I said
good?
harsh things.
Don't you mean that they were? Like, you mean things God did to them?
Yeah, yeah.
He means like
I think
harsh
God
things.
is
Like, you guys are bad, and that's harsh.
Yeah. Yeah, but God dealt with them in a little bit different way, and we don't really know what level of depravity versus the Amalekites, because the Bible doesn't say, oh, they reached a level 10 of depravity versus the Amalekites who reached a
You just
level
have to
7
make
or
some of
something. We
that
just
up.
don't know that. It
Yeah,
just
what does the
it
Bible
just
say
kinda,
about the
we're just
Amalekite
kind of
things?
not really, that information has not been given to us.
Well, I've done this before. I'll do a quick sketch with you if I can. I think this can
Absolutely.
be a bit of a nice demonstration. And I don't know. I mean, maybe it makes sense, maybe it doesn't. But sometimes it just helps to have things be demonstrated visually.
Your sketches before, I'm sure they'll make perfect sense.
Okay. So this is a baby, and I'll draw it this way, like just a kind of cute. Babies have like cute big eyes, you know, and like little noses, and they're like these cute cheeks, and maybe like a little curly. Gotten pretty good at drawing babies. Look at that.
Orbs.
And then the easy way to do is you just do like a kind of swaddled. Okay. So here's a baby. Now, this is an Amalekite baby, so we're going to need a sword. Okay. And if this baby did, let's say, Joel, Justin, help me. Like, what's a really bad thing a baby could do?
Well, sometimes you'll feed them and they'll bite the teat.
Okay, so I'll draw like a bit nipple. Let's draw this like coming in from the side, kind of, and like this is a hurt. Like that's just showing like that's hurt. Like ow.
Yeah, ow.
Okay. Joel, what else?
I was going to say eat their twin in the womb, but that is, of course, when they're just in the womb. So we're thinking of a born actual child. Maybe just shitting, like you would change their diaper and then they shit right away.
Okay, I'll just draw like a shit.
In like a brand new diaper.
Yeah. So annoying. So here's some hot shit. Okay, let's start with these two. Now, no degree, do you think that the tit biting and the shitting is enough that now I should end this child's life? Is that enough?
Obviously not.
Okay, not yet. All right, let's get a little bit more creative with it. I think I can do this. What if it starts dealing like narcotics? See if I can. I don't know how to draw this. Maybe I'll draw like a little.
That destroys lives. I hate that.
Yeah. So I'll draw this. It's like a.
Sent the baby to NA yet?
There's like a syringe. Okay, so is this is that bad enough now? I can do it.
Yeah, probably so. At that point, I think you've met the criteria.
So
yeah, we're stabbing a baby for that.
Okay. You're kidding me. That's bad enough? That's what you're saying? So you're saying to me that what Hitler did wasn't as bad as selling narcotics?
Of course not. You know, I'm joking.
I don't know.
What I'm saying is, I don't think
Christians
that
come up and say wild things here.
I don't think that God is unaliving them for something bad they did. I think He's just taking them out of the equation so that they're not going to be continuing this dreadful pattern of evil that all their parents and ancestors did time after time for 400 years.
He's not taking them out of the equation. He's punishing them with swords. That's not just a like.
Well, he's unaliving
if the story was poof, their magic gone, sure, yeah, that would actually be like a great apologetic here. He sent them to the sword. It's murder.
What if they'd have just fallen asleep and never woke up? Would that have been better?
Much better.
Yeah. But the thing is, no degree. The other problem with this apologetic is that it Christians go, what if this was
I agree.
a bunch of baby next Hitlers? but that's just not written there. So why are we even engaging with it?
I think we can just all agree that God said, okay, go unalive them and spare none of them, animals, children, whatever.
We can
and we
agree
just
to
say,
that.
hey, God told them to do that. And since I come from the position that God knows best, that he has these triomnic properties, then he would have a good justified reason to do that.
Yep.
So
But the thing
I
is that
think it would be something that should
but don't agree. He tells you what the reason is. So all we have to do now is just look at the reason and then say, is this justified? Because we have all the information we need. We know why he's doing it. He's doing it as vengeance for something that happened 400 years prior and their babies. So all we have to do is go, would that work in our world in any way? Is this at all justified? And if you want to say that, I'm
not unless God told you to do it.
If you're going to say, I'm going to turn my brain off, and so, if might makes right, if the more powerful being says it's good, then it's good, that's your call. But I'm going to look at it more critically and say, oh yeah, this isn't good. So I'm going to say there's no good God involved, and people made it up.
Yeah, and I'll let you respond to that, but I just want to point out for the audience here and stuff, this is the one of the biggest flaws of religion is that you must remove your mind, all of your faculties. You just have to kind of set those aside and droolingly say whatever God says. And I think that's really dangerous. As we just have seen, that can lead to actual slaughter, totter-slaughtler, right? And totter-slaughtler. And I think that is obviously dangerous. And even though there's not totter-slaughtlers happening around the world constantly today by the hands of Christians, more than half of them when they come up here say they would if God asked them to. That's obviously dangerous. That's obviously a risky.
Yeah, but that's not
life
really
to
out of
live.
the ordinary for anybody, though.
That's why we're up here trying to fix this problem. It's big. It's a big problem we're working.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that.
Wait, would you do it if God asked you to?
Atheists. If God asked me to, yes.
You'd kill. Yeah. See, that sucks. That's bad.
Is there anything you wouldn't do?
I don't think that's out of the ordinary, because I see atheists making these arguments to justify things as well. So I don't see Christians.
Well, let's
doing
see.
anything different than
Justin, would you do totter-slaughtler if God asked you to?
If Doug told me to slaughtler some toddlers, I would tell him to kick rocks.
Yeah, and they're swaddled, right, like the drawing had. So you have a swaddled toddler that you're going to slaughter. It's just it's bad news. Would Joel?
Well, let me ask you.
Joel, would you? Well, hold on. We're going to do the whole panel. Would you take the life of a do totter-swaddler if you were asked?
Do swaddle totter-slaughtler? I would never do that if anyone asked me.
Even God?
I couldn't bring myself to do it. And even God, I couldn't. Yeah. I don't think I could physically do it.
Yeah, I think you could say you're God. If it's necessary, you do it. I'm not taking that on. This feels like a test. First of all, I'd be like, is this a test? I'm not doing this. I failed the test. Fine, I'm not doing it. But we all are using our brains to. But you're saying you would surrender your mind to him and just go for it. Just grab your sword.
Well, under this context, you'd have had sufficient background information, so you would have known that this was coming from God. So sure,
we all just were like, let's say it's from God. We still wouldn't do it.
We're all agreeing that it's literally God, and we know for sure it's God.
I guess we would just have to agree to disagree.
No. We agree that it's bad, and you disagree that it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, we agree that you would do it.
I'm saying is,
we agree that you would do it, and it's a shitty thing to do.
But what I'm saying is, I'll even see secular people make very similar justifications, but they're not appealing to God, but they're still appealing to authority to carry out the unaliving of a child.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I don't think we're doing anything out of the ordinary here. I just think that this is coming from God versus man.
Hold on 1 second to degree.
The pro-choice,
pro-life. Joel Justin, what is he doing there?
It's abortion.
He's saying this is an ordinary thing because people
Yeah, I mean, look, your doctor knows best. The woman knows best. You don't know what's going on. It's none of your business. Let them decide. And I'm saying, okay, well, God knows best.
For sure. By the way, I would not. I also personally would not abort a fetus.
do you agree with that argument?
Yeah, I would like let the doctors do that, right? I wouldn't
Yeah,
do
and I'm
it. I
saying,
wouldn't say like
you're appealing to the
if the doctor was like,
knows
hey,
best.
yeah, if a doctor said, hey, in order to save the life of this this woman, we need to abort this fetus. I wouldn't be like, all right, get the soldiers, let's go chop it up. I would say, can you, if you know how to do that? Can you
But they're not doing
that.
that 99% of the time. Is the point?
And also, the other thing is that the
99% of the
reason,
time they're not doing
the reason for abortion isn't punishment for something bad that the fetus did. That's not the reason for it. So this is very
Same here, it's not punishment. Yeah, I don't think it's punishment for the children specifically.
It says it is.
You don't think
It's
when
vengeance.
you're unaliving the
Agreed, it's
animals.
vengeance.
You think it's punishing the animals for oppressing Israel when they come out of the land of Egypt?
Yeah,
you do.
That's what it said.
I don't think I don't think that passage is actually teaching that part of it.
That's what it says.
I think God is the Bible says vengeance is mine.
I know you don't have a
and God is
degree,
bringing
but
vengeance.
you passed like kindergarten. You can read the words, read the book. That's what it says.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt.
What's the word?
When it goes
what's
on
the
to-
word?
when it
Hold on,
goes
shut
on
up,
to
shut
say-
up, shut up, Justin. What's the
Put
word?
the animals to the
I said,
sword.
shut up, dude. Did you not hear me, Justin? What's the word for when there's
Wow.
like a thing across your whole land, like a harem or something like that?
Oh yeah, when you have to completely annihilate everybody, it's a harem.
Harem. Oh, I was pretty close.
Yeah, you got it.
So it was one of those type of situations where it's like, these people have done bad enough, we have to like obliterate them from the map, like wipe them out of history completely, right? And that's
Well,
like,
also the animals, right?
yeah, that's what we mean. Everything. Their
But
houses
the animals
get burned
were
down.
not opposing. You wouldn't think the animals are opposing Israel.
No,
They come out of
that's
the
why
land
I
of
think
Egypt,
it's
right?
so fucked up that they got killed.
Okay, but I'm saying
Well, you're
that-
making it worse,
think
not
of the-
better.
Yeah,
think
that's
of the
that's the point.
children. Yeah, God is not. We can.
They
then we
get
can assume,
slaughtered
okay,
in the
what's-
wake of this consequence that isn't being issued to
Sure.
them. That's bad justice.
You could call it collateral damage.
No. What it
Where are
is,
you
what
from?
it is it's like vengeance being enacted on all of the things of the Amalekites. All that is Amalek must be destroyed as vengeance for what people did 400 years prior. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
here.
and I don't know why.
Let me ask you this.
specifically God is saying that. He doesn't.
Because
reveal
he's
that to us.
vengeful.
But I
No
would just
degree.
say that he
Do you
knows
think
best.
right now, it's been almost 100 years since World War II. Do you think that we should go wipe out Germany?
No.
Why not?
Well, we haven't had any commands from God to do so.
Yeah, but like the rule that we're basing this off of
What I'm saying,
is
I mean, that's if it's the case that, and I actually, because we're living in the post-resurrection age, I think a new covenant is different. But hypothetically speaking, where we, in a situation in which God tells someone to do this, then He's going to give you sufficient information that you can rely on. Say, okay, well, this is from God.
Oh, fuck.
Let's go do this.
Oh my God. I think I just got a vision from God. He
Was
told me
it
to tell.
sufficient?
Yeah, it's super sufficient. He's real, and he says, no degree, you should go, it says you should go pee in your own mouth. That's from God? That's kind of weird,
All
but
right,
it says
done
that
it.
that's what you should go do.
Next.
So God said that you need to go pee in your own mouth. Are you going to do it?
well,
Already done it. Next.
you haven't done it yet. He hasn't. Is it?
I'm joking.
Is it sufficient? Like, did he say he should swallow it? Did he give you enough sufficient details to know?
No, it was like the vision was like a gargling kind of thing.
Well, I think y'all should understand
Like it was-
what I'm saying
it was
here. At least in
frothing
the
out.
Bible, there's
Okay, so you don't have to swallow no
background
degree.
information, right?
But it was still warm.
But
So it was
there's like a lot of warm piss in
y'all
your
are
mouth.
grossing me out now.
Yeah, so God said to do
Can
it.
you like lay on your back and just shoot a rainbow stream into the mouth? How do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was laying on
Y'all
his
are
back. and
grossing me.
almost
You're
beautiful.
grossing me out. I'm very uncomfortable with this conversation.
I know
was comfortable with
pee
the other
makes you grossed out
conversation,
and dead
but not
toddlers
this one.
doesn't.
You know, it's yeah, he was so fine with the
I was more
slicing up
comfortable
of
with the
little
Amalekite
babies, but now he's
conversation.
like, ooh, that makes me queasy.
I love the idea of toddler guts spilling out onto the ground, but pee, ew. So, no degree, are you going to do
This
it?
is very, very uncomfortable.
God told me to that you should do that. So are you going to do it?
Heck no.
Why not? God said to.
Look, I don't think we're getting anywhere. I think I've made a
God
valid
told you to. You said that you would kill a baby if God told you
yeah,
to.
but there's no
but
background.
you won't drink
What I'm
a
saying
pee?
is there's no background information here.
I think what's really happening is that you'll do it when God tells you to hurt someone else, but when you become like in the collateral damage of your pee stream, now you don't want to believe in God anymore. Suddenly, there's no Christians in a pee stream, just like there's no atheists in a foxhole. That's what I always hear.
That's pretty obvious, don't you think? I mean, when some people like the idea of bringing God's justice on another society, but when God is using people to bring justice on them, that's very different.
That's what just happened. You saw.
So
it.
I don't disagree with you there.
No, degree. Do you ever think that maybe people might invoke the name or idea of God in order to excuse their violence towards another group of people?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe that's always been the case. Do you think that might be how it works?
Well, when you say always been the case.
Well, I know that you believe
obviously,
the one. Because you believe the one myth. But if you were to be a critical thinker for a second, and I know that's going to be a stretch for you, if it does happen all the other times, why don't we just go, oh yeah, then it's probably this time too, right? Like if every other time people invoke God,
examine all the time.
I'm just going to need to.
I do believe.
What are you going to see? What do you no degree? What
I do believe that God moved the United States.
Hold on,
to take part in WW2 and invade.
Let me ask you
Germany.
this: What are you going to see when you look deeper and analyze these different commands? Like, how are you going to know if it's God or not? Because you believe the God one was the one where he kills babies for no reason. So, like, what are you looking for?
Yeah, wait, why wouldn't God tell you to pee in your mouth?
I mean, doesn't really serve a purpose. But
let me say this.
I'm
it
very
could be a metaphor. It could be a metaphor for Israel.
Yeah, we get a lesson from this to follow this thing. But just real quick before we move on from this, because we do have other guests here. Just because I'm going to clip that part because I think that was really fun. Could you just say like, fine, and then I'll do like a gargle sound?
For what are you clipping?
Just say, fine.
I do not consent to you clipping any of my stuff.
Just say,
unless you're gonna send me a check in the mail. How much money am I gonna get paid for this clip?
I'll use that part of it. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Well, if you don't consent to be here, then you're not allowed to be up anymore. We'll still put him in the podcast.
Don't worry. It's consent just by them being up here.
Yeah, we'll check with Bjorn. What a fun guest that was.
100% would have do anything God told him to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He doesn't have a brain. His brain has become just like stacks of old pissed on paper, which is the Bible.
It's funny to poke fun at people who don't realize how like dumb the Amalekite story is and how like gross it is, but like it really is a major flaw in the like religion. It causes this like disassociation from morality. You know, like you have to go, I guess that's what it would be, even though that feels so wrong in every way. And like, I think that happens to like a lot of us with stuff. Like when we're confronted, as we're just growing up, we're confronted with things that's like, I don't know, like I don't eat meat anymore. So that was a thing that when I read about like Peter Singer and stuff, and I was like, gosh, I kind of want to chow down on some ribs, but this actually like makes me uncomfortable. So I just like adjust, you know, but they have to like dig down and be like, I know this feels uncomfortable, but I have to keep like going with it.
Hold fast.
Yeah. No, it's all right to change your mind, guys. Let's see if we got another guest here. It's getting a little late. I don't have a ton of time left. It's 10:30 in the morning my time. Oh fuck, we must stop at the hour.
Gee willikers, it is the top of the hour again. And that time of the top of the hour this time is 1:31 p.m. in the afternoon. It's ass, baby. It's ass. That's Bad Bible Debates. We got Mezzo hosting us up here. Justin's hanging out. JRB at your service. No one's on the hot seat, but we're waiting for somebody to come up and ask.
Oh, they left.
They left.
That's okay.
Yeah, so that. Anyway, it's still top of the hour. Take it away, Mezzo.
Ooh, that was nice. Nice little horn section right there.
Because a trumpet with a mute on it.
It's called mute trumpet. That's the name of the. Oh, what
like a trumpet with a sore throat.
Yeah, a little bit. There's also a good. It has a really good saxophone version. Oh, this one's kind of nice.
Oh yeah, with the reverb on there.
Yeah, that one's really nice. That's really nice too. Oh, a little bit back.
Justin, when you're even more super famous, are you ever think you might hire Mezzo and I to come and be like just your DJ music people, clown characters on your live streams?
1,000,000%. Will you draw pictures?
Yeah, we'll get Mezzo to draw pics.
I'm getting good at babies, and I just want to like get a closer shot of this for the Gooners. I might have to turn off
the Gooners. It's a baby.
Right, but I'm gonna just let me just crop.
Oh,
out.
that for that one.
Yeah, just crop out the baby part so you can enjoy that for a second. Might get in trouble on this one, but yeah, and
is that gonna work for Gooners?
I don't know what you're into. Like this is a little for everybody. I just want, if you're gooning, I'm skipping the baby and then going over to this side again.
Into some scat and titties. Yeah.
You know what? I could put a beard on the baby, and then I think that'll help. I think
it's the problem. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. I think Mezzo can do the music. I'll do just little like interludes where I say stuff. Beautiful.
All right.
I'll bring, you know what I'll bring to the table, Justin? I'll do my jingles, but I'll play them live. Mez will do some like middle of the segment music from one guest to another. Actually, some good music underneath some of that super chat reading would probably be really handy.
I don't have any super chats. How do you get those?
But this isn't for you. This is for Justin's stream.
I just want money.
I don't have any commercials either, but I've got lots of opportunities for commercial slots.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like slots, but that reminds me, I actually made a commercial. Hey, guys, talk for a second. I'll be right back.
I would have absolutely run some JRB commercials.
All right, yeah. I'll make one just for, because mine says this is JRB debate. Now, do you have the thing where you can run sound through your system? Because I know you have like it's high tech with the video and stuff. But if you can play like an audio file.
Yep.
All right. I should send you some commercials. So that
I can do audio and video.
Oh yeah, you can play just a video. Oh my goodness! So you're telling me I could send a video ad where I'm like walking and walking into camera saying, "Hi, I'm Joel Van Vliet. I'm Joel Reads Bible, and I read Bible. Come by and I'll read Bible."
1,000,000%.
All right, I'm gonna write that down. Gonna be sending over that ad. But so now you're studying. You're gonna be. Oh wait, here comes Mezzo.
What'd I miss?
Oh, we were just waiting for you.
Okay, but I need another minute. I made a background ad and I didn't like send it to my phone, so I have to like, email it to myself and save it. It's gonna be so worth it though.
But so, Justin, you're studying up. You're going to be even more powerful than you already are as far as having the knowledge.
That's the goal.
And
Yeah.
are you increasing your streams per week, or are you keeping the same schedule?
So for the summer, I'm keeping I got a rough summer schedule because my son is with me, so it's kind of randomized. But in September, I'm going to be increasing streams. So I'm going to be doing the 3 night streams like
You're a little muffled.
Oh, sorry. In September, I'm going to be doing the same 3 streams, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday night. And then I'm going to be adding in daytime streams on Tuesday and Thursday. So basically, I'll be streaming some days a week while.
Cool. Sounds like exciting stuff. And I know you do like 2 separate YouTubes. You have your like Deconstruction Zone normal, and then you have your like debate. Is it just debate clips?
It's literally just horizontal debate streams and also replays. My main account is where I post everything else as well, including like interviews and educational content.
Yeah, and that's kind of like so you just don't want to flood that with all your debate clips that you're gonna put out more like frequently.
Yeah, my goal is to start doing a lot more educational content on the main account, and I've got some interviews lined up with people that have left dangerous cults, and I want to get those published as well. And then the debate channel.
I was in a ninja cult, if you ever want to talk to me.
I would.
It wasn't super dangerous, but I did do dangerous things.
Did you do stunts?
Yeah, we used to like do a bunch of backflips off of roofs and stuff like that. My back is ruined.
I mean, that counts.
Yeah. So just real quick, this is the ad. Look, I made a Bible quotes totes ad for our merch from Bad Bible Debates.
Adorable.
You can see the 4, and there's the Amalekites, the bears, the horse dicks and cum, and then of course the slavery tote bag. So pick your thing, and you can't tell because Joel's in the way, but there's a price drop. So I would drop them down. They're $25 now. They used to be, I think they were $93. So they've gone down significantly. And so get a tote while you can. Link in bio. Before, like if you do it through this, then Bjorn doesn't get the money as well. That's why I'm like kind of doing this like on my own. I don't.
As long as Bjorn's not in here, because he does not like this kind of thing. He doesn't like.
If you see him, let me know.
Undercutting him because of the investment that they've done, that they're not recuperating. They've been saying that it's not being recuperated, which.
Yeah, let's take that off actually. Because
I don't even know if recuperated is a whole. You're on tonight, Justin?
Yeah, I'll be on tonight at 6
p.m. Eastern Standard Time. See what I can do for you.
Did Bjorn have an incident? Did he not convert the Swedish dollars to U.S. dollars?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how I don't know how they're doing those financials because, like, I don't know how.
Yeah, they won't let us look at the books. It's very sketchy.
But he does keep telling us that, like, he yells, I'm not recuperating. And we're like, it's not our fault. Like, we're getting good numbers. We're getting like 1,000 listens on each episode on my channel. So it's like, well, it's not our fault. Like, we're killing it. But he's still not happy. And so, anyway, we shouldn't be talking about this.
Yeah, but we do ads and stuff on the podcast for Sweden, so I think it's okay for us to do a few ads here. I just don't want to like tell them about it or ask them about it or get in trouble. We do have a guest here in the box. Let's see if they are a real person. They're a little bit of a sketchy looking account here. Risen for Jesus 1 with no profile picture. What's your age and religion?
I'm 54 years old and I'm a Christian.
Okay. That checks out. I accidentally changed the background to this one that says God is unbelievable. Did you want to talk about that, or were you here to talk about the tote bags?
Actually, when I scroll past, I just got on TikTok within the last 2 days, so I haven't. This is blowing my mind. A lot of things people are talking about. So as I scroll past your thing, I see the mockery of religion. And I thought it was humorous. And my question, I just came out, I was like, what has happened to you to make you feel so bad that just attack? If I don't believe it, they believe this, that thing. Leave me alone. But I'm just questioning. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to hate you.
Yeah.
I'm just here to ask you what has happened to make you feel so bad that I see there's purses made. I was like, hey, they even making items to quote some of the Bibles that they really hate and be like, so what happened to make you feel this way?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, those Bible verses are God condoning slavery, people loving horse cum, or at least horse cum sized loads of cum. There's of course the slaughter of the Amalekites.
I didn't hear the second part. Repeat that again. The second part. I heard you say it about condoning slavery. What did you say?
Condoning slavery. The other verse is just a funny, like, dirty, sexy verse about big donkey dicks and horse cum, and then the slaughtering of the children.
We're not condemning like huge loads, by the way.
No. Just there's some that we're enjoying and having fun with. We do condemn slavery. We do condemn the slaughter of the Amalekite toddlers. We're anti-toddler, and then also the children that were killed by the bears, which I really haven't read into that one much. Are you familiar with the Second Kings story where God kills children with bears?
Yeah. I think these two children who was mocking some prophet or something like that.
Yeah. They were like, "Hey, you don't have any hair," and so
bald head,
hey, bald head, and so they, and look, those kids were jerks.
Yeah,
those kids were bullies. But I don't think that bear death is the right punishment for them. Do you?
That's a good question, and the funny thing,
it's not really like it's a pretty easy no, of course not. That's too harsh. Like,
no,
it's not a good question.
Let me just land this so I can explain. My son just recently asked me that him and his friends was having it. It was really not understanding like, how can God do this? Like, this ain't right. Babies are innocent and those type of things. And the same thing that I had to explain to him. I says, well, God created humans, right? Just like Elon Musk can create the Tesla and decide if he want to trash all those, he don't feel they're any good. And we have more value on the decision of the creator. Now he's way above us. So I understand us as humans like, that is not wrong. I don't understand everything about God. I don't even understand how he allowed Christ to die like the way he did for our sins. It makes no sense to me. It's not fair. Why would you let an innocent man die for our sins? It doesn't.
Can I comment on the Tesla thing?
Yes.
So I think that what this kind of like goes back to the original thing you mentioned too, of like, why do you care what other people are doing in their spare time and stuff? But like we're all connected, right? Like we live in a society together. So like the things that we do and say do impact each other. Like, especially because we're like in a democracy, like we vote together and stuff. But when you do things like that, like when you make an analogy between humans and cars, I think it's dehumanizing. And I think that is problematic. I think a better analogy, because we're not cars, right? I think a better analogy would be if a dog breeder bred a bunch of puppies. They bred a bunch of like golden retrievers and black labs. And then they were like, yeah, I'm going to kill all these golden retriever puppies. Do you think that they can do that?
No, I no.
Yeah, I think it makes a big difference. And that's still not human. But once you make something with sentience, once you create something that like, once you're involved in any way of creating something that has like a mind, you don't get to fuck it up. You lose that. You have to like let that thing be now. If you make a car, fuck it up. I don't care. But if you make a mind, it's not yours to fuck up anymore. So when God slaughters things with minds, it's unjust.
Okay, so in a sense that
even if, and obviously I don't think he was the creator, but even if he was, just to be clear.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're actually a better God than God, because I don't, what I'm trying to say is that I don't quite understand those some of those slaughters in the Old Testament neither. I don't quite understand some of those things that's happened, but I don't understand also the way they were living. They lived a real treacherous life.
Sure, but you're saying you don't understand them, but you still think that they deserved it. What you should say is, I don't know if they deserved that or not, but it sure seems bad.
No, what I do say is that I believe the creator knows better than me to create it. That's why I didn't mean to use Elon Musk and those type of things. That's a wrong analogy. But my thing is that I believe the creator, because we hold life so important to us, and yet we are you against abortions?
It depends.
Okay, so in that sense, even if you couldn't even
I don't
answer
think
that
I don't think fetuses or feti are like sentient things yet, though.
Okay, see, let me just say that if my wife was pregnant and 1 week pregnant, or 2 weeks pregnant, month, and then she got in a car accident, I would feel like I lost my child and my wife. So you may feel that
Yeah,
way.
because absolutely, and I did lose we had like a miscarriage situation, right? And so I do feel like I lost a child, but that's because I was already like putting all this future stuff on them, right? That was like me, like I lost all this future potential that I was putting on there. If you don't put that on them, like if you're not feeling stuff, then I don't think that matters that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, but if you don't put the feelings, that's what I'm trying to say is that we're actually speaking on feelings. Now I'm trying to look from a creator thing. For instance, that shouldn't, if we can say that he shouldn't have did this, and then when I asked you about the abortion, you were like, not a fetal, and he's looking at them like those are human beings, and people agree all across the world that a woman has the right to do what she wants with her body. Yet no one would agree that that she can do heroin if you're pregnant. No one's like, oh yeah, you can do heroin, it's your body because you're pregnant. No one would agree with that. Yet we can say.
Can I clarifying question? So just to make sure we're on the same page, if we're going to be biblically correct, we have to wait until the child is born and then slaughter it.
Excuse me?
I mean, if we're going to follow the morals of the Bible, we can't slaughter the baby in the womb. We have to wait for it to be born and then we get to kill it.
No, I'm not saying either way. I don't think man has the right to choose, make the choice of life or death himself. But I'm thinking the creator has the right to choose, and he knows what he
So he has to
doing.
let us be born before he kills us.
No, because that's not you're talking about one scenario. You're not talking about the whole Bible. Is that this is what we live in now.
Which one scenario are we talking about?
The New Testament. So this is why I said risen, because the gospel.
That's not what we're talking about. Is that what you want to talk about?
No. I'm only. What I'm trying to say. The whole thing is that
we were talking about the bears. Remember, the bears killed the kids. So in the case of abortion, the babies don't do something wrong and then get punished. That's not why those are happening. What I'm saying is that it's an unjust punishment to take the life of a teenager for being rude. I don't think that that's a fair punishment. It's unjust and it's bad.
So I'm saying that you don't believe God knows who those person is. So what if those people were going to be some evil and kill millions more people, and God knows,
then God shouldn't have let them be born. He should have done an abortion. Yeah.
So then we go back into see. There's a God of this world, which is Satan. So you may not believe in God. So you don't.
No, that's not true. That's not a true thing. Satan's not the God of this world. That's false.
Okay, so I understand that, because if you don't believe there's God, then you believe there's no adversary. You believe we're just here. You don't believe that you were created. You don't believe anything special about your genealogy. That God.
Well, I think there's lots of special stuff in my genealogy. Yeah.
So I'm saying, if you look, for instance, you looked at
not divine though.
You don't think that we are especially, because we're like computers. You don't think we were created?
What are you talking about, dude? Slow down. Hold on. You're and then Satan, and then your body's a computer, and then this, you're jumping all over focus up, man. You're jumping all over the place, and you sound like a lunatic. Slow down and hyper focus a little bit.
It's a mile. It is a mile a minute, Risen. But one thing is it seems like we've got this story where it seems so obvious to the rest of us that it's an unjustified killing of teenagers, but even if it was adults. And so what you're doing is you're saying, well, what if God knows better, and wouldn't you kill babies too? Okay, that doesn't do anything. All right, well then what if they were all going to be Hitlers? All right, well that's not even in the text or whatever. Okay, well what about Satan? So you're going to throw anything at this problem to try to excuse it. But why don't we do a what if it was unjustified? Like, why don't we entertain that for a second? Like, why can't you play with that for a moment and go, oh yeah, it could have also been horrible, and the God isn't real because I want the God to be all good, all loving. This isn't all loving, so maybe it's a made up story. Like, why don't we do that?
Yeah, let's entertain that for just a second. See, what if that's the case?
So are you saying, what if the case if the God was unjust?
Or like the story is unjust, which means the just God doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. So you just saying the bear just killed those boys by themselves?
No,
or maybe the story didn't happen at all.
Story.
Just like it's a fictional, made-up mythology story.
Okay.
Do you think that could be the case?
Well, it would be a kind of unusual story to put in there. If you want to make something clear, it would be very unusual to put these things that people would have to question and not understand. If you want to make people believe a lie, then you're going to try to make everything.
I don't think they were doing a lie. I think it's just a story. They were just telling a story, right? Just like the Iliad tells these stories of people who did stuff, right?
Yeah,
go ahead.
So the people of the time may have known that it was a fiction as part of it, or maybe they were a little bit more gullible because they lived in a time where like information wasn't as readily available as it is today. So it was easier to dupe them with magic.
I think what happened is that some kids made fun of Elijah. Or Elisha?
Yeah.
Or Ja?
Yeah.
One of the
Elisha.
Eli. And he was like, you know what I wish would happen? And he wrote like, Dear Diary, today a bunch of bears ate these kids. And he just like, kind of made that up so that when he went to the next town and was like, oh yeah, this is just what happened, the kids would be like, I don't want to make fun of him. I'm scared of making fun of him. That's what I think it was, like Santa Claus.
Okay.
Now, in that explanation, so we have two explanations. In my explanation, it's Eli made it up because he didn't want people to make fun of him. And then in your explanation, there's like a God and a Satan who are in control of the world, and there's magic that can where they can telepathically convince bears to attack people as punishment. So my explanation has no miracles, no magic, no mythology in it, and yours does. Which one do you think is more likely?
Well, repeat that again, because you repeat that again, please.
Yeah, my explanation has no magic or miracles or monsters in it, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't have like deities who can control animals with their mind. Your explanation has all that. It has monsters and magic and deities who can control animals with their mind and use them to dole out punishment on children. Which one do you think is more likely?
It depends on who you are. I assume from your perspective, you believe yours is likely. Mine is likely because I think that because of just me, myself, and what I've seen in life, I believe that humans are being created. So there's some higher force.
So since humans were created, therefore there are gods who can telepathically control bears with their mind.
Well, they created
What's the connection?
everything.
What's the connection? Now everything's magic?
No, I think everything was created.
Like Risen, I think what Mezzo's trying to say is like we can keep these ideas separate. So you can have the creator, like hold your creator to one side for a second, and then let's go back to the bears. So just because there's a creator that created the universe doesn't mean that there's a good, just God who would send bears at some teenagers for yelling baldy. Like those two things. Oh, sure. We don't need to lump those things together.
The bears could have been created by the same creator, and there's still just the case that Elijah wrote a Dear Diary. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And remember, you were doing like 1,000 pivots per minute to like 1,000 different apologetics to try to excuse this. As soon as we say it's just a story that somebody made up, all those apologetics go out the window, and now we just have a reasonable fictional story that is meant to give some sort of a lesson or get something off some guy's chest. But then we can deal with the creator concept. We can go and talk about that, but we don't need to like worry and deal and try so hard to make this a good God doing something horrific, right?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
All right. Well, I mean, this has been really interesting. Justin, you've been a little quiet. Did you have any ideas about bears or things like that? You don't have to.
Well, I guess, the point of the matter is, if God wanted to get rid of these children because they were so, what's the word I'm looking for, problematic, that whatever, they're going to cause a rebellion against Yahweh. It seems like, I don't know, maybe just make his parents barren so they weren't born in the first place.
That's what I always go with. Yeah, like this idea of like he let these future Hitlers be alive for a while just to like have them mauled by bears. Just don't bring them about. Or if you honestly have the telepathic power to control a bear, just control those kids. Like make them nice. He took the bear's free will. Just take the kids' free will. Make them nice.
Make them nice, and then there'd be robots there.
Yeah.
Free choice.
Wouldn't it be better to have a robot than a dead child?
Let me give you an analogy. I would
Wait a minute. Hold on. You got to answer that. What would you rather have? Your child dead or turned into a robot? They still get to talk to you. They still get to make memories. They're not a robot, like not a real robot, but they're like hypnotized, right? They're hypnotized to be good. Would you rather have a hypnotized child or a dead child?
With all due respect, sir, I am not the creator. So
no. We're not talking. Do you want to bring them up to answer this question?
No, I'm saying I'm not the creator. So when you ask the question, like, wouldn't I rather have this, or because you're saying what should have been done? Yeah. And
you don't have his ways are higher. You don't have the mental capacity to answer that question.
No, I don't have the mental capacity. But I can ask
Justin. Justin, you got a kid. If your kid was about to be bad and your only two choices were to hypnotize them to be good or to have them eaten by bears, what would you pick?
It's a tough call, but I'm going to lean towards hypnotism.
Okay.
Just imagine, like,
it's a tough call.
The thing is that, like, as a Christian, I know it's hard to have imagination. We find, like, a lot of Christians just for some reason don't have that much imagination. But, like, if I'm imagining it is kind of a funny idea that, like, all of a sudden a kid just starts behaving really well. And you're like, uh-oh, he's been roboticized. I guess he was going to do something really bad, and God, stripped his free will forever for some reason, and roboticized him. I kind of like him more.
Now we have this nice kid.
He's just so nice, and he's having a great time.
We have a nice kid.
Shit.
We should have let that kid be terrible.
Yeah, then he would have been dead right now. We, would have been rather.
Wouldn't it have been better if this guy was terrible and dead than nice? Like, what are you saying, Risen? I mean, and then by the way, when Justin did the joke, you laughed at what do you mean this is a hard question? It's not a hard question, but you didn't answer it. You said it was too hard to answer at all.
No, because you talking about for me versus when you're talking about for me.
And you didn't answer for you. So what is it for you? We'll talk about God next, but for you, would you rather have a dead child or a robot?
Oh, I think a robot is a dead child to me.
All right.
No, the robot is the robot has hey, Risen, the robot. Robot. Hold on.
Let me just.
Risen, hold on. The robot has the same personality. Picture your son. The robot has the same personality, but he just makes only good decisions because God has now like adjusted him and taken all the bad desires away, and he's only making good choices.
He
Same
still
guy,
says
though.
he still calls you dad. He still like gets you Father's Day presents. He does all the good things he already did. He just doesn't do the bad things anymore. And then the other option is your same son, but ripped apart into pieces by bears. Now you can unmute and answer this, but if you give us another dishonest answer, I'm going to move on because this is ridiculous.
Yeah. And keep in mind, the robot answer is exactly what God demanded in Revelation 21 when he puts everyone in heaven and somehow there's no more sorrow, suffering, pain, or sin or death.
Okay, I'll answer the question. In that scenario, I do now. He said that he everything is normal about him. He just always did good. You called him a robot, but you said he behaved with all good behaviors. Which one would you rather have? He behaved well. Of course, I would want the one with all behavior. And I guess that you're trying to say, well, why didn't God just do that? Is that correct? Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
And so that means would you have believed in him if he did that?
Yeah.
So do you? But it's hard for me to, because if you don't believe anything about, you don't believe in Satan, you don't believe in God.
Risen,
So
if we were made perfect and we knew truth and God was truth and we had wonderful experiences and like we would know God and we would believe in God, it'd be a no-brainer.
Okay, but that's exactly what happened with Adam and Eve. They were made truth. They had no problems. It was only thing they was not supposed to do is eat from the fruit of the fruit tree of good and evil.
Yeah, so
that
they
was the
weren't.
only, they was able to do everything. They had a perfect life, perfect.
But they
Everything
weren't
that you're
perfect.
saying, when I'm saying everything that you're asking me right now, why can he do this? We would have it would have been just like this, and because what's already in me.
So heaven's not achievable.
Excuse me.
So heaven's not achievable.
It was only a reflection of us.
No, is heaven achievable according to Revelation 21? Is it possible?
To get to heaven, is it achievable?
No. The idea that we can exist with free will and not have pain, sorrow, suffering, and sin, is that achievable?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, cool.
Yes.
So
Yes.
why didn't God just do that?
Well, because that would have been without you choosing. Right now, I'm talking to you, and you already chose. And
Malachite babies don't choose. Like little babies that are aborted don't choose.
I just drew this out because I thought it would be kind of fun to do just one more like diagram here. So this is your son, and he's a sweet, kind son now, and he has he's got a little book. He's carrying his Bible around, and you'll notice he's got a little antenna. So you know he's a bit controlled.
He's a Jetson. He's a bit of a Jetson.
He looks like a what Roy? Roy's the dog. George Jr. I don't know what the kid's name is, but yeah, whatever.
I thought it was Elroy.
Elroy, yeah, that's it. Yeah. So still calls you dad, goes to church with you. Like I said, does all the nice things, but doesn't call people Baldy anymore, and doesn't turn into Hitler anymore. So it's this choice, or of course the alternative is mauled by bears.
No.
Okay. So which one of those two do you pick?
I told you that I would choose. I would choose the one with the little antenna on his head. I already answered that.
And which one did God pick?
The one. Okay, he chose that one. That's the one he chose.
That seems counterintuitive.
It's really counterintuitive. It almost seems unjust to me.
And I think that's a great point, Risen, is that like he did that back in the garden. He chose, instead of like negating a little free will, he chose to plunge the world into a situation full, like 600,000 sexual assaults every year. Yeah, like there's natural disasters, cancer, all the things that are in this world, so much suffering. When he could have just negated the free will and everybody been happy robots. That's flawed, man. This is what's telling us this isn't true.
And the fact
let me ask you,
all of us would choose something different, then
Okay,
it
let
means
me
that
ask you
his
this.
ways
Let
are
me-
higher. He's out of our league, and he shouldn't be in charge. We should be.
Okay, and you know what? With all that you have said, you don't believe in him and this thing. In the interactions we have had, and you asked my age, so I said I'm 54 years old. In the interactions we had, I've been nothing but loving and respectful to y'all, no matter what you said. I even laugh at some of the things that you even mock over. Nothing but. So when I'm showing is what's inside of me, and you have no reason. So even though I have not said any negative thing about you, what God is reflecting in us. You see your heart. I'm not one of these Christians to come up here and try to you better believe this. I've been nothing but beautiful and humbly nice to you guys.
Yeah,
At all.
You've been delightful.
So my point of it is that it's a reflection that what's in us, that we're capable of doing some really bad things. So if God don't show us this thing, we never know. We never have the appreciation. So I'm only saying in this talk with y'all, you taught me, started off really nice, and I thought like, okay, the way they mocking this could get really ugly, and I better prepare, like, because I may say, okay, I gotta go because I'm gonna be nice to you no matter what you say to me. You didn't call me stupid. You was ready to to disconnect me, and I'm like, I'm only trying to have a conversation. I got atheists I work with at work. I
forgot I was going to do that. He reminded me. That was good. Good. Thanks for that tip.
The thing is that like he was pleasant enough, but the idea of like not being able to say right out that I wouldn't take the dead son is the problem. Like that is a genuine problem with the worldview, and I hope you see that.
And the disingenuousness is insulting a bit. Like when a question like that is posed and you go, well, I don't know. It's like, my brother, come on.
You're protecting the cult.
Yeah. And so I think that's a bit of a problem for sure. But I do appreciate, like, he was a very friendly guy. Just like with most of them, friendly, but duped.
The demeanor.
Yeah. But like once you dig in a little bit, you realize there's dangerous stuff. The Siege person isn't connecting. They were just in the chat. Siege Slapper? I think they were just in the chat, but maybe something's not working. So try again if you want to come back up.
He's kind of a good demonstration, though, of how crazy religion makes you, because I think he probably was a good guy, but because he believes in the nonsense, not only does he have to not question God about this, he has to find a way to defend it.
Right.
There's that famous Hitchens quote. I don't know, Joel, do you remember what it was?
Something along the lines. I think we both, it's something like if you're a nice
when
guy,
good
you're
people,
probably a good guy.
Nice guys are good guys.
Guy or a nice guy, then you actually, because of the religion, will actually
it's bad guys.
Make you into a bad person. So
bad guys used to be nice guys,
but good nice guys, but then they become bad.
He was so elegant. The way he wrote that.
He said those words so perfectly and beautifully.
That's why it's locked in my mind so well. Like it's
you'll
just
never forget
word for word.
Yeah, because it's such a beautiful phrase.
Hello again, host.
Sorry. Welcome in. You look familiar. Did we talk before?
Yeah, you and I talked a few times already.
Okay. And then what you got?
You and I talked. And so quick question. What about God do you want to know more about this time?
Oh, I'm good. Joel, Justin, did you have any questions about God?
Maybe Justin?
Does
because it says, why is God so bad? I put the wrong one up. Sorry. Hold on.
Does God know everything?
I'm sorry. Both of you guys talked on top of each other.
That's my fault. Does God know everything was his question. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Of course he does.
Does he know what it's like to get pegged?
There's no such like to get pegged. That's disgusting. But
does he know?
In a better way of putting it was be like, God knows what it's like to
somebody,
to take on the sin of the world, meaning the bad things that we've done wrong and all that stuff. He took it upon himself.
But does he
So
know?
that'd be
Does he know
a better way.
specific? Sorry, Jared. Does he know specific hypotheticals? Like, not just does he know what it's like to be pegged, but does he know what it's like to have Satan peg him?
Satan peg? What are you talking about?
Like, if Satan, I assume that Satan is pegging all sorts of people that don't want to be pegged in hell, right? Something like that. So,
Well, Satan's never been to hell.
Well,
so what you're saying is a little bit
He
ridiculous.
got you there, Joel. He cooked
damn
you
it.
there. He sprung
All right,
in
well,
a little, and he's a little web.
This
Well,
is
the
just
way
a hypothetical, anyway.
The way I ask it, Jared, is like, do you think God has knowledge of like the experience of smelling every flower? Like, does he know what daisies smell like, what roses smell like, what it feels like to smell what's a daisy, or like
probably a rose or something like that,
or flower? Yeah, like
some sort of a flower, something pretty, like a daisy or something.
Does God have the knowledge of the experience of every flower?
Well, yeah, he has the knowledge of it, but at the same time, when he was here as a man, since he was a man walking the earth 2,000 years ago as Christ, he was very limited, like how you're a person.
Yeah, when he was a human, he couldn't smell every
everywhere.
flower.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Correct.
he knew, then as Jesus, he knew what every flower smelled like.
Well, yeah, sure, his divine nature, sure, of course. But as a person, a human being, no. He is very limited.
I think this is a problem, though, because do you also think God is all good?
Yes, that's his nature. He's all good.
I think
and
this
he's
is a
loving.
problem because according to Jesus, if you even do something in your mind, it's as if you've really done it. And if he has all these things in his mind, then I don't know, would you say that God has knowledge of the experience of what it feels like to grape a child?
Well, I would say he never experienced it, he himself, but
But he knows what it feels like. It's in his mind.
Well, that's a tough question. But in terms of experience it, no, he never experienced it, no. But in terms of what that person did, as in,
He's
how
also
that
never
person probably
smelled
feels
every
and stuff like
flower,
that.
but he knows what every flower smells like.
Yeah, because you have to remember there's a divine nature, that God, and then there's the human nature, which is also part of Christ.
Yeah, the
but it's
God
also
nature.
limited.
Yeah. So Jesus' divine nature, even while he was on heaven, his divine nature had knowledge of what it felt like to grape a child.
Yeah, I guess that goes into the fact of God knowing everything. Yes.
Right.
That doesn't mean he has to experience it.
Is it a sin to enjoy the experience of doing something like that?
Well, God doesn't approve of us doing crazy things like that.
I know,
for example, God gave us the ability to reproduce, okay?
But wouldn't God
So
have
man and woman, we can reproduce. We can do that.
I hear you. Wouldn't God have the experience of enjoying that? Wouldn't that be in his experiential knowledge?
It's not in mine. I'll say that, but it seems like it is in some people's, which means it has to be in God's as well.
Okay. No, God, when it comes down to sex in particular, God, he made it, yeah, sure. But he made it to be experienced between a man and a woman within marriage itself. And he
That's
gave
so
it
cool.
as a gift for us, for it only to be used within those boundaries. But it's when we go outside that boundaries is when we run into trouble. And we start doing all these crazy wild things that you see out there in the world. That's when it becomes a huge issue. So he only preserves sex for marriage between a man and a woman. But when you go outside of that boundaries, you start breaking God's laws and stuff with it. That's when you run into trouble. That's when you run into sin. That's when you start running into adultery and lust and all this other weird
Yeah,
stuff.
Jesus said something like, you've heard it was said that you shall not commit adultery, but I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adultery in his heart. So you can lust after men, by the way. There's no issue with that. If you guys everyone just wants to take a second.
Yeah, so then does Jesus know what it's like to lust?
Yeah.
He himself never did it himself. Christ never sinned. He was the perfect
Well, I mean,
sinless
God.
person. He lived a perfect life. Well, Jesus
Does
is
God
God.
know what lust is? Does God know what lust
Yeah, he knows what it is. Lust isn't.
No,
it's
does
not
he know
a
what
good
it feels
thing.
like?
Does he specifically know what it feels like to lust after me?
He never met you.
He doesn't have that knowledge?
He never met you. I mean, he knows you. Yeah, sure, he knows you. He never met you.
You know Jesus, so does he know what it feels like to lust after you?
Well, Christ never sinned, so you can kind of throw that out the window. But
so that's
in
stuff he
terms of
doesn't know.
sin
This is the
itself,
problem with omniscience. It
and starting
puts
sin
you in some.
itself, God
it's a
knows
thirst
it.
trap. It's an
Yeah,
omniscient
you're
thirst
trying to
trap.
set,
Yeah,
you're
it's
trying
a double
to
bind.
set God up in a way. But like I said, God
Absolutely,
knows
yeah.
everything. But that doesn't mean that He
doesn't know
did
everything.
these things.
He doesn't know
What
what
makes
it
you think
feels
that?
like to. He doesn't know what it feels like to be pegged, and he doesn't know what it feels like to lust after Joel and Mezzo, throbbingly lust after Joel and Mezzo, like, and get cold sweats and shivers, wake up there in the morning. I've never
Justin,
done it, but
put yourself
I'm
in
just
on
imagining.
that. Get lusted. Like say you as well.
I think
like,
you're
include
getting
yourself.
confused. God knows everything. That doesn't mean that He experienced it.
So what you're saying is, Justin, is that like most of the people in this chat know more than God, know something that God doesn't do. Because
Yeah,
they know
at
what
least
it's like to
500
lust
of the
after.
558.
Yeah,
So.
lust after me.
No,
It
you
seems to be
guys are getting
definitionally
confused.
true.
Because they really did it, right? Like they've really done it. Don't you think you know something more when you've actually done it?
What are you talking about?
For example, one's in the chat if you're dripping wet or fully engorged over one of the like Mezzo, Justin, or I.
Or
Just
Jared,
one's in
like
the
anyone
chat.
on the panel. If
Or,
it's
or
like,
Jared, like if you're currently like super like rock hard and or dripping wet and you have to change your underwear after the live.
now,
See,
would Jesus be putting a one? Would Jesus be putting a one in chat?
There's 28. We're gonna get more. Massive one there. That's
that one had a lot.
32, 11. There's a lot of ones there from Jay.
So would Jesus be putting a one?
Go
Does he
ahead.
know what it feels like to do this, to have that feeling
Someone
too?
specifically put not Jared.
Why are you so infatuated about it?
That's rude. It's just a funny conundrum for God to have to
Like
deal
you're
with.
so
right?
infatuated about sexual immorality. Why are you so infatuated about it?
Because it talks about it.
Morality, it's sexual fun stuff.
Yeah. So do you understand what we're saying? So like, I agree. It's not like immoral to like drool over Joel or whatever, you know, like that's just like a common human experience. But in the Bible, it says that's a bad thing to do. And it says God knows what it feels like to do that. So if you've done it in your mind, you've done it in your heart, you've committed the sin. And so God has that in his mind. Therefore, he's committed the sin. Therefore, God's not all good.
That is completely wrong. Because
All right,
God never sinned.
Okay.
If God were to sin, that would compromise
committing an act
everything,
in your mind,
and then you'll be in trouble.
Does committing an act in your mind count as doing the sin?
Well, at least according to Jesus Christ, in terms of, for example, lust, he's saying if you ever looked at a woman with a lust, you've already committed adultery within your own heart, even though you've never slept with her before or anything else like that.
Right.
But
So does that
yeah,
count?
there's
If
a problem
you
with that.
think about it, does that count?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's
Because
a sin.
that's like doing something wrong without you actually committing that wrong. That's kind of hard to explain that part.
So it's a sin.
But
for
Jesus,
me,
when he's
for
talking
me,
about
for me to like have the experience of like boning Joel in my mind is a sin.
yeah, and also you acting upon it as well.
Well,
Totally.
He hasn't boned me, but is it a sin for him to like describe it in great detail to me in like some messages or whatever?
Well, yeah, of course.
Or could we? Are we?
Because
clear
you're
on that?
going
clear on
against
that? Are we allowed to do
against
that?
that which God has. He built man for a woman, a woman for a man. But when you start going outside of that and start doing these horrendous things and thinking these weird, lustful thoughts, you're going to run into a bunch of issues. So that's really
Well,
the
they're
problem.
a little weird. Sure, that's true. So yeah, thinking about weird, lustful thoughts is a sin. God, when you have knowledge of something, do you think about it? Like, is it possible
What do you mean
to
have
know
knowledge of
something?
something?
Is it possible to know something that you don't think?
Give me an example.
I can't. I don't think it's such a thing. I think when you know something, you're thinking it. Like, I know this Bible's blue. I am thinking about its blueness. I think those are like the same thing. I know, I have knowledge that like Joel likes it to, I don't know how descriptive I can get here without it being a sin, but it's like, it's really rough. And so I'm thinking about, like I'm thinking about that. And so when you know something, you are also presently thinking about that thing. Do you agree?
All right, that was a little confusing. That was a little confusing.
Like it's not
in terms of the
it's rough enough.
in terms
I'll
of
try
the
to- I'll try to explain it to you.
thing that
It's
you had in your
rough
hand was blue. Yeah, it's blue. That's true, and it matches reality.
Yeah, hold on.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Joel, go ahead. Maybe you can.
No, I was just going to say I wanted to like make it more clear. It's rough enough that like you would say, "Isn't this hurting you?" Like you would think that it's hurt. You go, "Is this not hurting?" And then I'm like, "No, keep going." Like it's that rough.
Right.
So
But there's a safe word though.
Yeah, of course, which is Zoropia, which is a like kind of a made up word. Zoropia.
Yeah, so you won't say it on accident. That's important.
Yeah, because you never go like, it doesn't sound like, oh, fuck me, fuck. It doesn't sound like that. It's like Zoropia is completely different. Right.
Yeah, the safe word is fuck me harder.
Yeah.
So Jared, so this is what I'm saying is.
But it was funny that one day when you just ran away when I said, do you want to watch Zootopia?
Oh, I was confused. I'm realizing now what that was.
Zootopia. It's a totally different. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to watch the cartoon, but.
And right in the middle of it was a weird time to offer to watch the cartoon, I guess, as maybe that's why I was confused.
That was, yeah, that does.
It was in the middle of it.
So is this why you haven't read about Zerubbabel yet?
Is that a first?
It takes me out. It takes me out of the. It gets me out.
Takes you out of the moment. Yeah,
and I like to be
for him to learn. You know that thing where like if you, like you have to be in the right state of mind to really learn. That's his learning space. That's his learning state.
Yeah.
So in order to know something, you have to think about it. Nope, you have to think about it. Right? So in order to know something, Jared, you have to think about it. God knows everything, which means he thinks about everything. And some of the things to think about are sins. Thinking about it is a sin. The act of thinking it is a sin. God sins.
That's false again. God never sins.
Okay.
He can't sin.
Then
because
he's
that's
not
against his
all-knowing.
character.
Then he's not all-knowing.
That's wrong too.
Well, then
Jared,
you're in
are
a
you
double
feeling-
bind.
Are you feeling the contradiction?
Actually, you have it wrong. You're being untruthful.
But there's a contradiction, right?
There's no contradiction. The host is being untruthful.
All right,
What's the lie?
That God isn't all-knowing and that God sins. That's untruthful. That's a lie.
Fix it. Then explain it to me. How does he think about fucking Joel without sinning? Is he married to Joel?
I think you kind of missed the. I think you kind of missed the part when I said that God cannot sin. It's impossible for him to sin.
Yeah,
So what you're
Jared-
saying is ridiculous.
You know,
Your
Jared
question is
famously
ridiculous.
can't follow. He can't follow it.
Hitting the wall. This,
I mean,
it's just
technically, we're all brides of Christ.
That's true.
No, we're not.
But you. Oh no, we're not. So,
No, we're
so
not.
never mind.
I can read some more, so you have a better understanding of it.
Oh no, your audio's not working. All right, let's move on. I don't think that one's gonna connect to
Jared
anything.
never can get it, unfortunately.
I thought there were other guests, but there's
Hey,
not.
friends,
but it's
I
also
appreciate hanging out with you, but I got to go deep throat a burrito and get some stuff done, okay?
Hey, as
Justin,
long as you
good to
don't
see you.
think about it, marry the burrito first, okay?
Of course.
All right, everyone. Justin will be on later tonight. Check him out. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I'm going to probably wrap it up soon, too, although there's another guest. Oh, there's two just jumped in. Let's see what these people have to say real quick.
Yeah, hello?
Qualia and Angel, what are your ages and religions?
25, and I'm a Christian.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 38 and definitely an atheist.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, let's talk to Angel first real quick here, because we are accepting atheists today during Atheist Sunday School, but you only get to do one question or comment and maybe a swear if you like. So what did you have for us today, Angel?
I just thought about something interesting listening to these last few conversations.
Love that.
And I noticed that Christians get uncomfortable with talking about sex and pagan and all that. but they don't get uncomfortable when you ask them about killing babies and stuff. They like run straight to the yes, kill them, and no, Jesus didn't peg anybody. It's just weird.
Yeah, that one guest a bit ago was like fine talking about chopping guts out of toddlers, but the minute I told him to pee in his mouth, which I assume you interpret that as a sexual act. I don't know if I would necessarily, but he did for sure. It was like, oh, that's gross, that's icky. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they're icked out by different things than we are, huh?
It's so fucking weird. I just don't get it.
I just snuck a swear in there. I love that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's perfect. I mean, that's what we want. It's just what we want.
By the way, it kind of matches like American media. Like movies can be super violent and that's no big deal. But if they have boobs in them, people freak out.
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, and like, I think that those rating systems are catering to like the evangelical community. So that's interesting.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay, wow, that's an interesting point. Thanks, Angel.
That's all
That's
I
really
wanted,
cool.
guys. That's all I wanted.
All right, we appreciate you so much.
I love
Thanks for
y'all.
coming by.
Have a good day.
Okay, we love you too. Enjoy the show. Oh yeah, continue doing your good atheisms. I don't remember what it was. What was it? Is that right?
It was atheisms.
Keep doing those atheisms. Fucking so dumb. That's the best dumb thing I've ever heard. Qualia, you don't do no atheisms. What's that about? You should try it. Why not let go of this Bible God and move on to a better life?
Yeah, do you understand as an atheist, you can't rationally justify your epistemology. You can't have any rational justification for logic or metaphysics. So I want to ask you, sorry. Do you affirm that God exists or not? Go ahead. So it's not that, sorry. So what is universally ultimate, necessarily non-contingent, that grounds all universals on?
Oh, I think you got ungrounded there. Are you still here?
I'm asking you what grounds all universals and particulars on your worldview, slow boy. Answer the question.
Let's see. Bottle pops? Pop bottles?
So notice how you're not able to engage in a linear fashion. Do you understand you're face down, ass up in the conversation right now?
Yes.
What's the distinction between analytic and synthetic truths? Go ahead.
I don't know. What are they?
You don't know. So you're actually a brain dead slow boy. You concede that you're a brain dead slow boy who's conceptually fucked right now?
Qualia, I'm here to learn. Why don't you teach me?
That? Sorry. So if you don't concede that it's the case that you're a brain dead slow boy who's conceptually cucked right now, answer the question.
I don't know the question. Teach it to me.
Notice how you just got knowledge gapped. Can you repeat the question that I just asked?
No.
No, you can't. So you're not able to track in a linear fashion.
I have no idea what you're saying. You got to slow down.
Tracking, yes or no?
Let me ask you this:
notice how you're
do you want to make a point right now?
You're dodging, obfuscating, bloviating, and prevaricating.
Do you want to have this conversation, or do you want to? Because if you just want to cook, I'll let you cook. Here, I'll do this.
You think you look good? Slow
Hold
boy.
on a second.
You're obese.
No, here. I'm going to do this.
Yeah,
everybody in the chat hates this guy.
Right now. You're face down, ass up. I'm giving you back shots. I'm smacking you in the mouth with my rhetorical dick right now.
Keep in mind that this is Christianity. I think everyone in the chat is hearing your Christianity, and
yeah, Joel, that's not taking away from the rational force of my
Some
argument.
people on the fence are leaving Christianity.
Brain dead, fat, slow boy. What is the distinction between analytic and synthetic truths, Joel? Go ahead.
Keep going. We want
this
more
is your
people.
show. Go ahead.
Notice how you're not answering the question. You want to try?
We want more people to leave Christianity. Keep going.
Again, you're face down, ass up. I want to know if you think you look good. Yes or no?
Actually, I look pretty good with my ass up. First of all, yeah, I think Joel and I look really good.
It's actually pretty cute.
It's pretty cute. Yeah, we do it. We put them side by side and we point them. It's nice.
Like I know, Qualia. You don't really. You can't see me, and you can only see Mezzo's face. But like, I have a pretty cute face, but I also have an adorable ass. So it's like if I put my face down and my ass up, there's still something really cute.
You're fat.
That's actually the way I like to fuck.
Yeah, descriptively, you're fat, Joel. So it's not.
I am a little bit overweight.
Yeah, you should internalize that.
Qualia, will you cam up for us? Can you put yourself on camera?
If Joel cams up, I'll cam up. How about that?
Well,
that's the first condition. The second condition is that Joel has to cut long ways.
How about this? If you don't cam up, we're not going to let you keep talking.
Buddy, in real life, you wouldn't talk to me like this. I'd smack you in your fat.
Yeah, so cam up or shut up.
So weird.
Mezzo asked a
weird aggression.
Oh, he got. Oh, okay. Well, if he's not going to cam up, I think maybe he was trying to turn his camera on.
Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know
come back and put your camera on.
I don't know what the point of that is. I don't know what he gets out of it. Well, I'm sure he gets some sort of, erection, but the war erection.
He can't cam up because he's jacking off.
Remember, Justin mentioned the war erections. That's what they're getting.
Yeah. Well, come back up when you're finished. Come back up. I'd love to see your face, and see just what you look like. And I'd like to actually watch you. I genuinely want to just like watch people like that actually go off, because I can't tell if they're like yelling at their wall or what they're doing. Like, what are they doing when they're doing that kind of rant? Are they looking in the mirror just like?
I think they're probably like in the zone, so they've gone blind in a sense, and they're just like saying stuff really fast. But the thing is that like you know what I mean by gone blind. Like they can see, but they're not looking at anything. And tunnel vision. But when we like go off on people or we say things, we are saying like so many different ideas and words and concepts. They just like repeat the same thing over and over. Like it's only clever the first time to say you're face down and ass up, and I'm plowing you or something. Like that's only barely clever once, and then it's like
I liked it.
Creative, but like don't.
I think 2 or 3 times. Like it's also repetition could be funny. Like if it had gotten around to the like 40th time and he was still saying, like, we'd probably think it was funny again. It probably would kind of be like his catch. Oh, here it is. All right, Qualia, put your camera on if you want to stay up here. We're gonna have to do a camera on only situation. So let's see if he's got. You got your camera ready?
Mezzo asked a minor for nudes on vegan.
Yeah, that's what
He's
just one of these guys. So, actually, shit. Sorry, Qualia, I didn't mean to drop you. I was trying to have you just muted. Do you want to say one more thing, Qualia?
I mean, like that. He's just trying to get the live taken down, Mezzo.
No, that's fine. I'll do one more try. Qualia, try one more time. I want to hear what you were saying.
Just be nice or more creative or something. Like
he said something different this time. Maybe he has a third thing.
But what he's saying is the type of thing that gets lives taken down. It's like,
no, I'm not.
It's that gross. All right,
Qualia, come on back up. I meant to just hit mute. I didn't mean to kick you. Sorry. They're not coming back up.
Well, maybe he's just too afraid.
How do you send an invite?
Let me scroll down, see if I can see him, and
Yeah, Qualia.
It's a bit. No, he's not there anymore. I think he left.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had good content. Sorry about that, Jason. We were just like dealing with a really cool Christian guy for a minute there.
That was inspiring right there.
Yeah, what's your age and religion?
I'm in my 40s and I am an atheist.
Probably because of people like that. Well, hey, it's Atheist Sunday School. The floor is yours. Do you have a question or comment or swear you want to do?
Yeah, I just wanted to do a swear. So, pumpernickel.
Ooh.
I just met her, Nickel. Oh, he's gone.
Love the quick drop.
I love it. And he waited so patiently for it. I really appreciate that.
Nickel? I don't even know her, Nickel.
Yeah, I think he said that in Last Man on Earth, I'm pretty sure. I feel like that might have been there. There's a few that work with his too. Like when someone says you're pompous, it's like pomp is what? I think was a good way to do that.
Hello.
Merhawahi, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
How you doing?
I'm good. Are you all right?
Good.
How old are you?
Let me change my phone real quick.
You're what?
I'll follow you real quick. Hold on. All right.
How old are you?
I'm here because I'm here to convert you, right? I'm here to convert you, right?
How old are you?
18.
When's your birthday?
December 5th, 2000. All right, I lied. I'm 16.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude.
They don't expect to have to give a date of birth, like a year. Like, just write it down.
Yeah, just write it down. And come on, like I remember, like, don't do this, people. But I remember like being younger and just like I wrote down some 20-year-old birthday and memorized. Like it's not that big of a deal.
It's not hard.
But also, don't be here. Like, I actually genuinely don't want kids here. I know it's like TikTok rules, but I wish everyone was 20, to be honest.
Yeah, from what we've learned, even talking to like 19-year-olds, it's like not worth it.
I just realized that this Jason is the Jason Debate Man. I couldn't see the rest of your name in the thing, but I love your username. Did you want to do another swear?
Yeah. Rhapsody.
Rhapsody? Like in Bohemian? Ah, man, God, that's good stuff.
You don't even you can't even follow up with this guy.
Rhapsody. Like, what could that be a swear for? You know what I mean? Like, shit means poop. Like, what could a rhapsody?
Yeah. Rectum.
Why? Why would that be it?
Because it starts with R. That's the only.
I think it could be a like we're currently fucking, like we're in the state of rhapsody. That sounds a little bit fun,
maybe. Like yeah.
Coitus.
Rapture. It's kind of like rapture, but yeah. Oh my goodness, Rhapsody.
Hello.
Bree, and which, by the way, rectums can be involved in. Bree, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 35. I'm an atheist.
Rectum, I hardly knew him. That's a great one, Sarah. Said in Discord. That's the perfect one. Did you rect him? I sure did. Bree, so I got a rectum joke. Got me there. You said you're an atheist?
Yeah.
Good.
I know this was like 4 or 5 callers ago, but when y'all were talking about like the 2 bears situation, my only comment, and you are more than welcome to use this on Christians in further conversations, is that I think that proves that God is bald. That he's going to send 2 bears to maul 42 children. Obviously, like no full head of hair having an ass guy is going to be that sensitive. So God is bald.
God, that's such
you know what he looks like.
Yeah. And or either that, or he's the hairiest fucker ever, head to toe, a tip to tail. That's possible too. And he was offended either way. That's really funny. Yeah. Because like if someone had said like, "Hey, they said my dick was small. Go kill those kids," and he was like, "That's not that big of a deal. That's fine."
Yeah,
they said it was bald. What the fuck?
Depends on how you use it. Depends on the motion of the bald.
Yeah. God, that's really funny. All right, Bree, did you want to do a quick swear?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. No, you don't have to.
Yeah, we're not forced to do it.
No requirement there. And now also, if you don't want to do one, you can say Rhapsody. I think that's fair. Rasp titties? Is that what Shannon's saying here? Yeah. TikTok, welcome in. What's your age and your religion?
I am 51, and I'm an atheist.
Perfect. You're in the right spot.
I just wanted to let you guys know I'm a big fan of YouTube.
Oh, hell yeah.
I love your intros, your top of the hour intros. I'm waiting for one of those. You guys haven't done it yet.
It's that time then, TikTok. You got it, baby. It is the top of the hour right now. I'm glad you're here because it's 2:39 p.m. at the top TikTok of the top of the hour.
Guys.
And we got Mezzo hanging out and the host of the Bad Bible Debate seat, JRB co-hosting, and of course we got TikTok in the hot seat. It is 2:39 p.m., baby. It is top of the hour.
Oh, yeah. And I just wanted to add to that Joel, you're slacking up on your free will songs on your lives.
That's true. I haven't
played them as often
as one for a while. That's true.
Context song, you don't play them as often.
All right, I'm getting chastised. I'll take that. I'll take that on. You're right. The free will was mentioned like 3 times last night, and I didn't play the song once. So you win that one for sure.
I'm here for that. That's what I'm here. I believe everything you guys say. I'm an atheist, and I enjoy watching you guys on a Sunday like this.
Joel has several free will songs. What's the best one?
Well, Context song. That's the best one for me.
Oh, Context is great.
Yeah.
You have 2 free will songs, and one is
3 of 3.
3 will.
Yeah, I've got three will songs.
Wow. God could have given us free will, but wouldn't it have been better if he gave us 3 wills? That's a great point. That's a good question for the next person who brings it up. I don't know that. I'm trying to think because I know that there's the babies are dying of cancer and all that one,
free
and then
will
there's
to love the Lord.
Yeah, and then there's like the sexy one. Free will. It's got to be free. Yeah, what's that one?
Then there's when you said free will.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love that one.
Yeah. I love that. I love that one too.
Yeah, I love that one too. That's one of my favorites.
And it starts building up a little bit. It sounds like a praise song. It looks like these people a little bit up here. Yeah, I like that one. All right, Teek, did you want to do a quick swear?
What was that about? I don't know about
like a swear word or a cuss or something. I'll count that one as one. That was perfect. So just a nice works for me.
Yeah, that's.
I think it was dirty. Mm-hmm. Here's the sound of finishing. Do I listen to Alina Baraz? I do. I think I've seen Alina Baraz live. That's a question coming in from the Discord from Not Tohair. Tohair. I think I love Alina. And the person she did music with was Galimatias or something like that. And I used to listen to him. He was like a DJ, and then they got together. So I learned about her through him. And I'm pretty sure I saw them both live in Santa Monica off the pier. Galimatias. Oh, I got to do my puzzle here. What the fuck? Hold on. It's a weird one. Okay, that puzzle was a milkshake that was split into 2 circles that were twisted, and I had to line the circles to make the milkshake. Kind of a tricky one.
That's wonderful.
Alexis and Jaminj, welcome in. What are your ages and religions?
Hi, I'm 28 and I'm an atheist. I just had one thing to say.
Do it.
Yeah, I don't know if this will hit the right audience, but the game.
God damn.
Oh, what a monster! That game is being played perpetually.
Yeah, it's hard
and I keep losing it.
That's why God slaughtered the Amalekites. They win. They never think about it. So that's fucking terrible. Jamin Jumanji, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I am 42 and I am an atheist.
Same.
Well, except for the age.
Cool.
What do you have for us?
Well, I had a question because when I first doing my deconstruction and reading into the Old Testament stuff, the first example of genocide that I encountered was Numbers 31. But since I've been engaging with these lies and stuff, and there's been so much discussion of the Amalekites, I was wondering if there was any kind of scholarly opinion or just an idea in general as to why those 2 stories are so similar. Is it possible that it was one event that was then diverged, or was there literally 2 or more genocides like this that happened?
The Midianites, right?
Yes.
I think it's more like tropes, I would say. I don't know what the scholarship is, so I'm just talking out of my ass right now. But I think it's like there are tropes and themes that go throughout the Bible of the people that are writing it. And I don't think the Amalekite story is true and that it did happen. And I don't think that the Midianite story is probably true. I think these are just myths.
I concur. I absolutely agree with you. It's just folklore is something that interests me. I've been into ghost stories and stuff ever since I was a kid, and the similarities in these lead me to believe the next one's going to have a non-specific prime number of dwarves attached to the story, be it Snow White or Lord of the Rings.
Right.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think it's possible that there was a war against the Midianites, and they killed all these people. And then they wrote about it later and said, God said to do this. They're justifying it in themselves because they realized they came home caked in blood, head to toe, pasted in other people's guts. And they were like, we got to make sure this wasn't bad, and so they write it down as being good so they can explain to their children. And then later you have, in Samuel, you have Saul and them, they're like, we want to do this too, we read about this, let's do the same thing. Like I could see that being the case for sure, that people read about one story that was terrible and then they copied it, right? That could be
right.
If it really happened, if it's real happened, I could see that being the case. But yeah, it's also possible that the ancient Middle East was just super peaceful and there was never any wars.
Well, there's got to be skirmishes and stuff like that. There were little battles, but I don't think there was these types of
the wiping out of
scale and haram and all that. But I think that something to look into is the golden calf story, because I think it occurs 2 times, and the second time they make 2 golden calves, and somebody says these are your gods, and the first time they make 1, but the quote "these are your gods" still exists there. So it's almost like they just kind of copied and pasted the tale, and so it occurs both times, and it seems weird that he would speak of one calf as plural. But so those types of things happen. They reuse tropes and little storylines. So your intuition of these battles seem eerily similar might have some of that to it as well, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'm always drawn to that kind of stuff because I served in the U.S. Army for quite a number of decades, and one of the things that they've always drilled into you when you're going on combat deployments and stuff like that is the law of war and how important it is to make sure that everything that you're doing, you're covering your ass and making the best possible choice to minimize, harm against civilians. And there's even rules about what weapon systems that you can use to engage the enemy depending on what they have at hand. You can't use a 50 caliber machine gun to engage an enemy unless they're in a truck or something like that. But
so it's like reasonable force almost.
Absolutely. And so when I hear sometimes when people that are in the military or were in the military get up on these lives and they attempt to justify this, it's well, that shows that the training really works,
Yeah, right.
But the only other thing that I wanted to throw at you guys is you guys are amazing bards, and considering all this discussion of bears today, I was wondering if it would be worthwhile to plant a thought seed that you guys create a musical number that is in the spirit of Bulls on Parade, but it's more "Here come the bears" or something like that.
Yeah, so
you could probably use that.
Yeah, let me see here if I
We're on to something.
Yeah, that's the whole song, though. All right, Jammin, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Great stuff. Oh, did you want to do a swear?
I just did.
Oh, I
did. He said, "Fuck."
That is not how Bulls on Parades goes. I've learned it one time before, but I don't remember it. It's fine. Bears on Parade. Amy, are you with us?
Hello, I am.
Hi, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 47 and I'm an atheist.
All right, you're in the right spot. Look, we're doing Atheist Sunday School. Obviously, we normally take Christians up, and we're still doing that, but we're trying something out today. I'm kind of liking it, Joel. I think it's kind of a fun thing to do on Sundays. And so you get a chance to do a question and or comment and a swear. What do you got for us?
There's just something I'm always trying to clear up. I hope you can kind of help me with it. So if my life...
Joel and I don't fuck.
No.
That's just, we joke about stuff. People ask, is that what you were going to ask about?
I was saving that question for next week, but I'm glad you...
Okay. Well,
we're both fuckable. We know we're both fuckable.
Agreed.
But
I'm sorry, each other.
Yeah, we
both fuck.
But
of course.
And we know we're fuckable, but we don't fuck each other. We don't want to fuck each other.
I mean, you don't live in the same town, so...
No, but we meet up. We're going to meet up tonight, though.
Yeah, we're always in Sweden together, and we have yet to even cuddle.
Duktig tjej, bra. Duktig tjej, bra.
Yeah, that's exactly how they sound. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to, because I want to make sure I do this right. if my life, it's being threatened, I got to save it. There's a problem. Now, I'm not married, but if I were married to a woman, isn't there something I could do to like save my life? There's something I can do.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think I've heard you guys talk about it.
Perform oral?
If I want to save my life.
I feel like I'm missing this joke. I'm trying to find it.
Joel, I'm disappointed.
To say, I wouldn't. Is it something like I wouldn't do this thing to save my life?
If I want to save my life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a wife, but if I had a wife.
Is this? Oh, to save your life, you can pimp your wife.
Cannot believe
it's the Abraham story. Shit, sorry. Yes,
cannot believe.
We've been talking a lot about performing oral today, so I thought it was.
I think it'd be more fair if you were like, if there was a famine and I needed to hide out in a country, they were going to kill me for my wife.
I'm not a Christian. I don't know the damn story.
That's the story to save your life.
I don't know it either.
Your wife.
The whole chat knew it.
It felt like the easiest layup. I tried my best, man.
Oh my goodness! I was like, this sounds familiar. I've only like recorded the song, like wrote the song, recorded the song, came
up with the story.
I've said it a million times, but I can't hear.
Joel, do you want to take this opportunity? She set you up. Do you want to plug your thing real quick?
Everyone watch my videos. Joel sings Bible for kids.
And while he does that, we'll throw in another Bible quotes plug here. So make sure you pick up your songs and your quotes. Quotes.
Amy, you want to do a swear?
Oh, fuck no.
I love that.
Amazing. All right. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate you. Great stuff. Yeah, dude, your kid songs are really good. I went through. You have 3 videos out, right?
Well, 4 now. I think I did a 4th yesterday.
Oh, really? I didn't see that one yet.
There's 4. I have them in a playlist on YouTube under Joel Sings Bible for Kids.
Do you know that I saw that you did a TikTok playlist? And I was like, I've tried for a long time to figure out how to do TikTok playlists, and I just gave up. I was like, this is too complicated, it's too hard. And then this is going to be mean. I saw that you did it, and I was like, well, if Joel figured it out, I should be able to. Not like in a mean way, but it was kind of like it must not be like a coding thing. There's probably a button for it. I just hadn't found it yet, and then I just found it like right after that. So I made a playlist of all my drawings. There's a visual learning playlist in my profile now. Sorry to be mean to you, though.
It is a little bit mean. Like I'm still kind of sitting with that. I'm sitting with that, and it does not. I was thinking reeling too, but I just
It's what did I say about the shit coming down the cross? What word did I use?
Spiraling down the cross.
It wasn't spiraling. It was spooling.
Spooling around the cross.
Yeah.
Oh my
like
goodness,
a spool of yarn. I was imagining it like
around the cross. Yeah, I'm picturing it still.
Like winding up. Yeah. Lug and that. What's the R say? That Real Richie and Lug. Welcome in. What are you guys' ages? What are you guys' religions?
25 and a Christian.
Okay. And Lug?
Well, that was Lug. I'm Richie. I am 50-something, and I am not a Christian. I'm an atheist. I'm with you guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, yeah, this is the first time we're really taking calls, so why don't you go first and share with us real quick what your comment or question was.
I have a question for you, Mezzo. I love you too, Joel. I listen to both of you a lot, but
you don't
Mezzo,
have to do that here. On his lives, you have to like butter him up, but you don't have to do that here. He's fine.
I made him
always
leave.
works. That works every goddamn time. That always works.
Okay, I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you a fellow former fucking worship leader?
No, I was in the band at church a little bit.
Okay.
But I was like a kid, right? Like I was in high school and stuff, so I was never the leader, but I would like go play bass on the stage. I think I did bass and maybe guitar a few times. And like my parents are, like they still they do that, yeah.
Okay, I just wondered because, I enjoy your musical interludes and all that, and some of them are very worshipy, which 10 years ago would have triggered me hard. Now I just enjoy it. But anyway, I won't take up your time. I've already used one of my swears. Can I do another swear?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to thank you and Joel both for fucking shit up on the Sabbath.
Appreciate that. That's a good one. Thank you so much. Sabbath was the swear there. Thanks, Real Richie. Appreciate you. Yeah, my parents still do it. I was like doing music back then, but like the stuff that I do now, like I have a looper and all this other stuff. I didn't know how to do all that back then, so it was very different. Let's see if we can get this person up. Okay, Lug, you said you were a Christian here, so be nice to Joel. He's sensitive, but what do you think? Should we let go of the Bible God?
No, it's the only thing keeping most people going. We went away from it, and things are upside down.
Most Christians. People? Most Christians going.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Most people don't believe in the Bible God.
But I don't even think like even amongst Christians, like it's keeping them going. I think it's like
then they're not Christian.
Like, you mean they'd be like depressed otherwise? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason this Bible has been around for 2,000 years. No other that it's true. No other book in history.
No. Yeah. So that's something that we looked into that recently. We were like, Joel's been reading the Bible and we've been checking it out, and some of the things in it are not true, it turns out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's even according to the Bible. Like, it corrects itself as it goes. It'll say one thing and then change to something else later, you know?
Yeah. All the stuff in it that, like, doesn't seem true is not true. And then some of the stuff that seems true isn't true. And then a few of the things that seem true are true.
Yeah, that's what I got from it, too. Let's do this one with you, just to kind of, like, prove the point here. This is something I haven't talked about this in a little while, but in 2 Samuel, well, I mentioned it earlier today, so I thought about it, but in 2 Samuel chapter 24, there's this a beautiful story here about the census of Israel. Are you familiar with this one, Lug?
Refresh my memory.
Sure, yeah. So this is David is the king of Israel. He has all these troops, and then all these these people, right? Like there's soldiers, and then there's civilians, and then he's the king. And God talks to David like directly. Okay, and so God is mad about something. It's the Old Testament, so we're never quite sure what God is mad about. But it says, "Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, 'Go count the people of Israel and Judah.' So the king said to Joab and the commanders of the army who were with him, 'Go through all the tribes of Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, and take a census of the people, so that I may know how many there are.'" So what happened? The Lord, that's the God, the one that you Christians believe in, God says, "David, go count everybody from Dan to Beersheba." So he does. He goes and counts everybody. It doesn't seem like that interesting of a story, but then after he counts everybody, God gets mad and sends a pestilence, which is like a murderous plague, and kills 70,000 people from Dan to Beersheba. So he's mad at David for listening to him, and he does that. That's a weird story, but there's something weirder about it than this. Like, obviously the justice is like horrendous, you know, but it gets even more peculiar because you know how in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we'll hear the same story of Jesus, but from different points of view, it kind of like retold. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Well, that happens in the Old Testament too. A lot of people don't realize that, but when we get to 1 Chronicles, they tell this same story again. It's the same exact story, and it's just told again later in history, and they retell it. They're talking about all the things. Here's Jair killed Lami, the brother of Goliath, right? So you know about David and Goliath. This is all here, you know. He taunted Israel. David's brother killed him. These are all like David and other giants, you know, and that David and his friends are killing. So you know about this stuff, and it's in 1 Chronicles. When we get to 1 Chronicles chapter 21, we hear the same story, but there's a little bit of a difference. So just real quick for a refresher, because I've been talking a lot, and I'm sorry. In 2 Samuel 24, it says, "Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. He incited David, saying, 'Go count the people of Israel and Judah.'" So they count from Dan to Beersheba, right? Now in this one, see if you notice the subtle difference when I read it again in Chronicles. Are you ready? "Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So David said to Joab, 'Go number Israel, from Beersheba to Dan, and bring me a report so I may know their number. Did you hear it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so in the first story, they go from Dan to Beersheba. And then in this story, they're going from Beersheba to Dan. Notice how it switched. Also, in the first story, God was God, and in this story, it's Satan. They switched from God to Satan. Did you notice that part?
I don't think they're connected in the way you're trying to say they are.
God and Satan?
I don't think they're interchangeable in the stories the way you're trying to say they are.
Is God Satan, or is he like the opposite of Satan?
They can't even be in the same sentence.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So in the first version, it says God told David to count Israel. And the next one, it says Satan told David to count Israel. So are these both true?
No, they're not true.
So one of these isn't true.
Well, can I back up real quick? So
Yeah.
you mentioned David wanted to do the consensus or the census.
Yeah.
And then you also failed you were like, well, God just got mad, don't really know why. But it said in the King James Version on Samuel in the 10th verse on the 24 chapters, it said David's heart smote him after that he had numbered the people. Because it's saying that you're not supposed to census the people because you're not supposed to account for that. You're not supposed to try to figure it out all on your own. It's a lack of faith in God. And that's why David...
my God.
And
this is amazing, actually. No, that actually solves something.
You may not think it's a lack of faith, but it is, because that's why David said, for I have sinned. He said he had sinned right after.
Joel, can I tell Joel something real quick? Because I just realized something.
Sure. One more thing.
1 second, Lug. Hold up.
Hold on.
Write it down.
Write it down. Joel, this idea of like God commanded it, but then you weren't supposed to do it because he commanded something bad is amazing for the Amalekite story. He commanded it and they were supposed to say no. But in this case, like even if God commands you to do something bad, you're supposed to say, no, I'm still not going to do it because it's a sin if you do it. That's what we're seeing here.
But that's
the excuse we're getting.
When in the Samuel chapter 24 story, when did God say, go do the census?
24:1. He incited David against them, saying, go count the people of Israel and Judah. That's when he says right there in quotes, God says, go count the people of Israel and Judah.
I think in the Amalekite one, it's a bit different because like he punishes them for not completing the thing that he told them to. In this one, he's punishing them for doing the thing he told them to do.
To completion.
Satan told them to do. So, but you're right, to like the apologetic, it won't work for the Amalekites, but it can work for other things probably.
Yeah, so sometimes you have to do what God says. And sometimes
I think it would work for Balaam because Balaam asks him if he can go do a thing, and God's like no, and he asks him again, he's like no, and he says, "Can I do it?" And he's like, "Okay, go and do it, and then I'll tell you what to say." And when Balaam goes, God comes down and attacks him as an angel, and scares his donkey and stuff. That's when we get the talking donkey. But like that was
begging though. It's different. This is like no one's doing anything, and God shows up and says, "Count people." They count people to get in trouble.
Completely different. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the other thing you wanted to say, Lug? Sorry about that.
Well, I don't have the full extensive knowledge on these two stories, but it seems as though there's some type of lumping together that you guys are doing, and it's not right.
Well, it's the same story, so it's one story, but there's just a contradiction.
Yeah, so I guess like that's the question I would have. Was it God who asked David to do the census, or was it Satan who asked David to do the census? Which one's true?
Well, again, there was a sin in David numbering Israel as well in the prior chapter.
Yes.
Which again seems to be left out. Like I'm kind of going on the fly right now.
Put it in. Yeah, put it in.
Story.
Yeah,
but
go ahead. We can add in the whole Bible. Let's put it in the context of like, just imagine the entire Bible is part of this long story. And then at this one point in the story, somebody asks David to take a census. Who did it?
I believe it was God, but you have to remember that on the first chapter, or the 24th chapter of 2 Samuel, it says, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. So that means that in the 23rd chapter, something was happening to where he was already mad at the start of the chapter, and you seem to have ignored that.
Sure, that's fine. He can be as mad as he wants. What I'm saying is, in Chronicles, it says it's Satan. So Chronicles is wrong, right? Like, should I rip this page out?
Which Chronicles where?
1 Chronicles 21.
1 Chronicles 21.
Because I'll rip this page right out if this has a lie on it. We don't want that in the Bible.
Oh, well, there's something else you should mention that you forgot to mention in the census, which is that the reason God would be angry at or let me put it to you like this. The reason King David would want to do a census is because you get a half shekel tax for every person counted. So there are two things to go into place. David gets to quantify his kingdom and show everyone, look at all my subjects. And it's this thing that he's entertaining more than God.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. So who asked him to do it? It was God, right? So when it says Satan asked him in 21, that's wrong?
It was said that God asked him, yeah. But again, why don't you talk about the 2 Samuel 23 story?
Yeah, I would love to do that, but I just want to make sure. So this part where I want to move to that, I want to pivot to that, but first of all, this page in 1 Chronicles has a lie in it, so I'm going to rip it out of the Bible. Is that right? You want me to rip this out?
No, because what you've done is you've started off from a chapter that starts with God being angry. A logical response would be, okay.
When God is angry, is he Satan?
It's no. I don't have.
Okay, so that doesn't. Really
I don't have that Gnostic belief that God is some demiurge. I don't believe in that.
Some people
I'm
do
just
that.
saying that you started the story off. God's angry. Well, why not explain why he's angry?
Because it doesn't matter if God is Satan, then he's always angry. We don't have to answer that.
But
we can always start with the.
Wait. Who was talking about Satan? I said
you're not allowed to interrupt Joel. That's just one of the commandments here.
I was just going to say that, like, if we want, we could always start with the Satan story, and we can go, that's the first one, or that's the one that matters, and then we can go, the God thing is wrong, so we could rip the God version out. So, like, because Mezzo, you're assuming the God version's the correct one.
No, I'm assuming that neither of these are true.
Neither of them, okay.
Yeah, I don't think anyone spoke to David. But it's worth pointing out that in both stories, because I don't want to leave stuff out for like here, like in the other one, God is the one who sends the plague that kills all the people. He's still the murderer in Chronicles too. Satan asks him to do it, but God is the one who kills all the people still. Like, he's still the bad guy in the Chronicles story too, if you were worried about that or anything.
When you
that's still consistent.
I feel like the Satan one would be the more the better story, the one that we'd want to be true. If I were a Christian, I want the Satan one to be true.
Yeah, because then Satan, like David follows Satan's command, so that's why God's angry.
Makes sense.
That makes more sense than David followed God's command, and God doesn't like that. That doesn't make sense. It seems like the chronicler fixed this.
So one of the things when you were detailing this story was trying to keep my train of thought was that you're talking about King David. Oh, and you had mentioned God sent a pestilence, just like a storm, just like a plague type of stuff. And you were
like a disease that kills 70,000 people.
Yeah, and you were like, well, God just, who the hell knows why he did this stuff. But we always know why he was mad. We always know why he did this stuff. It's just like in the flood. It's just like with Sodom and Gomorrah. He saw the wickedness.
I guess what I mean is like I know
like he saw
why,
that they were,
I know why they're saying he does this. He's filled with wrath and rage. I'm just saying that like
but
it's not fair.
But that's a cheap cop out, because why is he filled with wrath and rage? Or it's because
David followed what God said to do.
It's because their hearts were wicked, just like in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Wait, whose hearts were wicked? The 70,000 people that he killed? These were Israelites.
People who were being counted?
No, I'm referring to a different story to make my point that this is happening.
I don't think it's wicked to be counted.
I'm using the
Slug. I get what you're saying. You're
as
taking
an example of, hey, God's done this before.
Yeah, you're taking one particular story of when people were wicked and God killed them, and you're saying, well, then anytime God kills a pile of people, they all must be wicked. But I don't know that you can do that.
David himself acknowledged he was wicked right after he did the census.
But what about the 70 people? Then you're saying they're wicked just because
David actually picked this, is the weird. He chose
what 70 people? I don't know about the 70 people.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, it's 70,000. So I'll read the end of the story. It's kind of worth mentioning here. So this is the judgment on David's sin. Remember, David sinned by listening to God's command here. And so he gets to choose the punishment, which is a rare thing. He gets a multiple choice punishment from God. And there's just a little confusing. There's a guy named Gad in this story. So I'm not going like, Gad, and saying God weird. His name is Gad with an E. Yeah. Okay. So Gad comes to him and says, you get three choices. God told Gad to tell David you get three choices. And here's what they are. 7 years of famine come on you and on your land, or you flee for 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or 3 days of pestilence. So which one do you pick? Now, keep in mind, the famine would affect David. The making David escape, like run out and be out of city affects David. The one that doesn't affect him is the pestilence on his people that kills 70,000 people. And David chose that one. And God went, okay, we'll do the one that you don't get a punishment for, and these people do. So the Lord, in verse 15, the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died from Dan to Beersheba. So do all of those 70,000 people deserve to die because David sinned?
Well, I don't know if that's the sole reason they died.
Well, that's all it says. I mean, do you want to add to the Bible here? Or?
Do 70,000 deserve to die? I'm trying to remember what lineage David comes from.
You'd say no, like the answer would be no there.
I'm trying to remember who David is a descendant of, if it's Moses or...
Because I love this weird, like, ancient tribal... Like, what descendant, what tribe is he? Like, who cares?
Well, because those 70,000 people would deserve it if he was a descendant of Moses. But if he wasn't a descendant of Moses, then they don't deserve it.
Well, no, that's also what the Bible says verbatim. Yes, it does say, okay.
Where's that verse?
With Abraham?
Lug, that kind of thing, I don't know what you're talking about necessarily where it says that, but that kind of thing should, like, give you, like, alarm bells or red flags to say that this is just, like, nonsense, tribal, superstitious, like, stuff for a time. Like, there's nothing in the world that would lead us to be like, oh, yeah, if it's someone's part of that tribe or that nation, then they all deserve death. Like, what are you talking about?
Hold on. Hold on. Why was Noah at that point even special then? It was for his faith. So yeah, they do get to break the rules. They do.
I've never read this part. I want to read this.
To break the rules.
In First Chronicles, when Gad comes and offers the three things, they phrase it differently, and there's a cool thing. So the three things are, thus says the Lord, take your choice, either 3 years of famine or 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of your enemies overtakes you, or, and this is the last one, 3 days of the sword of the Lord. Love that. Little rhyme there. The sword of the Lord, pestilence on your land, and the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the territory of Israel.
I'm bored of the sword of the Lord.
After 3 days? Yeah, so that's what he chose. And again, yeah, the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel and 70,000 persons fell in Israel. So yeah, in both stories, God kills 70,000 people of really like any lineage. It doesn't really matter whose lineage it's from. And then one is
But
Satan,
it does
one is
matter
God.
what lineage. First of all, it's not like King David is without fault here, but it does matter what lineage he's from because they made a covenant with his ancestors. So, yeah, they are kind of cheating or special pleading, special rules, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But my response would be, so what?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's your response, but you're a cold-hearted Christian with no sense of empathy or justice, right? So it's like different for you. Like for us, we look at this and go, holy shit, this is terrible. But yeah, for your like heartless self,
No. I think
just kind of be like, so what? These people like got sick and died because of something else. Like that's like your piece of shitness kind of coming.
Cold-heartedness would be rejoicing at the plague of 70,000. No, I didn't do that.
Well, do you think it was a good thing?
No, but let's be big boys and girls.
Did God do a bad thing?
He couldn't do a bad thing.
So was it a good thing?
God gave everyone life. He can take it away. What he's just taking away.
You think what God did was bad or what God did was good?
It doesn't matter what I think. What I think is
it does matter because you're the one that we're putting on trial now. I'm gonna accept for a second. I don't think any of this is true, but let's say this is true. God did this. I say God did a bad thing. God, you shouldn't murder people. God, that's bad. What about you, Lug? Would you say the same thing? Would you say I condemn this? God messed this one up, or do you think it was good?
But you see how you're putting me in this like persecuted situation of like trying to put me in the corner. I didn't.
Yeah, the easy out for sure is to say I don't believe any of this is true. That's like the easy out that I took. Yeah.
Or you can have a higher understanding and recognize the subtle framing you're doing to try to put this in a negative light.
It's a trap. Yes, this is an absolute trap on Christianity. Yeah.
But you guys have been doing these atheist traps for 20 years. You guys need new arguments because
I've only been doing this for like 6 months. Plus, I don't need a new argument. This argument slaps ass. It cooked you. You're cornered. You just admitted I'm fully trapped. I can't get out of this without looking terrible. It's because the story sucks. The story's awful. You're the one who's reading it and still worshiping him.
Or you guys don't have a mature understanding and for
help me out. Give me a better understanding of it. Why is this good?
What this probably shows, and I haven't really read this story until now.
So you don't have the understanding either.
No, but what this shows is that people suffer from sin. It's not that hard of a concept to understand.
Well, sure. And it also shows, I just want to add, it also really clearly shows that even for someone who hasn't read the story, if you are a Christian, when a horrific story of the Bible is presented to you, you have to find some way out of it rather than read it for what it is and say that this could be a bad thing.
Wrong. You just assume it's horrific. How can it be horrific if the whole start of all this stuff happening?
I'm sorry, 70,000 people dying from disease is not horrific to you?
Do you know what they were doing in these times?
Just to do it, Lug, is to remove all the other context.
Wait a second. I didn't. No, but you can't do that. This is not your in a vacuum.
Lug, you didn't answer the question. Fine. You can't interrupt
Joel.
This
is not your in a vacuum science. You can't just isolate an event.
Lug, just calm down. So I understand that there's going to be context, but we can start with the event. Like we can start with I walk up to Mezzo.
But you didn't even detail the prior story that made him.
That's what he's doing right now. Hold on.
This is what I'm just showing you how to critically think and how to approach certain things, right? So I come up to Mezzo and I go, 70,000 people were killed. And
that's horrific.
That's horrific. That's the correct initial reaction, right? Like that's horrific. What happened? Oh, there was this plague. They died of this disease.
Still horrific.
Still horrific. How did that happen? Well, somebody made the disease in a lab.
Oh, even more horrific.
Yeah.
So I see what you're doing. So like, if we start if it was only that, if it was just like there was no history, no other connections to it, if it was just this one story, God killed people with a plague, then you would say it was bad, right?
I'm dealing in reality though, not hypothetical.
No, you're not. We're talking about
we're talking about magic. Yeah, magic sickness.
We're talking about your hypothetical example.
In order to like review this philosophically, we got to like block everything else out, and just so we know you're a human. You have to say if 70,000, it wasn't from God. Let's just say this wasn't from God. I heard in the news yesterday.
Then why are we talking about it?
Yesterday in Taiwan, 70,000 people got sick and died. Do you think that's horrific?
Yeah, that wouldn't be great.
Okay, we got a human. Okay, that's horrific. Now, in the Bible, 70,000 people died from a plague. Do you think that's horrific?
Yeah, I mean, it's horrific, but guess what?
Now tell us the thing that makes it unhorrific for you. Tell us the thing that makes it good for you.
It's not that it's good. It's that I'm not the arbiter of the universe, and you atheists always do this. You always put your thinking caps on and go, well, if I was God, I would make the universe this way, and he made it that way, and
that's a huge mistake is thinking. That's true.
We shouldn't think too much about this. Yeah.
You're appealing you're appealing to emotion, and you're trying to bait the audience into going, wow, that's terrible that God would do that.
No, but look, what we're doing, this is what we're doing. We're going, oh my goodness, what? 70,000 people killed? That's awful. But why would that have happened? And then we're checking out why it was, and it's not satisfying. It doesn't make it okay. Yeah.
But I asked you again for the third or fourth time. I asked you to detail the prior story because
you got it. Let's do it.
Left off with God being mad.
You got it. Why is God mad? Let's go back. So let's go back a whole chapter. These are the last words of David. Is that what we're talking about? David's mighty men.
It says on.
How far back do you want to go?
I'm talking right before chapter 24 on 2 Samuel. Whatever, I don't know what it was. Yeah. Whatever it was.
Among the 30 were Asahel, brother of Joab, Elihan, son of Dodo of Bethlehem. Shema. It's a genealogy.
The most boring thing.
It's a genealogy. Ahiam, son of Shahir, the Herod, Eliphet, the son of Ahasabi, Makah, Eliam, son of Athiopephel, Gilonite, Hezro of Carmel, Parai the Arbite, Uri the Hittite, 37 in all. Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go count the people of Israel and Judah. It's a genealogy. That it was God like, this genealogy is so fucking boring. Let's kill some people. Is that what you're saying justifies it? What are you talking about? This came out of nowhere.
Let's see.
Let's check the Chronicles one instead, maybe. Siege and capture of Rabbah in the spring of the year, the time when the kings go out to battle. Joab led out the army, ravaged the country of the Ammonites, and came and besieged Rabbah. So they went out and pillaged and raped a bunch of people. But David remained at Jerusalem. Joab attacked Rabbah and overthrew it. David took the crown of Milcom for his head. That's a little milk fact for you there. He found that it weighed a talent of gold, and it was a precious stone. He brought it to spoil the city. It was a very great amount. David did do to all the cities of the Ammonites. Then David and all the people returned to Jerusalem. After this, war broke out with the Philistines at Gezer. These are the Philistines. They're at war with the Philistines. I'm trying here. I'm looking for something. Jair killed Lami, the brother of Goliath. The shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. Again, there was war at Gath. There's just other wars happening. 6 toes on each foot. Wait, hold on. Again, there was a war at Gath. There was a man of great size who had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in number. He was also the descendant from the giants. So one of the giant Nephilim people, instead of being huge, just had extra toes and fingers. That's fun. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of Shemaiah, David's brother, killed him. These were descendants from the giants in Gath. They fell by the hand of David and his servants. So the thing that's happening is David and his buddies are killing these giants and multi-fingered people. And then the next story is Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. It's the census. It comes out of nowhere in both stories. It has no context. It's just a random fucking thing that God did when he wanted to kill 70,000 people. Now, clearly what happened is, in real life, if this really happened, David took a census and then a plague broke out. sometime after that. And people were really sick, and they were trying to find something to blame it on, some cause of this, because they didn't know about germs and shit. They didn't know about contagions, right? That's obviously what really happened. That's the easy way out that solves all of these conundrums. And they were blaming it on gods and Satans and stuff like that. But you're saying it was God and that it was just and that it wasn't Satan, even though it says it was Satan, because you're all mixed up inside.
Well, they mentioned this again in Exodus.
This thing that hadn't happened yet?
No, it did mention. He was talking with Moses in Exodus. Exodus 30.
In Exodus, it says how David counted the people of Israel in Exodus. That's fine.
No, it
Exodus,
says
what?
in Exodus 30, verse 12, it says, when thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then thou they give every then that King James, then thou they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Lord, when thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them, when thou numberest them. This they shall give every one that passage among them that are numbered half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And half shekel.
So as you count them, you're supposed to take money from them, like a tax, kind of?
No, because it says, the next verse right after, it says, the rich shall not give poor, and the poor shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel. When they give...
Why do they have to give a shekel?
To make an atonement for your souls.
Why do you have to give a shekel in order to stay alive if somebody counts you? What's that for?
He just said it, to make an atonement for your souls, to rectify the souls.
To who? Who gets the shekel?
Well, in this Exodus 30, this is talking with Moses.
So Moses gets paid for their soul?
I believe this is part of the no. And you know that's not the implication. Why would you phrase it like that?
Because he gets the money.
Well, half of the shekel is offered to the Lord.
The Lord keeps the money.
No. I'm trying to see who gets part of the money. But my point is, this has been touched on before. This story.
So maybe I get what you're saying. So maybe he was supposed to count the people, but because he didn't take shekels from the people as he counted them, that he did it wrong, and so that's why they all had to die. Is that what you're saying? Let me ask you this: which website are you reading? Where are you reading this off of? Because I can look it up on that. Are you on ChristianAnswers.com or what?
No, I'm reading the real Bible. See, this is the thing. A lot of people would rather...
You just turned to Exodus randomly, or why? How'd you get to Exodus?
Like I said, a lot of people would rather read about the Bible than read the Bible.
Lug, how did you know that story was in Exodus? Did you have that memorized?
Yes, I've read the Bible. Not all the way.
You from memory were like, oh yeah, in Exodus 30, there's another thing where they tax people on a census. Is that true, or are you lying right now?
Not all the way. But I've read the Bible a little bit, yeah.
And you just happened to read Exodus 30, and you remembered it was about a census, and so
I know Exodus. I know Exodus is of the laws, and Leviticus to a degree as well. It's very easy to separate where this stuff is.
Okay, well, let me see something here, because I don't have it memorized. Let me just look something up really quick here and see if I can find it. Okay, let's see this. Exodus. It would be chapter. Where is it? 20. Oh yeah, chapter 20, verse 16. Do you know that one?
Exodus?
Yeah, Exodus 20:16.
Slavery chapter. Exodus 20:20, I think, is right there. Let's see.
20:16.
Okay. Thou shalt not bear witness against thy neighbor.
Lug.
You're saying I'm lying?
Come on.
I don't see what my encyclopedic memory has to do with this conversation.
Okay. All right. Well, did you have anything else for us today?
Yeah, I think picking two random stories and trying to find a contradiction doesn't really do anything, no matter how the optics make it look.
You're lying.
Well, it was one story with a glaring contradiction, plus a horrific justice on the back end to make it extra fun. And your apologetics of it failed, and it was really fun talking to you until you lied to me, and then I got kind of upset by it. So, sure.
How can it be horrific if God himself in Christ's form took the cross? So if God is, let's say, harming everybody and it's mean, but then God also took the punishment as well.
I recently drew I have on my video like the pinned videos, but the most recent video that's not pinned is actually exactly about this. So he saved us from himself, right? His own wrath has been thwarted because he suffered himself for it, right?
No, he saved us from ourselves. Like I said, the whole world of antiquity, which is where you hear these.
You were just saying a second ago, what if he was doing all these bad things, but then he suffered, right?
Yeah, he did in man form. Yeah, I'm sure it was painful.
So all the bad things that he did, he stopped doing after the cross?
Well, no, but God interacts differently with the people after he came as Jesus. If you notice this.
Why?
Because back in the world of antiquity, that was the more mystic, so-called time period.
What does that mean?
Don't believe me?
It used to be more magical, and now it's not. What does that mean?
Well, where do you think the world antiquity means this old esoteric type of meaning? Yes. Where do you think
antiquity? I think it's an old wooden boat. Let's see.
No. Antiquity means old and evil and corrupt.
The ancient past, especially the period before the Middle Ages. Yeah, I think this is actually ancient times, not antiquity that we're talking about.
Well, the point is, in the ancient world, things worked a little bit differently.
The ancientity. Yeah. Why did they work different?
Well, the main thing was they were working fine, and then man rebelled against God. You had Adam, it started with that, and then you had Noah's grandson Nimrod. They described him as the mighty one on earth. So this is what you had going on. You never forget when we say God's being mean, he's sacrificing tribes and all this stuff. Never forget there's a worldwide apostasy going on with the lineage that God made a covenant with. Again, you had Noah. You had Noah who had a son named Ham. Ham had a son named Cush. Those were all called Cushites. In Babylon.
Is that why like Christians today who really follow God's word are all fine and don't have any disease or hardships and stuff, but all the rest of us have such a hard life?
Christians will suffer too, just because
shit. So that doesn't really mean anything, huh?
No. Saying man sins and has problems doesn't invalidate the Bible.
Yeah, no, I think the story is that God is the cause of all the problems and sufferings. That's what we're getting from the Bible. And then later he sacrifices himself and all the suffering is supposed to end, but it didn't. We're still doing it. So the whole thing is a
God
hoax.
is not. How can God be if we go back to the very first story with Adam and Eve, God put them in paradise. They were basically in a...
Wait, who put them there?
God put Adam and Eve.
Who's responsible for this happening then? Who's responsible for Adam and Eve being in the garden?
That wouldn't hold up the way you're arguing that. Even in court, you can't just argue, it's not my responsibility. It's Adam and Eve.
Yeah, you can. That's the whole thing you do in court. Hey, these people died. Did you do it? No, I'm not responsible for that. All right, well then you can go free.
No, but
wait a minute.
No, but they did.
So wait, you're telling me if I throw someone in a bear pit at the zoo, and they're like, wait a minute, these people are in a bear pit at the zoo. Who did this? Then I can say like, well, I pushed him in there. But I just put him in there. The bears are what really killed them, right? And also they could have climbed out. There's like a There's probably a ladder somewhere they could have made. They could have gotten themselves out. This isn't my fault. I'm not responsible for this. Yeah, you are. You pushed them in. You're the one who put them there to begin with.
It's objectively the human's fault. That's why it was called the fall of man.
Oh, it's because it's their fault.
Who else's fault? Who else's fault is it that man and woman bit the apple? Is it not Adam's fault?
Yeah. I think a lot of people are to blame. I think Adam and Eve really messed up big time, and they should be in trouble. Also, God was delinquent. He should not have put the tree there, right? Also, you are not in trouble.
Why can he not put the tree there?
Because the tree was dangerous.
So, if you don't put something
OSHA
there,
standards, dude. You don't put a ladder on a slippery floor. You don't put a tree in the middle of the garden that's going to curse humanity. That's dangerous.
People talk about God being a tyrant, but he lets you choose. What type of God would he be?
Wait a minute. If that tree, are there any other trees he could have made that were dangerous too? Could he have made a tree that
he could have made other trees?
He could have made a tree that turns us all into what's a terrible thing? Worms. He could have made a tree don't eat of the tree of worm.
I know, but don't you get?
But he didn't make that tree. So do we still have free will, even though the worm tree wasn't in the garden?
Yeah, it's showing.
Okay, so even without some trees, we still have choices we can make. Could he have not put the tree? Think about this, Lug. Stop interrupting and think. If he had not put the tree of knowledge of good and evil in, could we still choose from the other trees?
You wouldn't be willfully worshiping if he didn't put that tree there. There has to be some route his creation could go.
What do you mean? We could worship while we eat from the pomegranate tree, or not worship while we eat from the pomegranate tree. What are you talking about?
How could you have, if you're God and you have a population and you want them to worship you, you have to give them an option to not worship you.
Yeah, but why do you?
He gave them an option and it was pretty, and you're going, why was it so pretty?
The option to not worship is different than the option to be cursed for all of humanity. Those are two very different things.
Yeah, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the whole point of the story.
It was broke.
How is it broke?
The whole plan is broke. What are you talking about?
Broke? They were multiplying.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, I love this. If it is broke, do fix it.
Yeah, but what was broke?
Okay, so when the fall happened, when the fall happened, was the plan broke?
Well, I don't know what God's total plan was. I'm not God.
So do fix it.
No, the point I'm making is that if you're going to say that God put this tree there and he shouldn't have done that, he should have made it the tree of ugly so they won't want to go near it. Why do you make it so tempting? That's why they say you get tempted with sin. Obviously, you have to make the devil attractive. What type of, come on.
Obviously, yeah. You have to make the devil a hot snake with feet. Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
You're mad God didn't give Adam and Eve a level 1 challenge.
But you're saying you have to try to fuck people over, but you have to make it hard for them?
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Lug. Do you want to choose? I'm going to give you a choice of a marker here. Do you want blue or red?
Give me blue.
Now, how do I know you really wanted blue if I didn't make a third option that is you get punched in the face? He didn't really want blue. I have to make a third option where you get punched in the face. Now it counts, right? That's what you're saying? No, because you have two perfectly fine options. You picked blue. That's how I know you pick blue. I don't have to make an option where you get punched in the face. What? That's psychotic. That's what God did.
They have one option, and it was paradise, and they chose different. It's
Can you expand on that?
Sometimes it's just like that. Yeah. They had one option. It's kind of like...
What happened?
It's kind of like, I almost think biting off more than you can chew. I don't know if that's the best phrase, but it's kind of like that. The way I liken it is they were basically 100% happy, and the serpent came to them conniving and said, "Hey, Eve, do you want to be 110% happy?" And then everyone today, they're like, well, the science math correct answer is yes. And so they thought biting the apple would make them God.
All right, thank you so much for being here, everybody. It's been a nice time. There's no way we can keep talking to that guy at all. Unbelievable dissonance. Unbelievable dissonance.
Yeah, will not hear it. Will not hear it.
I feel like I've had to point this out many times today, but this is what it leads to. This is what the book leads to. This is what the worldview leads to. Is this kind of chaotic nonsense, I think, is the only way I could describe it. So I'm almost done here. Just want to finish up and let everyone know, are there any atheists who want to say like a last swear or something, or Christians who want to swear maybe? You want to play pool, or what are you doing?
Can I say a swear?
Yeah, go ahead. You're all live.
Hello. I'm an atheist. Hi there. Hello.
Go ahead, swear it up. Go nuts.
I don't cuss.
Just no slurs. You can just say cuss, 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 cuss.
Cuss, 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 cuss. Can I say darn it? Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. Darn it.
Yeah, darn it's good.
What is somebody fixing some socks? Darning socks?
I don't know what that means. Who said that? Was that Joel?
Thanks, Kels.
Can we talk about the crap? Can I say crap? Holy crap.
You don't have to ask for permission. Swearing is fine. Like, you're allowed to just say the swears, okay?
Swearing is butthead. Can I say butthead?
You don't have to ask for permission. You
just keep doing them. Do as many as you can. So fire them off. Keep going.
Curse. Okay, so
there's so many guest
as in deconstructing TikTok, we're fond of talking about God and pegging.
Just let them keep going.
I'll get more people up here.
I just want to say it never fails to astound me how fucking stupid theists are.
Dinkelberg.
All right, I can see it.
Indeed.
Are there any atheists who want to say
Wait, how'd I get in here?
Swear or something?
Yeah, okay.
I like the lo-fi. The lo-fi mezzo.
We could stop using the create a big rock and replace it with God create a dildo so big that it couldn't even penetrate its power bottom ass.
Yeah, we did that one. We do, could he make a babe so hot that even he couldn't lust after her? And then there's one where if he made a plunger that could plunge every clog, and also a shit so big it couldn't be plunged, what would happen when they met? I think that one's worth talking about. Yeah.
Good ones all.
That last guy had a broken fucking brain.
He had a broken brain.
He had a broken brain.
Once you guys say your swears, if you can drop to let someone else up, thank you. Thanks, guys. Okay.
I just wanted to do a little bit of French swearing. Is that okay? Representing the French Canadian crowd. That's Calice de tabarnak.
Amen. That's beautiful. Me, would you like to say a swear?
I just want to know, is there like a Jesus Saves coupon on the merchandise? Like Jesus Saves short pause 15% or more on BBD merchandise?
Yeah, we don't need this cheap shit. The amount of value we give, and this guy wants a fucking deal on the Jesus Saves merch. Unbelievable.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Nebululu. Great impact, yes.
I want to say Bomber Rascal. Jamaicans out there.
You're in Jamaica?
No, I mean, not yet. No, but I'm Jamaican.
Okay.
What's your best Jamaican swear?
Pussy Rascal.
Rascalot?
Pussy Rascal.
Okay, that sounds offensive.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Did you say Rhapsody?
Rhapsody clot. Yeah,
Rhapsody clot?
Yeah, it's somebody doing some sort of rhapsody, but they have a blood clot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that.
Pussy clot.
All right, everyone, get out of here. Get out of here. All right, everyone, thank you so much for coming here today. Joel, thank you for your help. It was a lovely live. Wait, hold on. Oh, he left too. I think it was fun talking to atheists as well. Maybe we'll try that again next week. I got a kick out of it. The Bible quotes totes have a bit of a price drop. They're now $25 if you want to get yourself one of the 4 of these. Maybe we'll make a new one someday, but we'll see. It's kind of, I forgot how to make them, if I'm being honest. Oh, we got another swear coming in. Hey, Mac, you got a swear for us?
I don't. I have a poem for you.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, give me 1 second here.
Swear it up, Amir.
All right.
I just wanted to swear.
Fuck
Yeah,
it.
do a quick swear. I'm trying to end it. You got to hurry up.
Yeah, fuck it. It's a little long, so I'm just I didn't realize how long,
What?
I didn't realize how long I made my poem.
Do it next week.
All right.
Amir, what did you say? Amir's breaking up. All right. Amir, we're losing you on bars. All right, thanks for coming, everybody. I'm glad you could be here. You're all my best friends. I love you all so much. And let's just keep on doing those atheisms. And raid Crystal, please go over and say happy birthday to Crystal. Mezzo says happy birthday. Wherever you go, even if you don't go to Crystal, say happy birthday, Crystal, from Mezzo, everywhere you go. I love you all so much. Take care. Fuck.